Okay, so I have just finished editing this video. It's been in the works for ages. Obviously I did have to wait for the new season to come out to do it, but I was doing it along the way. And I did the Christmas specials like today. I've been banging them all out. And yeah, the video is finally ready. This is my review to every single Ncuti gatwa episode of Doctor Who, besides the giggle. I didn't put the giggle in here because he's only in the third act, but if you do want to see my review of the giggle, it's on this channel. Just scroll back a few months, you'll find it. But I hope you enjoyed this 4 hours of just reaction, synopsis, the lot. There's a lot of jokes, there's a lot of seriousness. But it's a very good video, and if you think that you've seen all my reviews already, so there's no point in watching this, fair enough. I mean, you're not wrong. Like 90% of this video is content that's on my channel already with my reviews, but there is other stuff in there. There's other synopsis, there's bits added on. There's 2 completely new episodes that you haven't seen at all that are in here. And there's a bit at the end where I do a little tier list, which isn't on the channel yet. So there's loads going on that you haven't seen already. So you are correct. There's a lot of this that has been on the channel before that you probably will have seen, correct. But there is other things that you haven't. So you can choose to keep it on in the background. You can choose to sit down and watch it all again, or you can click off now. It's completely up to you. I'm not going to try and like BS you into thinking this is all brand new content. It's not. A lot of it's recycled, but there is new stuff as well. So stay if you want to stay, go if you want to go. Do what you want. You're grown up. You're grown up, so you can choose what you want to do. My voice is going. I've been working so hard on this, so the least you could do, please drop a like and subscribe if you want to. You can leave a comment, leave a super thanks if you want to. You don't have to, but yeah. Let's crack on. All 18 episodes of Ncuti gatwa's run over the next 4 and a bit hours. So enjoy. Let's begin with the church on Ruby Road. We open with the Doctor arriving outside a church, and Ruby's mum drops her off as a baby at the doorstep. Then Ruby is on Long Lost Family asking Davina McCall to find her mum. And she's now playing in a band at a nightclub where the Doctor's having a great time dancing along. Ruby arrives home and her foster mum and Nan are introducing her to the new foster baby. Davina rings up Ruby and says, "Oh, I'm so sorry, we haven't found your mum." She's like, "Hey up, that's no problem, I'm Ruby from Tameside." Davina McCall then gets killed by a Christmas tree. Deja vu. Some goblins then take Lulu Bell, the new baby, and Ruby follows on a ladder where she meets the Doctor. The pair get tied up, but the Doctor breaks them out with this incredibly horrific looking sonic screwdriver. The goblins' version of prayer is doing a massive sing-song about the baby they're about to eat, but then Doc and Ruby save the day. However, Ruby's foster mum then forgets about Ruby because the goblins went back in time and took baby Ruby from the church, and now she's never existed. But the Doctor puts it all back to normal and the Goblin King gets hot fuzzed. They're all happy and Ruby walks into the TARDIS and it's proper nice and proper cool. And roll credits. But hold on, what's this? Oh, who is this? What? What? And then we actually roll the credits this time. Okay, so to open with, I actually was a really, really big fan of the opening sequence with, you know, the Carol of the Bells, the church, Ruby's mum dropping Ruby off, and the Doctor watching from afar, and the Doctor's voiceover as well, where he's like, "That was the day a traveller came to town." It really felt Doctor Who, and I do feel like it was a good way to open this new era. You know, people think Space Babies was the opening to season 1, but I'd argue it's this. I really was a big fan of this opening for new viewers. I think it was a good fresh start. And it's a good jumping on point. This is a good jumping on point. What happens afterwards completely disregards all of that, but we'll get to that. But the actual Church on Ruby Road whole episode, to me, is a good jumping on point, and especially this intro. It was really, really good in my opinion. I'm a bit in 2 minds about this next bit. So obviously Davina McCall is there, and Ruby is on Long Lost Family, which is assuming it's that. It's an old British TV programme where people who were foundlings or fostered or adopted and don't really know their birth parents go on this show that's hosted by Davina McCall, and Davina helps them find their birth parents or long lost sons or daughters or grandparents, I don't know, just anyone from their real family that they haven't seen since they were little or since they gave them away, and they want to find them. And this is a really good way of implementing real life into Doctor Who, because there are so many people out there like Ruby who want to find their mum or dad, and it's cool to include foundlings in Doctor Who, and obviously with the most recent news at the time being the Timeless Child, the Doctor is also a foundling, technically, if you want to speak of it like that. So it was good. The Doctor and Ruby later on get a little bonding where they're like, they actually both bond over the fact that they are foundlings, and I really was a big fan of that. Very, very big fan of that. However, a little downside I did have is I wasn't too sold on Davina McCall's acting. It wasn't terrible, but it needed some improvement. But I'm not going to critique because I love Davina. She's class. So, you know, she's not an actor, she's a presenter. So, Davina, you were great. Next up, the Doctor's in the club and he's dancing. When this came out, people were like, you cannot have a gay doctor dancing. I mean, come on, it's bad enough that he's black and he's gay, but to have the Doctor dancing in a club, like, come on, man. First of all, now Ncuti runs over, I can happily sit here and say he is 100% in my top 5 Doctors of all time. And he's number 4. He's my 4th favourite Doctor. Capaldi, Eccleston and Tennant will always be my top 3. That's 4, but then Ncuti is definitely my 4th favourite. I absolutely adored him as the Doctor, and this was a great opener to him. Again, it sort of maybe fizzled out along the way, but as an opener, Ncuti being this like post-depression Doctor, you know, obviously the bi-generation, 14 was going through therapy, and the post-therapy is 15, who is like, you know, done with all the trauma. He's happy, he's excited, and he's in a club and he's dancing. Really, really, it was a good move in my mind. It was great to have this side to the Doctor, that he's a happy one. You know, he's the one, he's the post-therapy one. And that was a really, really good introduction, in my opinion. Also, the scene where he gets crushed by the giant snowman head, and then the policeman's like, oh, what's your name, what's your address? And he's like, doctor, occupation, not a doctor, address, that blue box over there. It felt very introductionary. That's what I mean. This was a great jumping on point. This should have been the Space Babies. This should have been episode 1. Technically it is, but it's under the specials still. This should have been season 1, episode 1, because this is such a jumping on point. This felt very Eccleston in 2005, you know, when he's like, don't worry about me, and then he does his whole like, the world is spinning but I can feel it speech, and that is exactly the sort of thing I got from this. Although it's not very as much like I am the Doctor, it's still a good introduction to the character of the Doctor, to get people who don't know to get to know. And then there's the introduction to Ruby's foster family, which is Carla and Cherry Sunday. And there's pictures on the fridge of all the kids they've fostered. And it's very wholesome. It's very, very wholesome because, and this might be risky territory, just know I don't mean any harm. And if I do say something that is considered wrong or offensive, call me out on it in the comments so I can learn. But I do like that Ruby, being a white female, is being adopted by Jamaican females. Because in Doctor Who, and in a lot of TV shows, you don't see that happen. And I think if there's a TV show where you could have a mixed family, which is, because it's obvious that Carla has fostered Ruby, we know that, and in all honesty, you can watch that from an outsider and go, well, obviously this girl is not this woman's daughter. But the whole point is that she is, because Carla's been there for Ruby her whole life. She has raised her to be this lovely young woman that she is. And I like that there's a mixed family. I just think I don't know why I like it. It just gives me a warm feeling inside that, because there are people out there who are this. There's white people who have black foster parents, and there are black kids that have white foster parents, and it doesn't really get shown on TV. But now it has, and I was a big fan of that. And I mean, just the personalities, the characters of Carla and Cherry, especially Cherry, like, she is so funny. And I'm very, very glad that there was some representation for that. And Russell was always very good at writing characters, and these are characters that I immediately cared about, Carla and Cherry, and Ruby, in all fairness. And Lulu Bell, the baby, I'm not really sure what happened to her in later series, like, she just was never mentioned again, but Lulu Bell, another great addition. I think it's nice to see that Carla has still got it in her to foster when she needs to, because kids will always need a home, and from what I've gathered, the Sunday flat seems like a good home to me. I actually really connected with Ruby. Well, I say connected, I've never experienced this, but I felt for her when Davina rings up and is like, we've got no trace of your mother, which makes no sense at all if you've seen the later series. I mean, we'll get to it, but it literally makes no sense how they can't find her, but anyway, whatever. I liked this because it's very much how we would all react in the situation. It's very much a British thing to, if someone gives you bad news, to just go, Oh, no, it's fine. No, honestly, don't worry. It's absolutely fine. Like, yeah, which is what Ruby did. And that is how I react when I'm given bad news, because, you know, you don't want to make people feel bad for having to deliver you the truth, but also you are very disappointed. So I felt for Ruby in this, because I could very much see that's how I'd react if I was given this news. Yeah. Poor Ruby. Then we have the scene where Lulu Bell gets taken by the goblins, which was really, really, really good. I really, really liked it. Ruby and the Doctor meet when Ruby's like hanging off of the goblin ship's like ladder. The Doctor jumps on it with her and gives her anti-mav gloves, which I can only help. I can't stop my brain thinking this is a nod to Rose Tyler. Obviously, the way she exited was she got sucked off. Hang on. She got sucked in by a void off of a like handle that she was holding on to, and if only she had anti-mav gloves to hold her on. I think that might have been a little nod to that, and I was a big fan. And now we have the moment that I immediately fell in love with Ncuti. I mean, it did happen in the Giggle. I was like very, very sold on his Doctor in the Giggle, but this is his first episode technically as the Doctor himself without David Tennant by his side. And this is where I got sold on him, when he's tied up on the goblin pole, well, the ship pole with Ruby. He's like, oh, I had a long hot summer with Harry Houdini, and he does like loads of techno babble, and it really made me feel like this is the Doctor. This guy that I'm watching right now, in my head right now, there's no changing it. He is the Doctor, and I'm going to love this incarnation so much. And I did love him in Sex Education, and I was a bit worried going in, am I just going to see this guy as Eric from Sex Education? But now I think I've got the opposite problem. I think now if I go back and watch Sex Education, I'm going to see the Doctor as Eric. Yeah, he did a great job, and I'm very, very sad that he's gone now. But I do love Ncuti, and I am happy that this was such a great episode introduction for him. The Goblin song was one that people was sort of split on. I liked it. I did like it. I did think it was a bit like when it released, the Goblin song released a few weeks before Christmas and before this episode, so everyone was thinking, oh god, what has Doctor Who become? They're singing now? Oh, this is so gay. But actually, I think it fit the episode. You know, the goblins were singing because they were having a feast on this baby, which, by the way, there's about 500 goblins and one little baby. I don't know what they're all planning on doing. I'm pretty sure they're all feeding it to the Goblin King anyway, but yeah, the Goblin King is like about to eat this baby, and all the goblins and Janice are like, oh, you know, singing the song about eating the baby, and they start seasoning her, and Ruby's like, they're seasoning the baby. It was really cool. I did like it. And then the Doctor and Ruby sing in as their way to escape. They join in, and that was also very, very, very Doctor Who. Say what you like, I loved it. But then boom, crack, something changes in the air. What has changed? Well, Carla and Cherry no longer remember Ruby, which is an ongoing theme of this era. But yeah, they don't remember Ruby. Who's Ruby? I ask. Well, Carla asks, and the Doctor's like, Ruby, your foster daughter. And she's like, no, never had a Ruby. It's all depressing round here. Because Ruby was never in their lives, because the goblins went back in time and took Ruby from the church, and she never existed. So the Doctor goes back to the church. He goes to the church where Ruby was dropped off, and he saves her again, which is really, really cool. I liked the cold twist. It was very cold, you know, Carla being this happy character to then being all depressed, being like, there's no one called Ruby here. Really, really nice. And the way it was rounded up with the Doctor going back in time and saving it was really clever. Really clever from the RTD. Big fan. What I wasn't a big fan of is the Hot Fuzz reenactment, where the steeple of the church goes through the Doctor, through the Goblin King's chin, like in Hot Fuzz. I felt it was a bit giving the wrong message of what the Doctor does. I feel like it could have worked as like his second Christmas special, but for his first Christmas special, there needed to be some peacemaking with the goblins, like in the Christmas Invasion, where the Doctor gives the Sycorax a chance to escape. He should have said to the goblins, you need to get out of here, like, otherwise I'm going to stop you. And then maybe if they didn't go, he could hot fuzz them, but there wasn't any confrontation there. And that's what's been missing from this era of Doctor Who, in my opinion. There's never a lot of, let's be fair now, let's do what's best for you, and let's also do what's best for you. I feel like there's a lot in this era has been, no, you're really bad because you're doing bad things, and I'm going to side with the good people now, which is not what Doctor Who was about. Doctor Who was about everyone getting the best outcome for them, regardless of what they've done, and hoping that will change their actions in the future. So I was a bit gutted we didn't get that, but it was not that big of a deal. They're all back to normal, and the Doctor confronts Mrs. Flood. Hi, Mrs. Flood. Hi there, what you doing? I must say, I love Anita Dobson very, very much, very, very much. And she sold me when I watched this for the first time. Obviously not just with the whole, never seen a TARDIS before, because that was odd. That was very weird, very weird. I was very, like, is she the master? Probably, but, you know, who knows? And I was sold on the mystery. I was. I mean, even if it was a bit gutting in the end, that this woman we've been thinking, who is she, just got sidetracked as some big character's assistant. I wasn't a fan of that at all. And there was not really any payoff to her either. But she is out there somewhere, so who knows, maybe one day something will come out of it. Then Ruby enters the TARDIS, and unfortunately this leaves it on a bad note for me, because this is the first TARDIS entrance of this new era, and it was a bit naff. She just sort of walked in and went, whoa, who are you? That's it. She didn't, like, there was no bigger on the inside. She did walk around it, I suppose, which Russell's like, we've not had since Billie Piper in 2005, but we have. Every companion literally walks around it before they go in. Because you would, wouldn't you? You would walk around the box to think, is this a trick? But yeah, there was never it's a big on the inside moment, which was a bit like, come on, Ruby, it's the first one. It's the first one. It's important to get these things right, but it's whatever. It's whatever. But yeah, that's that. That's the episode. I mean, yeah, obviously there's never seen a TARDIS before, but I don't need to talk about that because we know how that ends. But yeah, that's that. That's the episode. I was a big fan. Yeah, I liked it. I liked it. Out of 10, I'm going to give The Church on Ruby Road a... No, out of 5 I do. Out of 5, I'm going to give The Church on Ruby Road a 4 out of 5. I really liked it. It was just the wrap-up of the Goblin King being steepled. I would have rather... like a Sycorax moment where the Doctor's like, I'm going to give you a chance to go away. And then they do go away, and then we see them in the background coming back, and then they get steepled. Don't know. It's not a major thing, but it was definitely better than Joy to the World, in my opinion. Thank you for watching. I'll see you later. Goodbye. Like, subscribe, comment, leave a super thanks, whatever. Appreciate it. Thank you. On to Space Babies. We start with Ruby entering the TARDIS for the first time, where the Doctor is explaining to her and the new viewers where he comes from, what his name is and what he does, etc. The Doctor then shows off his time machine by taking Ruby to dinosaur times. However, she gets scared that she's going to step on a butterfly, so second guesses herself. The Doctor then does his best impression of a northerner, and Ruby decides to change her mind again. The pair stand and admire the view, where Ruby then actually does step on a butterfly and goes all reptile. But the Doctor then blows on the butterfly and it comes back to life, because that's how it works. The Doctor then tells Ruby to pick a year to go to, and she chooses 21506. They crash into a random space center, and they walk out through some corridors where they come across a big, scary, big-toothed monster. They run away and end up in a big lab, which the Doctor recognizes for growing babies. They recreate a scene from 2005 where Ruby calls her mum. I actually really like this bit. One of the babies comes in and mistakes Ruby and the Doctor for being their mummy and daddy. Yay! The Doctor and Ruby explain to the babies that they aren't mummy and daddy. Boo! They also find out that the babies were left behind after the crewmates abandoned ship. The babies introduce Doc and Ruby to Nan-E. Nanny says that the children must blow their noses as there are visitors. The Doctor asks what their pet dog is downstairs, and the babies freak out. The babies call him the Bogeyman, which is, if you're British, and I don't know about Americans, but in England it's a very big sort of folklore for when you're younger to try and get you to go to sleep. Go to sleep or the Bogeyman will get you. Ruby says that there's no such thing as the Bogeyman, and the Doctor finds a headset. On the headset, Nanny tells him to come to a storage portal. The Doctor heads off on his way with Ruby following, and then they have a little chat and it starts snowing. This is the start of the series arc, so basically it snows when Ruby starts to think about her birth mother. The pair goes to the storage portal and they find Nan-E, which is a real person called Jocelyn. We then see Mrs. Meridew from Wild Blue Yonder pop up on the screen. This is another ongoing story arc. She keeps popping up everywhere, we don't know why yet. Whilst there, Nanny says that the government closed the baby station to save money, so that's why the crew left, but it's illegal to close the baby making machines. The Doctor asks why she doesn't just go down and see the babies in person, and she says that she doesn't want them to see her die, and she doesn't want to see them die, as there is only so much air and food on board the station. The Doctor sticks a screwdriver in the machine. I honestly can't remember why. The Doctor plans to rescue Nanny and the babies and take them with them. However, but in between them and the TARDIS is the bogeyman. Eric, one of the babies, decides to go down and face the bogeyman. Nanny tells him to leave, but he refuses to listen as he's listening to Ruby instead, who said there's no such thing as the bogeyman. The Doctor and Ruby go down to help, and they find Eric hiding in a cupboard. However, the bogeyman then finds all 3 of them, but have no fear, they are saved by the remaining space babies. The Doctor and Ruby continue their investigation on what the bogeyman is. Ruby falls over and some goo falls on her head. They find out through a screen that the ex-crewmates created the bogeyman to be a scary story for their children and built it out of actual bogies, hence the nose blowing from earlier. Ruby realizes that her hair is now covered in bogies and freaks out, but the bogeyman then shows up during the rant and Jocelyn locks the bogeyman into an airlock and she intends to send it into outer space. The Doctor tries to stop this but has no screwdriver, so he sends Ruby to get it back. He remembers that the bogeyman is the last of his kind like him, so he enters the airlock and presses the big red cancel button. The airlock closes and the bogeyman is saved. Nanny now reveals herself to the kids and the bogeyman howls. I'm not really too sure what they're going to do with him now. The Doctor tells the babies that the nappy container was stacked, and so he lets them out, which creates a movement from the station, and they're now heading towards the planet. Get it? Farting spaceship, everybody. The Doctor gives Ruby a TARDIS key. He says that they cannot go back and see who her real mum is because he's time locked out. Ruby refuses and says, yes, we are going to see my mum, and then they go and see Carla. And roll credits. Well. What an episode! I really liked it. I really did. However, I really don't think this was a good way to start a brand new series, and not even just a new series. This is kickstarting a brand new era of Doctor Who, and I don't know if this was the best way to do it. Gonna take my hood down, it looks weird. My hair sort of blends into the background, so just allow it, man. The reason I don't think this is great to try and entice new viewers is because, I mean, there is the snow, I'll give it that. There is the snow, which is a sense of, you know, element of, oh, what is this? Why is it snowing? But I don't think that's enough to make me want to come back. There's no major plot points. There's no properly gripping thing. Like, take for example, and I don't even really like Matt Smith or his eras, but The Impossible Planet and Day of the Moon is a class 2-parter and a class opening to a new series. What better way to start a new series than killing off the Doctor in the first episode? Makes you want to watch to realise, how does he get out of this one, guys? But in here, there was really sort of none of that. And I think, personally, if I was a new viewer, I don't think I'd want to come back. And maybe that's why they released the Devils Chord on the same night. And I'm assuming that's probably why, because they realised that this was a mistake. Let's put out a semi-decent episode to go out afterwards. Personally, I think the Space Babies and Devils Chord are tied like that. Like, people always say, Devils Chord, so far better. Space Babies is very slept on. It is very slept on. Let's talk about the actual babies. Now, the CGI on these babies, I think, looks terrible. The mouths were very off, like, you know, off-centered, and it didn't look like the babies were actually talking. It looks like the annoying orange, you know what I mean? I think personally, and me, I'm not the only one with this opinion, most people on the internet think that it would be better to have the babies talk through some sort of external device. Like the Ood, they have their spheres here, and they tap it, and they talk, and that's how they communicate. But I don't think that Russell and everyone involved would have known how bad the animation looks until they've spent lots and lots of money on the animation for it. And I don't think it's worth throwing away this sort of bad CGI because of how much money they've spent on it. But I do think the animation doesn't look great, to put it that way. However, forgetting CGI, the practical effects in this episode were very good. For example, the bogeyman. I bet you didn't even realise when you watched it. The bogeyman isn't CGI'd at all. It's actually a practical design made by the practical team. I say practical a lot, I know. But yeah, that's a real physical thing they've made here, the bogeyman. It's real physical. I don't know if I'm doing this. It's a real physical costume that they've made, and I think they did a really good job with that. And I much prefer practical effect to CGI, and that's something BBC did with Doctor Who perfectly. And now that the Disney budget came in, I thought maybe that won't happen as much, but it is, and I'm glad. Nanny, I think it was like nanotational device education or something. Nan-E. I think it was a great addition. I do. I like the actor who played Nanny. I don't know. I can't remember now what her name is, but she was very, very good. She played on the role very well, and I think the character is quite relatable if you try and relate it to what you do in this situation. Obviously, none of us are really going to ever be in this situation, but if we were on a space station filled with space babies and we had to look after them, we probably wouldn't want to reveal ourselves to them, because then when it comes to the point where we're going to die, or they're going to die, we have to then watch them die in person, and they have to watch us die in person. You can sort of relate to that and go, you know what, you're right, I probably would do the same. The main monster being made out of bogies, I think, was very Doctor Who. I did like it. It made me chuckle. I did forget as well when I was watching this back. I did forget that he was made out of bogies. And then when the snot fell on Ruby's head, that's when I realised, okay, I remember now. I remember what this creature is actually made out of. And I like that they revealed that to us after it had been on Ruby's head, because we slowly figure it out. The Doctor says clues, Ruby's not getting it, but we're getting it. And we now realise, oh my god, this girl's now got loads of snot in her hair. That's disgusting. Classic Russell writing. He's got very good comedic timing, even for Doctor Who. Something I really liked that people think is quite goofy is the flashback when the Doctor is about to save the bogeyman from the airlock. The Doctor's looking at him, and then he gets a flashback in his head of, you know, last of my kind, there's nobody like me in the whole universe. And that's what makes him go, you know what, I'm not even waiting for Ruby to get my screwdriver. I'm opening this door, I'm going in, I'm doing whatever I can to save this creature. And it gets me a bit emotional. It's a creature made out of bogies, and I'm feeling sorry for it. If that's not good writing and good storytelling, I don't know what it is. Maybe just me being a bit pathetic that I'm crying over some bogies on my TV screen. I also really like the series arc setup with the snow. Like I say, it got me hooked when I first watched it. I was like, okay, I need to lock in now, figure out why the blood clot is it snowing. Why is it doing that then? But like I said earlier as well, I think if I was a new viewer, that snow isn't enough to keep me wanting to watch. I don't know. And despite what you think the payoff of the snow is, like, it's a good setup. It's a good story. The final thing I want to mention is Susan Twist's appearance. Now, I didn't notice this the first time I watched, and until it was pointed out to me on Twitter, I went, oh, she's in it. Susan Twist being the actor who played Mrs. Merridew in Wild Blue Yonder, and lots of other side characters throughout the whole of this series. They aren't even really side characters. They're just sort of nobodies that are in the story, and that's what made us really care. Like, ooh, she's not important, but who is she? Because she is important. Yeah, like I said, I didn't notice the first time I watched Space Babies, and then it got pointed out to me, and I went, oh, okay. This is Doctor Who. And I truly stand by that. Overall, I did really like the episode, and I think it gets way too much stick online. I think if you just casually stick this episode on whilst you scroll your phone, like, you'd have a good time. You'd have fun. It's one of those nice episodes of Doctor Who. Overall, I'm going to give Space Babies a 3 out of 5, which I think is quite generous considering people were giving it like 3 4s out of 10. I thought it was really, really good, but obviously the rest of the series I think is like incredible, so maybe I might have to move it down at the end, but maybe I like it, alright, whatever, I like it, toss off. Again, sorry for not covering the church on Ruby Road. I was really in a big debate with myself on whether I do this or not. You know, it makes a lot of sense, I should do this. It's the setup for the characters, it's not just an episode, it's the setup for Ruby and Carla and Cherry and Mrs. Flood and all these other characters. It makes you realise who the Doctor is, who's this Doctor, but the main reason I didn't do it is because I want to release this as one big video. I want to do a big video on, you might even be watching it now if you're watching this in the future. I want to do Space Babies up till Empire of Death as one big video. I'm going to make them separately, compile them all into one big video and upload that as well. And you're probably thinking, well, Sam, why don't you just stick the Church on Ruby Road at the beginning? The reason I don't do that is because the Church on Ruby Road is actually a special. It doesn't count as season 1. It was part of the special. So there was the 360 specials and then the Church on Ruby Road. Doesn't count as season 1. If it did, I'd be doing it right now. However, what does count as season 1 is Joy to the World. I'm also not going to be covering that until Christmas, which is something else that I'm thinking, oh. The reason for this is because when season 2 comes out in just a few days now, not long to go, I'm going to cover each individual episode from season 2 and compile it into one big video. Now, obviously, by the time I've done this, I'm not waiting till December to compile it into one big video. I want to get it out ASAP. And by the time I've released the full season 2 review video, the Christmas special won't be out. You see what I mean? You see where I'm going with this? So I didn't want to make this now having 2 Christmas specials in it, and then when the season 2 video comes, have no Christmas specials involved, because that just doesn't, that feels uneven to me. I don't want to have more episodes in this video than in the season 2 video. I'm hoping this is making sense. I'm trying to explain it in a way that, this makes perfect sense in my head, but it might not come across perfectly to you. My point is, the Church and Ruby Road and the Joy to the World reviews are coming. They'll be coming probably towards December time, so they're not going to be for now. And then when Gatwa decides to leave Doctor Who forever, I'll compile all of them into one big, every episode of Doctor Who with Shooter Gatwa in it review. And I'll put them in the specific places they need to be. So for example, it will start with the Church on Ruby Road, Season 1, Joy to the World, Season 2, then another Christmas special, Season 3, another Christmas special, and so on and so forth, if it even goes on for longer than that. So that's why I've done it, and it might not be as big of a deal for you as it is for me. I think I've got a bit of OCD, so I'm like, I should cover that and put it in this, because it makes sense, but also then if I do that, then this isn't even, and it's just one big brain F word. So I hope you'll understand why I've not done that, but they will be out at some point. I'm not just going to hang you dry and let you dry. No, hang on. Hang you up and let you dry. So yeah, sorry, forgot to record this bit before then. On to the Devil's Chord. We open in 1925, where a piano teacher is teaching his pupil, a guy called Henry, how to play hot cross buns on the instrument. He then plays the note known as the Devil's Chord. Then out pops Maestro from the piano. Maestro then reveals that Henry's last name is Arbinger, which makes him a harbinger. For a bit of lore, gods send harbingers to warn us of their coming, and Maestro is the god of music. Maestro kills the piano teacher with music notes and starts playing the theme song, which blends into the opening titles. We're then with the Doctor and Ruby in the TARDIS, and Ruby requests to go and see the Beatles at Abbey Road. They come out in their fresh outfits, which, by the way, 10 out of 10 for both of them. They do the walk, and then they sneak into the building in which the Beatles are recording. They sneak into the recording booth, however, something is wrong. The Beatles are singing terribly, and about their dogs called Fred. They go and see Cilla Black, who is also singing terribly. By the way, I don't remember this on my first time round. I don't know if it was like added later or if I'm just stupid, but yeah. They go and see a choir who are also singing terribly. The pair are in the canteen and realise that there is no music whatsoever. No one is tapping their feet, whistling or humming, nothing. Oh look, it's Susan Twist again. Ruby and the Doctor talk to Paul McCartney and John Lennon, where they try and reawaken the personal connection to music, but then they're shut down. Then Maestro starts to appear in reflections like spoons and stuff somehow, I don't really know why. So the Doctor sends a piano to the top of the building, where he then explains to Ruby about Susan, his granddaughter. Ruby then starts to play her own theme on the piano, and everyone starts listening, but then boom! Maestro pops out of the piano and does the giggle, you know, the ha 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 ha. Oh god. The Doctor figures out that Maestro is part of the pantheons of God. Maestro is trying to hunt down the pair as they hide in a basement. The Doctor does some weird Sonic thing where he kills all the sound, and Maestro does a Lego because some old woman decides to play the piano somewhere else. Maestro then kills the woman, and the Doctor dwells on not being able to save the day. Ruby says that she's living proof that the world didn't end back then because she was born in 2004. So the Doctor pulls a Sarah Jane Smith on her and takes her to present day if he doesn't stop Maestro. The pair have a breakdown and Maestro appears. The god of music starts playing the piano, explaining that their dad is the toy maker, you know, remember him? Because they're the toy maker's child, they have the rights to fair play. So they reveal that for the Doctor to destroy them, he must find the right combination of keys, and that will banish Maestro forever. They go back to 1963 and the TARDIS growls again, which is another ongoing story arc from Wild Blue Yonder. The Doctor goes into a recording studio and tries to find the right combination of notes to banish Maestro, but then Ruby's taken by some musical notes. Maestro says that this creature is wrong, and Ruby starts singing the Trickster's theme. Maestro then says that there's a hidden song inside of her, and Carol of the Bells starts playing. If you don't know Carol of the Bells, I'll give you a quick rendition now. Carol of the bells, sweet silver bells, on me knees and the Merry, 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 merry Christmas, merry, 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 merry Christmas. Sign me up for the Interstellar Song Contest. It also starts snowing at this point, and Maestro lets Ruby drop to the floor. The Doctor then grabs the piano that the Beatles will go on to make their biggest hits with, and him and Ruby take on Maestro in a music battle. They win and break Maestro's violin, or whatever that is. The Doctor then plays the right notes but messes up on the final step. The piano gets shoved out the door and the Doctor and Ruby get trapped in some instrument cases. But then Paul and John come round the corner and together they play the right chord to banish Maestro forever. Ruby and the Doctor are saved, and Maestro says the one who waits is almost here, teasing at the season story arc. The Doctor and Ruby go back to the roof where they can hear that music is back. The Doctor warns Ruby that on all of the adventures they go on, there is always a twist at the end. The whole cast then breaks into song, which is quite catchy to be fair. There's always a twist, there's always a twist, there's always a twist at the end. The Doctor and Ruby then go back to the TARDIS using the Abbey Road crossing as a piano before entering. And roll credits. Oh yes! Oh yes! Yes! The Devils Chord. What a good episode. It was definitely better on my second time watching it, like properly watching it for the second time. And as someone who's not personally the biggest fan of music, this episode really did have me hooked. Something that's really funny is when I watched this with my mum, she's a big Beatles fan. And when the Beatles started singing about, you know, I've got a dog, he's called Fred. That's what Beatles music genuinely sounds like to me. Also, I swear that Cilla Black was not in this in my first time watching and second time watching. You know, they show the Beatles at the start singing terribly and then Cilla Black also singing terribly. I've got no recollection of that. I don't remember that at all. I don't remember. Susan Twist is back as well. I am super hooked to find out who she is. I mean, I already know, I've seen the series already, but my point is, if I'm a new viewer, I am hyped now. And my first time watching last year, I was hyped. I was like, okay, who is Susan Twist? Why does she keep popping up in all these places? And is she intentionally doing this? Is she unintentionally doing this? Is it real? Is it not real? Is it a dream? Are we being pranked? Is it just that they ran out of cast members and had to cast the same woman over and over again? Like Russell said, keep your eyes peeled. That's your nose. There were so many theories on the internet about who Susan was that I was just genuinely like stuck I couldn't make my mind up because there were so many ideas online. Is Susan this? Is Susan that? Is it Susan Foreman? No, it's not. But we need to bring her back, please. In the least morbid way, we need to get Susan Foreman back in Doctor Who before she dies. Sorry, I know that's really sinister, I don't mean it to sound like that, but we need her back. Ruby playing the piano was also a good thing that I didn't really fully take in the first time I watched it. Ruby said that she made this song, which is the song she was playing for her friend, I think it was Trudy was her name, after a girl broke her heart, and there was rumour online that Trudy's heart was actually broken by Ruby. And Ruby wrote this song because she felt guilty about breaking Trudy's heart. Is that true? I mean, it wasn't relevant to the story. It could very well be true, but it is just a fun theory at this point. And little fun facts that most of you might not... Well, I say most of you, that's a bit condescending, but some of you might not know that Murray Gold makes a lot of the music for Doctor Who. In fact, he made all the music from 2005 all the way up until 2017, and then he came back in 2023 and has made the music ever since. And each companion has their own theme song. So, for example, Rose's was... Dun, dun, dun. It's not doing me any good. Martha's was... What am I doing? Donna's. That's easy to remember. My point is, Ruby Sunday's theme goes like this. Dun, 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 dun. And that was the song that Ruby was playing on the piano. How cool is that? It's a little Easter egg for some of you that might not know. Yeah, Ruby was playing her own theme from the TV show on the piano in the TV show, which I thought was quite a cool addition. I quite liked it. An issue with me is I find Doctor Who hard to replicate in real life how I'd really feel if these things were happening. For example, on first glance, I don't think Maestro is that threatening. I cannot get in my head. Like, for example, the Weeping Angels look terrifying. Jinx Monsoon doesn't, but it's all about actions, and I think Maestro finally won my heart over in being terrifying when they killed the old woman. The bit that was most sinister for me is not just the fact that they killed an old woman, it's the fact that they went to go kill an old woman and then went to shut the curtains. I don't know why that made me feel weirder about it. I actually felt more scared that they went to close the curtains before killing and then looked at us, and I think, did they wink or smile or something? I can't remember. That was, yeah, really off-putting. Really off-putting. The Doctor took Ruby to the future in this episode, which is something else I really liked. For those of you that don't get the reference, this actually happened in Pyramids of Mars, which, if you haven't seen the series yet, I don't want to spoil it for you, but... So this was sort of an early hint by Russell, I reckon. I reckon he did it on purpose to try and make us not think it was going to happen. But yeah, Pyramids of Mars, Sarah Jane goes, look, Doctor, the world didn't end back then because I was born after now. And the Doctor takes Sarah Jane to the future where she goes, oh no, the world's going to end if you don't save us, Doctor, save us. And the same thing happened this episode. Ruby goes, look, I know the world didn't end in the 50s or 60s, whenever it was, because I'm alive now and I was born in 2004. And yeah, they go to the future, see... everybody's dead. everyone is dead. I like that. That was good addition. I liked it. Cheeky little Russell knows what's going on in here. The TARDIS growling as well was quite cool. This has been happening sort of on and off since Wild Blue Yonder. I think it actually has only happened in Wild Blue Yonder and this episode. But it's been growling a lot recently, and it makes you think, what's this then? Another ongoing story arc. So far, this series, we've got the Master might be coming back because the tooth got picked up in the giggle. Who is Mrs. Flood? Who is Susan Twist? Why does it snow? Who is Ruby's mum? And the TARDIS growling. 6 ongoing story arcs in this whole series, and that's why I love it. I love an ongoing story arc, and it looks like there's more coming in season 2, so I'm excited for that as well. Okay, let's talk about this. Ruby has a hidden song inside of her. It's definitely the Trickster's theme. It is. I'm not gonna do it. There's a lot of singing from me in this episode. I get it's a music themed episode, but let's just cut it there. But Ruby is levitated in the air by Maestro, and Maestro goes, "This creature is wrong. There is a hidden song inside of her." And before Maestro gets Ruby to play Carol of the Bells, Ruby starts singing the Trickster's theme. It might be Russell trying to throw us off. I think there's something big coming with the Trickster, and I would love that so much, as he is one of my favourite villains in the whole of the Whoniverse. Might even be my favourite villain. Growing up, I loved the Trickster. I love the Trickster so much, and if we can get the Trickster back, especially in actual Doctor Who, it'd be class. It would be class. Also, Maestro saying this creature is wrong gets me very excited for what's going to happen in the finale. Why is this creature wrong? Even though if you've already seen the finale like I have, doesn't get explained at all. So I'm still in hope. I'm one of these people who likes to hold on to any little bit of hope they get. I'm still in hope that we have something to do with Ruby in season 2 still. I don't think her story's over yet. I think there's something up with her dad, and that's who we should be worried about. But we don't know, and the chances are it probably won't happen. But I just think there's so many unanswered things from season 1 that it doesn't make sense to me how that was just allowed to happen. Anyway, sidetracking, the music battle at the end, I thought it was very cool and unique. It's something that we probably won't ever see in Doctor Who again, and something that, if I'm pretty sure, I don't think we've seen in Doctor Who before, you know, using music as a power and as a weapon to kill. I liked it. I did like it. I thought it was very, like I say, very unique. Oh, I just whacked something. But I think it was very unique. I think it was also fun. There was a lot of fun involved. It wasn't like a gun battle. This is why I don't like action films. Guns, to me, aren't entertaining. Watching someone shoot something or someone else isn't entertaining to me. I'd much rather watch, like this says, a music battle. So that was good news for me, and I'm very glad we got something along those lines. That's Doctor Who, man. It's very unique in how it does its fighting. Normally it's with words, but sometimes it's something fun, like music. Now, Maestro's death at the end, you know, the one who waits is almost here, gets me excited. Now, I think this episode was originally meant to be episode 6, but they moved it to episode 2 due to, I can only guess, Space Babies being that bad that they needed another one to air at the same time, and they picked this one. So the one who waits isn't actually almost here because it's only episode 2, and the one who waits doesn't show up until episode 7, technically 8, so I don't know. But yeah, Maestro's death I thought was very, very cool. I like how the Beatles were the one to press the notes and get Maestro, press the magic notes to get Maestro banished. I don't know how they knew to do that. I think it was just something dragging them to it. I watched this back, forgot this happened. It made me very, don't want to say emotional, I keep saying emotional. It made me feel, it made me smile, like genuinely smile. I was like, oh, they've done it. They're the ones to do it. They're the ones to stop this happening. And I like that. I really did like that. I thought that was very clever, very smart. It means the same thing. but yeah, I like that. My mum and dad, my mum especially, loves the Beatles. And I never really got into them. But after watching this episode, I thought, yeah, maybe I'll listen to some Beatles music and research what they did. Let's talk about the twist at the end. There was a big twist at the end. You know, the always a twist, always a twist. I watched this with my mum about a year ago. So I watched it once on my own and then once with my mum before my most recent rewatch. And she said that, Sam, you're overthinking it. There's nothing to do with there being a twist at the end of the series. It's because they're doing the twist dance. And I remember thinking, Mum, you're an idiot. Alright, you're actually stupid. Because obviously, Susan Twist is her name. There's normally a twist at the end of a Doctor Who series, and they're singing about there being a twist at the end of all their adventures. So I was right, by the way. I was right, so Mum. The actual song itself is very catchy. I quite like it. I often find myself humming it, you know, like I'll be sat there typing away and I don't think that's ever happened, but for the sake of the video, I'll just say it as. The piano tiles on Abbey Road, I thought was quite a cool feature, considering it's not a zebra crossing, is it? It's just the style of the road. And obviously it does look like a piano. I can see why they've done it, and I think it was a good idea. I liked it. I didn't like it on my first time watching. I thought, oi, what have they done to my Doctor Who? Why is he dancing on Abbey Road's road? But who cares, man? I actually quite like it. Watching it back now, I really do like it. Overall, I really like this episode. I think it was an easy target due to the musical number at the end. I remember waking up on the Saturday that it aired, because I didn't watch it at midnight. I watched it in the morning when I woke up. And people on TikTok were like, I stayed up all night to watch this, and it was always a twist at the end. It's an easy target because of that, but I think the actual episode itself, plot great. Sorry, I've showed 5. Plot great, villain great, character dialogue great, character getting along, flow, I've forgotten what it's called, dynamic, character dynamic, great, ongoing story arc continuing, great. That's it, really, but that's all you really need in an episode. Oh, celebrity cameos, great. Yeah, I loved it. I really did. I think I'm going to rate it a 3.4. 3.4. So Space Babies, I gave a 3, which people are kicking off at. My video at the time of recording has just gone out for Space Babies, and a lot of people saying it was rubbish, or I don't know. Someone said, I don't know whether to feel sorry or happy for you that you enjoy Space Babies. Be happy for me. A lot of people didn't enjoy that episode. I find a lot of happiness in it, so I'm a big fan of Space Babies. And it got a 3 from me, and this is going to get a 3.4. So just under 3.5. I think it's definitely the second weakest for me. Yeah. Second weakest for me. I mean, maybe the finale, but we'll get to that when we get to that. So yeah, there's all that. On to Boom. We open with 2 men walking through what looks like a battlefield. One of the men is blindfolded and speaking to his daughter Splice over the intercom. We meet Mundy Flynn, who is flirting with this other guy called Canto. The man on the battlefield has injured eyes and is worried about being caught by an ambulance. Matey boy who's guiding him falls down a hill and steps on a landmine, and he insta-dies. The ambulance wakes up and look, it's Susan Twist again, guys, it's Susan Twist! The ambulance goes to heal, but instead of healing, kills the poor guy. He screams and it echoes all the way to the TARDIS, and out comes the Doctor, but then the Doctor steps on a landmine as well, and cue the intro titles. Post-titles, we see Ruby exit the TARDIS and hears the Doctor singing. We find out that the Doctor is balancing his weight perfectly on the landmine to make sure that it does not go off. This is extremely uncomfortable, so he sends Ruby off to find an object that he can hold in his other hand to maintain his weight. Ruby finds a dead guy in a tube, by the way, it's the guy from earlier who died in the intro. She has to hand it to the Doctor at the exact moment he lifts his leg off, otherwise the world ends. But anyway, yeah, it's really tense, and then they do it, and it's really cool. The Doctor accidentally triggers a hologram of the dead dude who died at the beginning. The hologram does a monologue where his daughter then appears asking for her daddy. The Doctor and Ruby try and comfort her, but then the hologram pops up and Splice goes to run to it. In doing this, the kid almost falls over onto the landmine. By the way, this kid is way too old to be acting like this. Like, I'm sorry. Mundy appears and starts to threaten the Doctor, but he explains that he's on a landmine, and because he's a Time Lord, he's a much bigger bang than they bargained for. Mundy reveals that her people, Anglicans, are fighting the Castarians. However, they have never seen them. An ambulance arrives because it detects combat, but fear not, the hologram shows up again and shows Splice some photos of when her and her dad went to see some gazelles. The ambulance stabs the Doctor, and Ruby goes to distract it by combating somewhere else. So Mundy says to shoot her arm to make sure that the ambulance comes. Ruby is about to shoot Mundy, but then Canto arrives and misunderstands the scenario and then shoots Ruby instead. The ambulance stabs Ruby and tries to find her next of kin, but it doesn't know. This also teases the story arc of the series again. Oh, and it starts snowing, of course. The Doctor says where there's snow, there's hope, but then it stops snowing as soon as he says that. Mundy and Canto are doing all they can to keep Ruby alive. The Doctor reveals that this is an Anglican landmine and that the Castarians don't really exist. The Anglicans were fighting nobody. The pair are then working on some computer, trying to surrender the war that isn't a war. Canto admits his feelings for Mundy. Yay! But then the computer blows up and kills Canto. Boo! Who? There's a really emotional speech from Kanto's dead hologram. Oh yeah, also some subplot as well on top of this. The dad from the beginning is trying to hack the ambulances as a hologram. They're all glitching, saying thoughts and prayers over and over again. The landmine is giving a countdown for when it blows. The kid starts moaning about his daddy again. Again, way too old. The countdown finishes and it turns out that the ambulances were hacked in time and that the war is surrendered. The ambulance then revives Ruby and the landmine disables. The doctor is free! They all admire the view and the doctor name drops fish fingers and custard. Doc and Ruby get back in the box and a single snowflake enters the scene. And roll credits. Alright then, boom. What have you got for me? Tell me. Well, I'll tell you what I thought of the episode because I've just watched it again for the fourth time. And I liked it. Again, it's hardly ever going to come across that I don't like an episode of Doctor Who. There's very few that I can name drop that I've disliked over the years. This I like. I really like this. Straight away, let's mention the caskets, which are the tubes of the dead people. Delving deeper into this, when you look at the tube, it's like organs and it's weird looking. There's ears in this tube. It's creepy looking stuff, but it's the practical effects that I miss of Doctor Who. This is a physical tube that Ruby's holding. It's not CGI. Millie Gibson is holding a tube and it's got an ear in it. It's got like eyeballs and organs and stuff all in it, and I thought that is cool. That is Doctor Who. I like that. I want more of that in season 2. More practical things. I mentioned it in Space Babies as well with the bogeyman. He's actually not CGI'd. He's a practical monster. More of that, please, but I don't think we're going to get much of it in season 2, but we don't know. An issue I have with the episode, I've just said I love it, and I do love it, but Splice, the actor who played Splice, I don't think did a particularly bad job with the script, but I do think that the actor who played Splice seemed too old to be acting the way that they were acting. By the looks of it, I'd say this actor is between 9 at the lowest, 12, 13 at the highest. That is too old to be acting the way they are. It's hard to explain through here. You sort of have to just watch the episode, and I'm sure if you've seen the episode, you know exactly what I'm on about. There's a lot of just, Daddy, is Daddy here? Oh, my daddy brought me out. Oh, where's my daddy? Where's Daddy? I feel like it would have been better if it was like a 7-year-old, 7-year-old, but then there's too young to... It's a gamble, and I'm afraid this is a gamble I don't think paid off too well. The worst bit for me was the gazelle bit. There's a bit where the hologram of the dad comes back and is like, Splice, sit down and look at some pictures. And the guy shows pictures, and she sat there like, oh, that's when we saw the gazelles and the antelopes, Daddy. That's when we saw them. And I'm just like, Thomas. No, I do feel bad because it is just a kid, and like I say, the kid did a good job with the script. It's just, I feel like, yeah, it's too old to be acting like that. I'm afraid, and I believe that in my opinion. If you like it, you like it. No hate to the kid at all. The kid did a great job. Oh yeah, something else that annoyed me about this, at the end of the episode, like, this is actually funny. So at the end of the episode, the doctor's talking to Ruby about Splice and Mundy and Kanto. And we're talking about, what's going to happen with all the characters. Now the Doctor and Ruby are going. And Ruby says, what do you think's going to happen to Splice, Doctor? And the Doctor goes, oh, I don't know, maybe she'll become future president or something. And I'm just thinking, what? What are you on about, Doc? What are you on about? She's not done anything to become future president. Nothing she's done is worthy of that at all. It reminds me a lot of when Jodie Whittaker's era was coming to an end, and for some reason Chris Chibnall made every character in the show say to Yaz, you know what, Yaz, you're the best person I've ever met in my life. You're not even the best woman, you're the best person I've ever met in my entire life. Like, Jack was saying it, 13 was saying it, Dan was saying it, Graham and Ryan said it. What has Yaz done? What has Yaz done in the whole 3 seasons she was in? Nothing! Apart from queer-baiting us. It reminded me a lot of that. Like, Moffat didn't really give us any reason to think that Splice is going to go on to be future president. All I saw from this episode is that she moans a lot, really loves her daddy, and acts too young for her age. But, whatever. I'm riled up now because I've been thinking about the Chibnall era, so cheers for that one. Ruby's death was really good as well. I liked how, when I watched this for the first time, obviously we know there's something up with Ruby. The whole season arc is Ruby's origin. Yeah, we don't know truly who she is. We believe she's human. I mean, they were scanning at the end of Space Babies at the start of the series from the Doctor. He was scanning her. I don't think we saw definitely what it was, but we believe she's human. But when I see her die, Ruby's not your bang average companion. We know there's something up with her origin. So I'm sat here going, oh my god, is she actually dead? Is she going to die? Is she going to come back somehow? Is she going to regenerate? What's going to happen? I mean, Moffat wrote it out quite well. You know, the ambulances were crooked, then the dad somehow hacked them, and now they're back to helping people. I like that, don't get me wrong, I really like that bit, but when I watched it for the first time, I was like, ooh, wouldn't it be cool if Ruby regenerated, or Ruby did this, or Ruby revived herself somehow, something cool. This isn't a dig at the actual ending, I'm just thinking we don't know much about Ruby apart from the fact her origin is unknown, and that's quite spooky and weird, so maybe something cool will come of it. It didn't, but that's what I thought when I was watching it for the first time. And Ruby not knowing her next of kin is quite sad also. That hit me right here. I also want to touch on this. One of my buddies, Jack Collins, I did a video on his channel the other day where we ranked all of the RTD1 era of Doctor Who, and that is, I'll link it in the description if I remember. If not, just search Jack Collins on YouTube and it'll come up. Great guy. He pointed out something to me that I'd never realised before. So in this episode, there's a lot of thoughts and prayers. That's what the ambulance says. That's what Susan Twist in the ambulance says. Whenever somebody dies or a tragedy happens, Susan Twist will go, thoughts and prayers. And that, apparently, according to Jack Collins, is linked to American politicians when there's a school shooting. A lot of them say thoughts and prayers. I'm not sure if it's linked. That's what Jack Collins said, and I think it's a cool connection that he's made. Not too sure what's going on, if it's actually linked or not, but that's a cool thing that I'd never thought of before, and it sort of puts an eerie take on the whole episode. I quite like it, even if it is just fan theory. I'm not sure if it was confirmed or not, but the Kanto's death was quite sad. You know, Kanto, the Mundy love interest type thing, and the fact that, you know, Kanto admitted his love for Mundy just before he died, that got me a bit sad. And the fact that Mundy never responded, and then in his hologram eulogy, he basically says, like, Mundy, you're my next of kin because I love you, and it's okay that you don't like me back. She never got the chance to reply, and she starts crying, and I start crying, and then that's the spiral. Yeah, I like that. I'm really glad that we got a bit of pulling on the heartstrings, because as much as I love Space Babies and the Devil's Chord, there wasn't much of that in those 2 episodes, and I'm a big fan of that. So more of that, please, RTD, more of it. I like the ambulances because normally, traditionally in our lives, an ambulance is meant to signal safety and health. But in this, it's the exact opposite. They're hiding away from the ambulances. Don't let the ambulance catch you if you've got an injury, because it will kill you. Finding out that the Anglicans were fighting nobody as well was a twist that we don't really see much in Doctor Who. It did sort of happen a bit in The Doctor's Daughter when you find out the war's only been going for 7 days. But this was a good touch. I did like it because we never see the Castarians. We never see them. We hear that they're in the fog or in the mud, but the Doctor seems to not buy it, and then he figures it out. You know, they're not fighting anybody. They're not real. They're not real. And I like that. That was a good twist. Maybe it surprised me even on my 4th watch. So I forget that every time, but yeah, no, that was good. I like that. It was very unique way of telling a story. That's our Moffat, isn't he? That's our Moffat. The fish fingers and custard reference was cool as well. I've tried fish fingers and custard. I liked it. Maybe I was just 7 and obsessed with the show, but when I tried fish fingers and custard, I didn't think it was too bad. And I eat fish fingers a lot to this day, and I like a custard donut, so maybe one day I'll just bite into the 2 at once and see what happens. So stay tuned for that. Moffat also was bombarding us with quotes in this episode. Now, I love a good quote. I'm believe it or not, I quite like philosophy and poetry. So there was some notes I've got here for some quotes he had for the episode. Snow isn't snow until it falls. That was a good quote. I like that one. Noted. Not too sure how I can use it in real life, but it was cool nonetheless. Everywhere's a beach in the end. That was quite cool. He's not gone, he's just dead. It's more of a spiritual one. And I think it also works more that the people in this show, in this world, when they die, they get turned into holograms. It's a bit like Red Dwarf. So they're not gone, they're just dead. So yeah, that was cool. And yeah, I love a philosophical quote from Moffat. Well, from Doctor Who, but Moffat does it greatly. So yeah, big fan. Overall though, I did really like this episode, and I think the only downside for me is the rewatchability. Even though I did just say I got tricked again by the Anglicans of Fighting No One, the rewatchability isn't great, because it is just the Doctor on a landmine the whole time, and Ruby's there. Yeah, she dies halfway through, but then gets brought back to life at the end. There is some deaths and that annoying kid again, but I just think the rewatchability is it's just one setting, and it can get a bit jarring and a bit boring. That I think now I wouldn't just stick this on if I had like a 45 minutes free, because it's very predictable. But that's not a down. It's just a reason to why I wouldn't watch it over something. I would watch Space Babies and the Devil Chord over Boom, definitely. But that's not me saying they're better episodes, because overall I think I'm going to rank Boom a good 4 out of 5, I'd say. That's the highest ranking so far. Now, rewatchability and good episode mean 2 different things. I don't think Boom's got great rewatchability, but I do think it's better than the 2 episodes previous. So, yeah, Boom's going at 4. So, like I say, at the minute, they are going up increasingly. So, Space Baby's at the bottom, then the Devil's Chord, then Boom. Oh, just whacked you, sorry. And then the next one will be 73 yards. And I've got a feeling if I remember it as good as I remember it'll be higher than Boom. I did love 73 yards, even though it was very confusing. I based Doctor Who episodes more on vibes, and the vibes of that episode are very, very good. On to 73 yards. We open and we're immediately put at unease due to the fact that there is no title sequence. The Doctor and Ruby arrive on top of some Welsh cliffs. The Doctor name drops a later Welsh Prime Minister's name, Roger ap Gwilliam, and apparently he's a lot of trouble. The Doctor accidentally steps on a circle made out of string. What is it with the Doctor constantly stepping on stuff this season? Anyway, Ruby starts reading a note that was on the circle that reads, "Rest in peace, Mad Jack." The camera then pans back round and the Doctor has disappeared. Ruby spots an old woman in the distance doing some voodoo magic. Ruby tries to approach, however she realises that no matter how close she gets, the woman is constantly a certain distance away. Can you guess the distance, guys? Ruby then decides to go and try and find the locals, and then she bumps into Susan Twist. Oh my god, it's Susan Twist, guys, it's Susan Twist! Ruby asks Susan to go and speak to the old woman and asks what she wants. Susan approaches after a few seconds and starts running away screaming. Ruby looks confused and then she arrives at a pub. She orders a Coke which costs her £5 and she asks if she can pay with her phone, to which the locals laugh and mock her for what they think is her mocking them. She tells one of them to go out and speak to the woman who is still behind her. One of the locals goes out to talk to the woman, but the same response as Susan Twist from earlier, screams and runs off. Ruby tells the locals about the Doctor stepping on a charm circle and the locals say that she's cursed herself. There is then a knock at the door and the locals convince Ruby that Mad Jack is coming for her. However, she opens the door to find the food supplier man, and she realises that she's been the butt of the joke for the past 5 minutes. The next day, Ruby admits defeat and goes home to London. However, on the train, she notices that the woman is still following her. She tells Carla about this when she gets home, and Carla goes up to the woman and has the same reaction as the others. Carla then gives us this pure evil death stare from inside the taxi, and she then changes the locks on the flat and tells Ruby to leave and that she wants nothing to do with her anymore, and not even her birth mother wanted anything to do with her. Oh look, snow. Ruby is now in a cafe and Kate Stewart appears. Kate says that the unit team will go and talk to her, but there is nothing to worry about because they are all properly psychic trained. However, when they go up to her, again, the same reaction. Even from Kate. Ruby is truly on her own. We see Ruby going on a few dates over the next few years, and she's now 40 apparently. I mean, come on guys, you could have done a bit more. Ruby is on a date with a bloke and suddenly a news broadcast comes on. It's that Roger ap Gwilliam bloke that the Doctor mentioned earlier. He also mentions that his nickname is Mad Jack. Ruby gets a job holding coats for Roger, and Roger admits on a TV interview that he wants to nuke the world, then remembers where he is and asks for it to be cut from the show. Roger invites a random girl called Marty, especially her, to an after party. Roger becomes Prime Minister. We're now in a football stadium where Roger is doing a broadcast later that day. One of Roger's workers informs Ruby that he gets the nuke codes later today. So Ruby goes on the grass and positions herself exactly 73 yards in front of Roger, meaning that the woman is now next to him and makes him run away screaming and resigns as PM. 40 years later, and Ruby has gone back to the TARDIS for one last time before she dies. We then cut to Ruby in a hospital with a nurse. The nurse says goodnight and Ruby goes to sleep. However, Ruby wakes up in the middle of the night to a woman, the same woman as earlier, now stood in her room. The woman gets closer and closer, and then Ruby becomes the woman and is teleported back to the start of the episode on top of those cliffs somehow. I don't know how, and it's never explained. Anyway, Ruby becomes the woman and is now teleported back to the cliffs at the start of the episode. And just before the Doctor steps on the charm circle, Ruby hears a voice saying, "Don't step. Don't step." This causes Ruby to stop the Doctor from stepping on the circle, and this therefore breaks the curse. The Doctor and Ruby then go on to explore Wales and roll credits. Okay, so I'm here again. Hello, it's me, and I'm not even going to wheel in this time because this episode is so weird. When it first aired, I really did like it. I like it on terms of experience, but in terms of episode and writing and storytelling, it's really lackluster. All it does is tell us the story of Ruby getting older, and then all of a sudden she's randomly teleported back to being an old woman when she was young. There's not much that we're given. Like I say, in terms of vibes, the episode is great, and I've actually gone back and watched this episode a few times because I do really like it. But I just think there's so much that's unanswered. If you want my honest opinion, I think that Russell T Davies saw our review of Midnight from season 4, or series 4, sorry. I think he saw all of the viewers go, Midnight was great because we never found out who the people were. So he did that for Wild Beyonder, and he's also done that for this, and gone, well, we're never going to find out what really happened, and that makes the episode. And I think that works for Midnight once, and maybe, yeah, Wild Beyonder, it did sort of work as well, even though it wasn't, the origin of these things weren't really too unknown. I just think Russell needs to leave the big unanswered mysteries in the past now and move on to actually telling good stories. Don't get me wrong, I feel really bad for Russell because not many people really enjoyed season 1. I loved it, and this is definitely a highlight. I just think, yeah, there's a lot that is unexplained, and I'm alright with that. I'm okay with that. I just think less of that in the future, please. So let's talk about Ruby's Apple Pay. This is a big point in the episode that I think Russell was trying to put, that us English folk, or just people from a different land that isn't Wales, seem to think that Wales is far behind on culture and modern day things. So the joke Russell was playing is that because Ruby's in an old Welsh town, she's saying, oh, can I pay with my phone? And they go, what do you mean pay with your phone? I've never heard of that before, man. As if Ruby's gone up to them out of the blue and gone, can I pay with my phone? You know, and they go, well, what's that? I take it as Ruby just doesn't know what time period she's in, and that's how I saw it in the first place. So I get the joke now on retrospective, but actually watching the episode, I was just sort of like, well, Ruby asked the question because she's a time traveler and doesn't know what time she's in. So many of us would have thought what I think I feel. So I don't know, maybe it's not, it didn't hit the nail on the head perfectly. Let's talk about Kate Stewart as well. Now, Kate gives us a sense of false hope in this episode, because normally when we see Kate comes in and saves the day. But this episode, Kate came in to save the day, but ended up failing. And she's under the same spell that everyone else is. The woman possesses her brain to never want to go near, talk to, or associate with Ruby ever again. Yes, I like this. More of this, please. I'd love for someone who normally comes in and gives us hope, you know, like Kate. I mean, it's already been done now. It's sort of hard to do it again. But I like when a character comes in who's meant to give us hope, who gives us hope, but then fails. And it goes against the true narrative. I like that. I'm a big fan of that. More of that, please, RTD. Love you. Now, let's talk about Roger ap Gwilliam. There are some theories that Robert and Ruby are siblings. This comes from the fact that we know Ruby's dad's name is William, and ap Gwilliam literally translates to son of William. So people are connecting the dots and going, well, we know Ruby's mum, we don't know Ruby's dad, but we got a little teaser from Russell in Empire of Death that her dad might be important. Now, we don't want to get false hope again like what happened last season. We know his name's William, and we know ap Gwilliam means son of William, and we know that the whole 73 yards storyline is a bit either unconcluded or confusing to some. There's a big hint in this episode that Roger ap Gwilliam is a offender. Let's just say that. I can't say the full title. You know what that means. So if I take you a little bit back into the episode, there's a bit where Roger invites Marty, who is a lovely, sweet young woman, and Roger goes, Marty, I want to see you at the party. That rhymes. But he probably didn't say that, but along the same lines. And then when Roger finally gets elected as Prime Minister, we see Marty very upset, very scared looking in the corner. And Ruby goes up to her and says, like, oh, he gives me the creeps. He gives me the creeps, Roger. Everyone's happy, but I'm not a big fan of him. And Marty then says, well, he's a monster. Some people on Reddit take this to mean, oh, he wants to nuke the whole world. Of course he's a monster. But I do think Russell's trying to play on the whole assault story narrative here, rather than just he wants to nuke the world. To see a girl looking that scared, you can only assume it's something along those lines. I feel like if you just find out that this guy wants to nuke the world, which plus she knew that before she got invited to the party. She knew he wanted to nuke the world because he said it on the interview on BBC. So we knew he wanted to nuke. She knew that he wanted to nuke the world. So it's not. I don't think it's along the lines of she's upset that he's going to bomb everyone. I think it's more, yeah, he has done an offence on her. And these few words are enough to make me absolutely hate this guy's guts. I hate Roger ap Gwilliam because of this. And it's not even fact. This is heavily backed up by when Ruby realises that, you know, she needs to stop him and she goes on the football pitch. She apologises to Marty and says, look, sorry it took this long. That to me is also like extra confirmation of like, okay, this guy has obviously assaulted this girl. And that to me makes me go, right, Roger, horrible guy, get him away. I don't want to see him anymore. Something that made me laugh in this episode is old Ruby when she's 80 or something and she's in the hospital bed with the nurse. And the nurse says, okay, Ruby, if it gets dark in the night and you want the light to come on, just say light. And Ruby goes, I know, we had stuff like that when I was younger too. in like an old woman voice, and I found it quite cute, because you know old people are cute, aren't they? They are. And it's just, yeah, the nurse being a bit condescending and Ruby being like, well, we had that in my day as well, you know, we had light saying light turns on the lights, you know, this isn't a new tech thing that us boomers don't get. So yeah, big fan of that. Big fan of that. This bit made me genuinely laugh on second time watching. So Ruby, as the nurse is going, right, Ruby, good night, she turns the light off. Yeah, good night, Ruby. Ruby then goes, and she goes, I could make it snow once. I used to be able to make it snow. And the nurse is like, all right, Ruby, good night now, girl. And that made me laugh, because it is the sort of thing an old person says. You're just sort of like, all right, Gladys, yeah, you go to bed now. You can make it snow. Yeah, of course you could, yeah. Night. So that made me laugh. It made me giggle. It did. So let's also talk about the whole premise and how it came about. So the whole point of 73 yards is that is the exact minimal distance away where you can stop making out someone's face. And the way Russell came about this is he literally stood on a pier. I can't remember what pier it was, but he was stood on a pier and he just looked as far away as he could and found out when you can stop seeing someone's face, and then he measured the distance and went, right, 73 yards. I'm writing an episode on this. And I like that. Unique way of coming across making an episode, or just creating an episode in your head. Russell's good at that, and I like the way he did this. And I do think 73 yards is quite creepy. I do think, you know, my theory for Empire of Death last season was that Ruby was her own mother. Because in The Legend of Ruby Sunday, we can't make out who her mum is because she's registering as 73 yards away, which is exactly how far away the woman was in this episode. But that woman then turned out to be Ruby, so I thought maybe that's why we can make her out. I think that's a really good theory, and had a lot of legs, but sadly was let down with whatever cack we ended up with in the end. So some criticism I do have, it doesn't really make sense how Ruby just became this woman overnight. She was just in bed. Now, people take it, and I took it as this first time I watched as well, she died. That's my thought, she died. And when she died, she became this woman. Cool. That still doesn't explain how she's just magically transported into this woman and is now on the top of the cliff. I'm not sure if this is some Welsh folklore that maybe only Welsh folk get. I'm gonna guess that it is part of the circle, that like once you break this circle, you have to live out your whole life with this cursed person following you, and then when you die, you become the cursed person to stop the curse happening in the first place. That's my guess. That's not explained to us, and Russell hasn't even explained it on socials or even in interviews over the past year, so we're just none the wiser. But that's my guess, and I think that is a good enough guess. I'm not a big fan of how Ruby doesn't take anything away from this episode, because it basically just gets wiped and none of it ever happened. But then again, I am a bit contradicted, as in Empire of Death, we see on a screen something like, oh, the TARDIS is 66.6 meters away or something like that, and Ruby says 73 yards, and she somehow knows it. So maybe she does take away things from this episode, and I'm just missing it, and we're all just missing it, and we're all stupid. Again, I really like this episode. I've just slapped right next to the mic. This is going to sound horrible. I like to rate episodes like this on vibes rather than plot and stuff, and yeah, on vibes, it's really creepy. I challenge you to watch this in the dark, because I did, and the bit at the end when the woman's at the end of the hospital bed is terrifying. It scared me. I couldn't sleep. I had nightmares. Is it better than Boom? You're gonna hate me. You're gonna hate me. Yes, it is. I prefer this to Boom. I'm gonna rate 73 yards 4.3 out of 5. Yes, take that on board, you punk. On to Dot and Bubble. We open with Lindy Pepperbean in her bed as she says the title of the episode, Dot and Bubble. A big bubble then opens in front of her, and it's essentially just social media. We're introduced to the Instagram celebrity of this world, who is Ricky September, and by the way, woohoo! The doctor pops up and warns Lindy that she's in great danger, but Lindy swipes away because she's racist. The camera then zooms out and shows a giant slug in Lindy's gaff. We then join Lindy in her office, where she's complaining about having to work a whopping, wait for how long she has to work, you ready? 2 hours a day. Bloody slave labour, that. Ruby then pops into Lindy's social bubble. Ruby proceeds to ask Lindy some questions about what she does for work and in her day-to-day life. Lindy says that she works in an office of 6 people, and Ruby says that she needs to check if the others are in the room as well. But Lindy swipes Ruby off. However, Ruby comes back and demands Lindy looks and sees. Lindy looks over and is greeted by one of those massive slug things from earlier eating one of her colleagues. The doctor then pops back in, Ruby and the doctor tell Lindy that she needs to leave now, but she doesn't know how to walk because she's always had that bubble which walks for her. She manages to skedaddle to the lift, but she finds a slug creature in the lift, but sadly it doesn't eat her. Lindy is now walking the streets. She then reveals to the doctor that just outside of Finetime, which is the town she lives in, just outside of Finetime there is the Wild Woods. Lindy then states that Finetime is filled with rich kids and says that her mummy paid for it. And then her mum comes on the screen and oh my god, it's Susan Twist, guys, it's Susan Twist, oh my god. Lindy tries to warn her friends, and as she does it, her mate Gothic Paul gets eaten. The doctor says that all of the members of Finetime need to get to the river, and when they're there, he will save them. Lindy's bubble runs out of battery, so she needs to find her way to the river on her own. She tries to walk down an alleyway past some slugs, but is about to fall into one. She's about to get eaten, guys, yes. But then, like a knight in shining armor in your movies, here comes Ricky September. He then saves Lindy and reveals that he spends a lot of his time out of his bubble, which is bad in this world. They both arrive at a building and Lindy starts charging her bubble and Ricky tries to make a call to the home world, but finds out that it's been wiped out by the slug people. They go to the basement and find the door to the river. The Doctor and Ruby start giving them the code to the door. Every 10 seconds a number will be said out loud and you need to put it into the keypad. Ricky starts inputting the codes in. Meanwhile, the Doctor and Ruby figure out that the slug creatures are eating the Finetime residents in surname alphabetical order and Lindy is next. Ricky reassures Lindy and says that he will get her out alive. True hero. However, the slug creatures take over the dot and makes it attack Lindy and Ricky. Lindy is about to be killed, but just at the very last second, she reveals to the dot that Ricky September's surname is actually Coombs, meaning that C comes before P and that they should kill Ricky first. So Lindy is free to run off and Ricky gets murdered by the dot. Lindy arrives at the river and reveals that Ricky stayed behind to help others. The Doctor and Ruby tell Lindy and her friends to get in the TARDIS and they will save them. However, they decline because they're racist. They get on the boat that takes them to their death and the Doctor cries and roll credits. Alright then guys, so lots to talk about with this episode. I loved it. I really did like it, and I think it definitely is better for me on a rewatch. The first time I watched it, I thought, what am I watching? This doesn't feel like Doctor Who. It's another Doctor Light episode. We've had 2 of them in a row now, but upon rewatch, I really like it. I think it's quite cool. I like the overall message of the episode being that social media is taking over our lives, it's eating our lives away, and that eventually in the future, we might end up like the people of Finetime. We might just live in a screen, not looking at the real world. I like that. That's a good message, and I'm a big fan of when Doctor Who tries to play on things that happen in our real lives, like for example in Series 8 with Kill the Moon's a giant egg. We have the moon in our sky, we are then thinking, is that a giant egg? We see the people of Finetime living in social media and we go, hang on, are we going to end up like that if we keep living the way we are? Not being able to walk due to the screens is actually a good addition, and it's probably a good prediction for the future as well. Like maybe one day we won't be able to walk because we'll just have screens telling us forward, and we walk forward like that. That's an accurate prediction for the future from Russell, and I think, yeah, it's quite scary. It's a scary thought. Something I've noticed upon rewatch as well is that the slugs are actually the good guys. The man-eating slugs are the good people, wiping out the snotty, racist, rich kids of Finetime. It's sort of a double entendre. Is that the word? A double meaning. You sort of think, oh, these slugs are eating people, they're bad. And then at the end, you realise, well, everyone in Finetime's racist, apart from Ricky September. And yeah, you realise the slugs are actually doing a good job. Speaking of Ricky September, though, he is a dream. He's a dream boy. I'm a straight man, alright, but Ricky September, call me. He does look exactly like Matthew Horn, though. Does anyone else feel that? There's specifically a bit where he's looking and he finds the homeland has been destroyed. He looks at the camera, and I was convinced when watching this he was Matthew Horn. If you don't know Matthew Horn, Gavin from Gavin and Stacey, or Fraser from Bad Education. If you've watched that, that's a good series. Watch that. I like how they made Lindy like the perfect hateable character. I did a video not too long ago on this channel where I did like the top 5 most hated Doctor Who characters, and I think Lindy was my number 1 because she's designed for you to hate her. You're meant to hate her. I mean, normally when we follow someone, especially in a Dr. Light episode, we're meant to be rooting for them. Look at Sally Sparrow from Blink. The whole time we're rooting for Sally to figure out what's going on. We want her to have a happy ending. We want her to pursue her dreams. We want her to find the Doctor in the end. With this, it's more Lindy's a racist weirdo who's rich and snobby and doesn't care for anyone besides herself. I was praying a slug would eat her at some point. I think it just comes down to the fact that at school or work or uni or college or I don't know, you just have a friend, we all know a spoiled rich kid just like Lindy. It's very relatable. When I was watching this, I didn't see Lindy Pepperbean. I saw from my school. I remember that at my school there was someone exactly like Lindy, and I cannot get it out of my head every time I watch this episode. Okay, let's get to the big elephant in the room. Lindy being a racist. When I first watched the episode for the first time, this was a big theory in my head. Is Lindy a racist? Or does she not want to go with the Doctor because the Doctor isn't one of her species or a member of Fine Time? So at the end, I can understand why you'd get that mixed up. I did as well. At the end of the episode, the first time I watched it, I thought maybe Lindy doesn't want to go with the Doctor because the Doctor isn't a member of Fine Time, whatever. But then you go back and watch it and there's so many subtle hints throughout. First of all, there's not a single other black person in sight when it comes, or any person who's not white involved in Fine Time at all. So that's a big hint to start with. Some other ones I've got noted down here is that Lindy gave Ruby the time of day and not the Doctor. So at the start of the episode, the Doctor comes up and goes, "You're in great danger," and she swipes him off to the block list. But then Ruby pops up out of nowhere and she starts talking to her like, "Oh yeah, hey girly pops," or whatever. So that's a big hint. And yeah, again, following that up, every time the Doctor comes on, she tries to swipe him off straight away. She blames the Doctor for all the chaos. She basically says, like, "Are these slugs something to do with you, are they?" Stuff like that. She says, "Oh, I remember you. I blocked you earlier, didn't I? I thought you just looked the same." But no, so, saying, all black people look the same because that's how it works, guys. When Lindy's talking to her friends and telling them that they need to get to the river to be saved, she says that when this is over, he is going to get disciplined, talking about the Doctor, which sounds like what it sounds like, sadly. And then of course the not going with him at the end as well is a big giveaway. She chose literal death over getting in a box with a black man. So, Lindy doesn't sound like the most pleasant person in the world, does she? At the end of Titanic, everyone goes, "Was there room for Jack on the door? Was there room for Jack on this plank of wood that Rose was on at the end?" And everyone goes, "Yeah. There was room for Ricky September in the door." I'll run it back for you now. Lindy is about to get killed by these dots, and she goes, "His surname is Coombs. He changed it to Ricky September when he hit 500,000 followers," or something like that. "C comes before P, kill him before you kill me." She then puts the last code into the door and walks out and looks at him and goes, He could have got out that door in time. He could have escaped as well. I think there was definitely room for Ricky to have got through. That's my thoughts anyway. Let me know if you disagree. Do you think there wasn't room for Ricky September, or maybe prove me wrong? Is it like the dots would have attacked him if he went anywhere near or something like that? But I think Ricky September, come on, you could have easily got out of that situation, mate. You could have done that, I'm afraid. On to Rogue. We open in 1813 with two men walking out of what looks like a chapel. There's some beef between the men, and so one of the blokes decides to kill the other one, but then shapeshifts into him. We're then greeted by the Doctor and Ruby on a ballroom dance floor. Ruby is somehow dancing perfectly despite having normally no coordination. The Doctor reveals that this is due to her psychic earrings. She can set them to different modes for different dance moves, but she should not ever set them to battle mode. The hostess of the party pulls Ruby for a chat. The Doctor makes eyes with King George III from Hamilton and walks to approach. The shapeshifting guy from the start walks up to Ruby and she pies him and walks off. She then admires a painting on the wall and, "Oh my god, it's Susan Twist, guys, it's Susan Twist again, another one, oh my god, it's Susan Twist." The Lord who tried to riz Ruby then ends up peeing off another girl and she runs off and he follows and Ruby also follows as well. The Doctor then meets Rogue as they realise that each other are probably not human. The governess walks outside and is fuming when she finds out that a housemaid is out there as well. But guess what? The housemaid isn't the housemaid and is actually a shapeshifting Cholder too. Ruby is invested in the love blip between Emily and Lord Stilton. However, she falls over some books and ruins the moment between the pair. But then she befriends Emily, so all is okay. Meanwhile, the Doctor and Rogue are walking outside where they come across a dead body from earlier, and they immediately blame each other for doing it. Rogue takes the Doctor hostage by pointing a gun at him and takes him to his ship. Rogue traps the Doctor in a triform trap where they vibe to Kylie Minogue. The Doctor pleads to Rogue that he has the wrong guy, where he finally reveals that he's a Time Lord and Rogue finally lets him go. Ruby and Emily are upstairs in the gaff where they come across another dead body. Rogue enters the TARDIS and Ncuti sings a verse of Pure Imagination. They're both inside and the TARDIS growls again. Overarching story, we find out what it is next episode. I'm so excited, guys. The Doctor reveals that the plan is to use the triform trap to catch the Cholder and send it to somewhere where there is no one else left to harm. The Doctor asks Rogue to go travelling with him and he accepts. The Doctor and Rogue meet up with Ruby and Emily where they all explain everything to each other. They realise that being a Cholder is like roleplay and that they can be whoever they want, so we want them to be them. That's hard to comprehend, The Doctor and Rogue want the Cholders to chase after them, so they're making the Cholders want to be them by causing a scene, basically. So the pair then start dancing, and because it's 1813 and two men dancing is an actual crime back then, everyone is shocked. Rogue gets on one knee and proposes to the Doctor, where he then walks out to cause a scene. The Cholders follow them, and this is where they finally realise that there is more than one shape-shifting alien about. They run and the Cholders chase after them and reveal that their wedding is happening later. Ruby goes to comfort Emily as she's just seen bird people, but then Emily is revealed to be a Cholder as well and kills Ruby. The wedding begins and fake Ruby comes out. The Doctor is so upset that he let this happen. Anyway, the Doctor and Rogue set up the triangle trap and trap all of them in it. However, Ruby reveals that she's not a fake and it's really her. This is because she set the earrings to battle mode and ended up decking Emily in the jaw. Emily then comes through the door with a broken nose. Rogue then chucks Em onto the trap. The Doctor then realises that he has to detonate the trap with Ruby on it. Rogue asks the question, "Can you lose a friend to save the world?" And the Doctor says no, which leaves Rogue to reply, "I know." They kiss a lot, and Rogue replaces Ruby with himself on the trap. He asks the Doctor to find him and then detonates himself on the trap. We find the Doctor and Ruby sat outside in the morning, mourning their friend Rogue. The Doctor pulls out the ring that Rogue gave him and he puts it on his finger. He salutes the sky and roll credits. Oh boy. Wow. Wow. This is by far the best episode of the series for me personally. I love this episode. Everything about it is just perfect. Let's just kick off my list of things that I noticed when watching. So first of all, if you've ever seen Bridgerton, I haven't, but okay, let me talk you through my life story. I watch Doctor Who with my mum. I watch it on my own and then I watch it with her. I don't know if she's interested or just trying to humour me, but we watch it together. And she's also watched Bridgerton. She's also watched that. I've never seen it, but when we watched it, she noticed that there was some modern day songs in the background as classical songs. So I noticed this when watching as well. I noticed Bad Guy by Billie Eilish when Rogue and the Doctor are talking up on that balcony bit. Poker Face when Ruby activated the battle mode on the earrings. There's a few others, which I didn't know, but I can gather they're probably the same. And I thought this was just a fun thing that Doctor Who was doing, but apparently they do that in Bridgerton as well. They take modern day songs and make them classical, and I like that. I think it makes us feel like we're in there and we recognise the song. Because if it's just classical music, most of us don't know what that sounds like, but we do know riffs and instrumentals of songs nowadays, and it's good to hear that be remade into classic stuff, because then we feel like we're part of it, if that makes sense. Jonathan Groff was brilliant. He really made me believe in the character of Rogue. Now, I will always know Jonathan as the Hamilton King George III. That's how I first got to know him, and obviously he's won a lot of awards for his on-stage and on-screen performances. I think he's a great guy, and I would love to see more of him in Doctor Who, but yeah, I think his way of acting is really good, and he really did make me believe that there was this time agent. He's not a time agent. No, that's Captain Jack, which we'll get onto in a minute. He is a bounty hunter, and he made me believe that there was this bounty hunter out there called Rogue who had lost someone and was willing to travel with the Doctor, but was also very courageous, as at the end he sacrificed himself. He made me believe in that character and that it was real, and I love that. Now, speaking of Captain Jack, like I just did, lots of people before the episode even aired, before the series even aired, saw Rogue in the trailers or through leaks or whatever, and just basically assumed that we were just going to rip off Captain Jack, because obviously there's been some controversy over the years with John Barrowman, and if we should have him on the screens or not. I really don't know much about the situation, so I don't really feel like I can comment on it properly, but a lot of people thought we were going to just do Captain Jack again without John Barrowman, and it does sort of feel like that, but it also can be a new character. Like, I could see this being a recurring new character, which I guess is what they mean by redoing Captain Jack, but there are different traits about them. Captain Jack did tend to flirt with everyone he came across, whereas I don't think Rogue's the type to do that, even though him and the Doctor are flirting the whole way through the episode, but I don't think he's the type to just do it to anyone, if that makes sense. I did notice a little contradiction. When Rogue is holding the Doctor hostage with the gun and taking him to his ship, he calls the Doctor Doc, and the Doctor goes, "Ugh, no, don't ever call me that, ever again." Bit less dramatic than that, but are we just forgetting Graham and how Graham called the Doctor Doc in over three series? A little contradiction there. Maybe he just liked it coming from Graham, and the King from Hamilton says it, big no, but the guy from The Chase, he can say it no matter what. When Ncuti started singing Pure Imagination from the Chocolate Factory film, "Come with me and you'll be in a world of pure imagination." Banger. Absolute banger. I love it. It's one of those really nice feel-good moments of Doctor Who. Like, you watch it, you do just feel good inside. Maybe I'm just weird. Okay, going back to Bridgerton, touched on it a little bit at the start. There was a lot of mentions, like physically name-dropping Bridgerton, which I don't think is anything to do with BBC at all. So it's not like they're trying to promote it like Bake Off. That's not on BBC anymore either. What's on BBC? The Traitors. If there was a character, like last series, well, this series we're watching now, Ruby's mum throughout the whole thing is painted to be this like hooded figure. If someone said, oh, she's like Claudia Winkleman from The Traitors, funny joke because it's links to BBC. But I don't think Bridgerton has anything to do with BBC. And Ruby name drops Bridgerton. I counted 3 times, but it might be more, and I might have just missed it. Like at the start when she's dancing with the Doctor, she's like, oh, it's so Bridgerton. And then when Emily and the Lord Stilton bloke fall out, she goes, oh my god, it's so Bridgerton. And then there's another one at some point as well, yeah, roleplay like actual Bridgerton or something like that. I just think, bro, stop name dropping Bridgerton. We get it, you're in an 1800s ballroom. Stop naming Bridgerton. Oh my, Bridgerton. Oh my. Lions and tigers and bears. Let's talk about the ending. It had me teary in my bedroom at 2 a.m. on a Thursday morning. I think, for me, when Doctor Who makes me upset is when it is real and I feel it. People criticise this episode saying that there wasn't enough time to develop Rogue and the Doctor's relationship very well. I think the writers did what they could with 45 minutes. It's hard to adapt a relationship between 2 people over 45 minutes when you've got an A plot, a B plot and a C plot. So, you know, if you don't know what A plot, B plot and C plot is, it's quite self-explanatory. A plot is its own plot, B plot is its own plot, and C plot. Basically, for example, in this, right, the A plot, there's shape-shifting shoulders going around killing people. B plot is Ruby and Emily, they're talking throughout, getting to know each other, and, you know, Emily's supposedly a woman from the 1800s and Ruby's from 2024, and they're chatting and it shouldn't work, but it does. C plot, Doctor and Rogue. That's what I mean by A, B, and C plot. And to fit the Doctor and Rogue growing a relationship into one of the 3 plots is hard to do in 45 minutes. So I don't think it's fair to have a go at that because they did the best they could. There's no way they could have possibly adapted it more. And that's why I really like this episode. And I think it's unfair to judge it based on adapting relationships. Anyway, I don't know where this was going. Yeah, this all started. Anyway, yeah, the ending got me teary because I knew that these people liked each other and I knew they genuinely did care about each other. And the fact that Rogue sacrificed his own life because he knew the Doctor couldn't live without Ruby. Now, we knew halfway through this episode, Rogue admitted that he lost someone and he didn't want the Doctor to lose someone as well, which is quite nice. It's quite a nice little message and I liked that. And it got me a little bit in my room. Right here, in this exact same spot, I was writing my notes. And yeah, if you want to see my notes, by the way, this is what my notes look like on the side. Yeah, anyway, nice one. The new writers are good as well. I think something that season 1 didn't do too great was getting new writers in. Every episode is written by Russell T Davies, bar this one, and boom. Don't get me wrong, I love Russell, and I think he has every right to write 6 episodes if he wants to, but make the season order a bit longer. Because 6 episodes of RTD is good, but I also want some new variety in writing as well. So happy for Russell to have 6 episodes in a 13 episode series like they used to be. Or, okay, 12 episodes and a Christmas special. I'm happy for him to do that, but I just think you do need to get new writers, and especially with the fact that we know RTD isn't probably going to do this for much longer. Like, what, season 1, season 2, season 3, we know he's probably going to write those 3 seasons. Will he stay for season 4? He might do, he might not. We need to get a taste of new writers in. Like, before, we knew when Stephen Moffat was leaving, Toby Whithouse, Chris Chibnall, Mark Gatiss, Gareth Roberts. There's so many people who have written for Doctor Who in the past who could take over now. Sadly, we got Chibnall, it's not relevant. So yeah, getting new writers in is very crucial, and Russell needs to do more of it. There is more of it in season 2, but we need more of it. Again, I've written, could you lose your friend to save the world? We know that the Doctor can't do that. Rogue knows that the Doctor can't do that. The Doctor himself knows he can't do that. Ruby must be terrified and feeling guilty in this situation, but whatever. One final thing I want to touch on is seeing Rogue in future episodes. Now, I would love this because he's not dead. He's just trapped in like an alternate dimension, which is exactly what happened to Rose. He's trapped in a wasteland with some shoulders that will probably eat him, so he might be dead. But I'd love if the Doctor did find him, like he said, find me. But also, I imagine that Jonathan Groff is actually quite expensive, so I wouldn't bank on it. Would I like to see him back? Yes, I would. So please make it happen for us, please. Oh yeah, one thing, sorry, I know this keeps saying one last thing. This is the actual last thing. Rogue mentions in the TARDIS the boss. Now, we heard the Meep mention this in the Star Beast. The Meep says, oh, Doctor, you defeated me, but wait till I tell the boss. And it was never mentioned until here, when Rogue says, ever since that new boss came in. I don't see how Sutek can be a boss. So I'm thinking this might be a season 2 plot point still, ever since, we got that new boss, or wait till I tell the boss. Could it be Mrs. Flood? Could be. Don't know. So I'm excited to find out who the boss is. Is it Omega? That's a theory, so we'll find out. Let me know your theories in the comments below on who the boss is. But yeah, this is by far my favourite episode of the series. I mean, not just Jonathan Groff, but just everything about it I think is just magical, beautiful, great storytelling. My finger's not in shot. Magical, beautiful, great storytelling, great dialogue, great plot twists. I love it. I rank this episode a 5 out of 5. Yes, I do. I know you're looking at me, I do, yeah. No major improvements needed. I mean, like I said earlier, the Doctor and Rogue could have spent longer trying to develop their relationship, but with a 45-minute runtime, they couldn't do anything more. So for that, I'm ranking it a 5 out of 5. I think this is the perfect Doctor Who episode. Sorry, Russell, but you're no... I'm the only 5 out of 5 I've given this series is an episode that wasn't written by you. On to the Legend of Ruby Sunday. We open with the TARDIS zooming through London. It lands in Unit, and the Doctor greets everyone, including new member of the team, Harriet. He then tells them that everywhere he lands, a woman appears. But Unit are already one step ahead and have eyes on her already due to S-Triad being an anagram of TARDIS. Because her name is Susan, Ruby suggests that this could be his granddaughter and ooh, cute titles. Susan Triad is the name of the woman, and she has a software that she's going to give to everyone for free, and the broadcast goes live in 2 hours. We find out that Mel is working for Susan Triad, and apparently Susan is actually quite nice. The Doctor then says that there is another mystery woman, Ruby's mother. Ruby says that she has some CCTV footage on the VHS of the night she was left at the church, and Unit can use their magical technology to sharpen the image. Mel takes a DNA sample by shaking Susan's hand, and Carla decides that she wants to come to Unit too. So Mrs. Flood arrives to look after Cherry. Cherry wants a cup of tea, but Mrs. F goes all weird and breaks the fourth wall with her eyes again. And now, he waits no more. The Vlinx confirms that Miss Triad is a human from Mel's sample. Ruby then arrives with their CCTV footage, and Kate takes the Doctor to a time window. They start the machine up and get projected back in time. Ruby's mum approaches, looking more trickster than ever, and the TARDIS is solid, meaning that its memory is very strong. The Doctor sends one of the colonels to look round the back of the TARDIS to see Wagwan. However, by then, everything finishes and Ruby's mum walks away, and they never saw her face, and all hope is gone. Then the TARDIS has a big glowing red thing around it, and the colonel from Cheetah Mill starts whispering menacingly. Then the whole thing blows up, and Colonel Sexy doesn't even move a muscle. Cheetah Mill is dead, and Kate gives the Doc a death stare. The Doctor then orders Mel to take him to Susan Triad. The Doctor has an anger outburst in the corridor, and Mel tells him to stop whining and fix it. I love Mel so much. The Doctor meets Susan Triad, and she reveals that she doesn't get enough sleep due to bad dreams, and the Doctor unlocks some memories in her head. Kate theorizes that maybe the TARDIS has that red thing around it now, but they can't see it, and that's why it's been growling. Susan goes on air doing her best Theresa May impression. Kate evacuates the building, and the Doctor orders Ruby to be sent to a time window. Meanwhile, Susan has a breakdown mid-speech on air, and Harriet starts monologuing menacingly. The time window activates, besides being broken. Harriet starts talking about a big god returning. Then it's clear that Sutek has hired a graphic designer to make his cool text transition effect. Susan gets converted into this horrifying zombie-looking thing, and Harriet also gets converted into this horrifying zombie-looking thing, and Sutek reveals himself. Susan reaches out her hand, and roll to be continued. And roll credits. It was gone with the wind, but it's all coming back to me. It's all come back to me this episode. I remember how much I actually really did enjoy this series, and this was the definition of getting me hyped. Let's just start off by something that I didn't really pick up on the first time round, and it's when the Doctor first arrives at Unit at the start of the episode, and he greets everyone. It's clear to me that they've got a good bond. Him and everyone at Unit have got a great bond. First of all, he hugs Rose and says, "How's your uncle?" referring to himself, which I quite liked. He then says, "Rose, meet Ruby," 2 different shades of red. He hugs Kate. He compliments Colonel Abraham, Colonel Sexy, on if he's been working out. He then shakes the hand of Harriet. Morris, he meets Morris for the first time. It just feels like one big family to me, and I love that so much. Now, another continuity error, right? Like last time we did this with Rogue. In this episode, Morris calls the Doctor Doc, and the Doctor's fine with it. Now, maybe it's because Morris is a literal child, but he has an issue, big issue with Rogue calling him Doc. But Morris is fine and Graham's fine, so maybe it was just flirting. Maybe I've misinterpreted this. I don't really know what flirting is. I really love the banter between characters as well. I mentioned at the start, you know, the whole like, Colonel, you've been working out sort of thing. But I also love when the Doctor needs to go to a time window to see the CCTV footage. And he says to Kate, "Kate, do you have a time window?" And she goes, "You specifically told Unit in the 70s that we were not allowed time windows." And he goes, "Yeah, but do you have a time window?" And she goes, "Yeah, 2 floors down." I like that. I love that so much. And it just shows, Unit do break rules, but it's not a big deal. And I just think the character dynamic is so good between these two. Ever since they met, they've always had a great dynamic, even through the Chibnall era, alright, even through then. I want to take you back to my first time watching this episode. Now, obviously last year, the episodes aired at midnight on BBC iPlayer. Now, during this, I was on a content trip. If you know what a content trip is, I have multiple other YouTube channels that I run with my friend, and we meet up every now and then, because we don't live in the same town. We have to meet up every few months and film a huge bulk of videos and podcasts, and that goes out over the next few months until we meet up again. This episode came out on a meetup, so it came out at midnight, and we were all up, busy, whatever, drinking, smoking. We weren't smoking, but we were drinking, and we went to sleep. And on Saturday morning, I woke up at like 10, and I was like, "Oh no, I missed it. I'm gonna get spoiled." So I just stayed off social media for the rest of the day until about 3-4. We'd filmed a load of videos, and in between filming videos, we like to have a little nap because we do get tired. It is a lot of energy going blah 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 for like 3 hours. So he went for a nap, and I was like, "I'm taking this. This is my moment to watch Doctor Who." And I watched it, and I was so hyped. I don't get hyped. I'm very much an emotionless person on the outside. I feel the emotions, I don't show them off. But I was like, boom, and I was like in my chair, like freaking out. I woke him up. It was crazy. All he had to say was, "Oh my god, it's Eric from Sex Education." But yeah, I was so hooked. I was so excited to see the reveal. Now, this is where it comes in. Now, we'll talk about this more on the next review, the final episode of this series, because a lot of people think the payoff in the part 2 wasn't great, and it was wrong for Russell to get us this excited. I don't know if I agree, because I watched this episode last week, or 2 weeks ago, for my own personal rewatch, and then I watched it again last night to write the script for this video. I think that the hyping us up is actually a really good thing, because even if the payoff isn't great, we were still hyped. It's better than not being hyped at all and having a bad payoff, or not being hyped and having an okay payoff. I'd rather be super hyped and maybe a little bit let down, because then I watched it back and still felt that super hype. Every time I watch this episode, I still feel that super hype. So I don't think Russell's in the wrong for hyping us up. I don't at all. Okay, let's talk about Mel and why I love Mel. Now, if you watched my 60th specials video, if you didn't, there's a card up here somewhere. Click on it. We can watch the 60th specials review that I did. I loved how Mel ended. We had Mel in the giggle. She was chilling with the nobles. She finally felt like she had a family. If you don't know the backstory of Mel, she doesn't have a family for reasons that are very dark. You can look into it. And she finally found her family in the giggle, in the nobles and the Doctor and the 14th Doctor. But I'm glad they brought her back, because she's very much different to Ruby. Mel is one of the kindest souls you'll ever find, but she does have the ability to call out the Doctor. Take, for example, when he has his little fit and he punches the wall and he's like, "I'm the reason that Colonel died." Mel stands up and goes, "Are you finished?" And that makes me think, oh, okay. This is like a mum telling you off, being like, "What are you crying?" And she goes, "Stop whining and crying about it. Get up and fix it." Which might be Russell T Davies digging at us, the audience, for complaining that Ncuti cries too much. But also, I just think Mel has the ability to call out the Doctor, which is very different to the Doctor and Ruby's relationship, because Ruby, in that situation, I feel would have just sat with the Doctor, put her arm around him and cried with him, which sometimes is good, but sometimes we need the little sharpness between the characters, where the companion goes, "Listen, yes, that man died, yes, it was due to your actions, but you need to get up and sort this now. You need to sort the rest of the world out, and then you can cry about it later." And I like that from Mel, I really do. So let's talk about one of the newest members of the team, Harriet. This reveal took me by surprise. Now, the only reason I didn't suspect that she was part of something, my mum did. When I watched it with my mum, she suspected it straight away. She was like, "Okay, Harriet, she was introduced straight away. She's a new character, there must be something there." And I thought that, but then we also had Morris. And I thought the chances of these two being evil, I don't think is going to happen. So then I sort of convinced myself out of it. But yeah, Harriet, if you don't know, well, you will know because I just explained it, but Harriet is a harbinger. I don't think I actually mentioned it in my episode synopsis just then. So apologies, yeah, I don't think I mentioned that. Yeah, Harriet, her name changed to Harbinger. Harriet Harbinger. Like you remember from the Devils Chord. And we've definitely got one of those in episode 2 of season 2 as well. So I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, the reveal took me by surprise. And I love the whole Harbinger thing going on. It keeps me on the lookout in episodes for, "Are you a Harbinger? Are you a Harbinger? Are you a Harbinger?" Watching at home, you might be. Now, someone pointed this out. I watched a lot of reactions to this episode because I like seeing people get hyped. And when the Sutek reveal happened, a lot of people get hyped. But when Harriet's doing her speech about Sutek destroys all creation and everything like that, you can see a tear coming down her eye. And one of the reactors I was watching pointed out that maybe harbingers, they don't know that they're harbingers. Harriet thinks she's a normal person with a normal life until it's the end. Same with Susan. They don't realise what they are. And that is so sad to me, that these are just normal people, and then all of a sudden, it breaks. They break, and now there's some evil character. And that to me is so sad. And I'm really glad that someone pointed that out, because I hadn't realised that, and I think that's a really good point. Big emotional damage in this episode. Do you think I was family, Doctor? That was sad. I cut deep. I was feeling sad, and it's not even me. But yeah, basically Susan, when she converts into the skeleton person, holds her hand out and she goes, "Did you think I was family, Doctor?" And it's sad considering the Doctor spent a lot of this episode convincing himself that she was Susan, because he plays it off to Kate like, I don't think she is, because the probability of traps rising, but I think deep down he does think that it is, and this is a setup. You know, S-Triad, TARDIS, Susan, it's a way of trying to get him to find her. Just sad, man. Imagine you have no family and you think one of them's come to see you, and it turns out to be your worst enemy you've ever faced ever. Now let's talk about the reveal quickly. Now, Sutek hired a graphic designer to make the S-Triad technology, Susan Triad technology, Susan technology, Sue technology, Sue tech. A lot of people kicking off because the Doctor says it was the wrong anagram, when Sutek isn't an anagram of Susan technology at all. Sue tech is the analogy. Sue, S-U-E-T-E-C-H. Sue tech is the anagram. I said analogy, didn't I? I meant anagram. Sue tech is the anagram, and then the K comes in at the end. So I don't know what to think of that, but I just love the idea that Sue tech sat on the TARDIS like, right, before I make my great reveal, I need to hire a graphic designer to type out Sue tech, Susan technology, Susan Triad technology. And yeah, I find that quite funny. But the build-up was class. Harriet's speech about all the gods was amazing. You know, there is the toy maker, the god of games. There is trickster, god of traps. There is maestro, the god of music. There is the Mara. Then the threefold deity of malice and mischief and sorrow, whatever it is, and something like that. And I like that. That was quite cool. Although I was hoping this reveal would be the trickster. And when she said trickster, god of traps, I was like, okay, well, it's not going to be trickster then, is it? And finally, let's talk about Sutek himself. Now, he looks incredible. Now, I watched Pyramids of Mars before season 1. It was weirdly just one of the episodes I went and watched before the season aired, and I watched it. I don't remember Sutek being a dog. Sutek was a god who occasionally had like a dog face, but I don't remember him actually being a dog. He wasn't even a god back then either, but he was a big enemy, and I don't remember him physically being a dog, which he seems to be throughout this and Empire of Death. I don't hate it because it's clear the Disney budget's come in and he looks well good, but I don't remember him being a puppy dog in the fourth Doctor series, but you know, whatever. So this is definitely my second favourite episode of the series. Now, people say that they cannot rank part 1's too high because it's sort of just half a story, but I'm going to take this on par, just like I did with 73 Yards, and I'm going to rate it based on vibes. And this episode had a lot of vibes and a lot of hype around it, and that's what I love about Doctor Who. So I'm going to rank this episode a 4.7 out of 5. And I mean that from my heart. I do think 4.7 out of 5 is my ranking for this episode. On to Empire of Death. Ooh. So we open where we left off, with Mel and the Doctor escaping Susan and Sutek's dust of death. So Mel and the Doctor finally get away, but everyone else dies. And I mean everyone. Oh, but somehow Ruby's alive though. Everyone is chilling at the time window, and then Sutek appears. He's not killing the Doctor for some reason, and this is because Sutek cannot rest until he finds out who Ruby's mother is. Nah, makes sense. The Doctor and gang dip into the TARDIS, which is somehow here now. But it's the memory TARDIS from Tales of the TARDIS, because that makes sense, and it isn't just them trying to make the most out of this set, which obviously costs quite a lot of money. The Doctor sits and admires the dead universe that he essentially caused. Long story short, Sutek planted Susan Triads everywhere the TARDIS landed, and now all the Susans are blowing the death dust. Okay, you got it? Sound. Anyway, the whole universe is gone besides one woman on a distant planet. The Doctor has a chat with the woman, and the woman has forgot her daughter's name and has now realised that she is dead. She gives the Doctor a spoon because he needs some metal. The Doctor uses the spoon to power a screen inside the memory TARDIS, and it's at this point that Mel starts hearing Sutek's voice in her head. Oh, please don't kill Mel, please. She's my favourite. The screen shows Roger Ap Gwilliam from 73 yards. The Doctor now remembers that Roger made DNA testing compulsory when he was in charge in 2046. So the gang head to 2046 to get a DNA sample of Ruby's mum to show Sutek to hopefully let them go. The Doctor tells Mel to guard the doors. He then gets a blood sample off of Ruby, and then the computer is scanning to find out who her mother is. Then Mel comes in, and now she's completely possessed. Mel takes the Doctor and Ruby to Unit HQ. This is where Sutek is, and Sutek now uses his radiation powers that he used in Pyramids of Mars to try and defeat the Doctor again. I like this callback, it's cool. So Ruby gives in and says she'll show Sutek her mum. Ruby is about to show him, but then she smashes the screen. Ruby and Doc then put a leash on Sutek and then take Doggy for a walk in the time vortex. The Doctor flies Sutek through the vortex, and by bringing death to death, he brings life. And everyone is back alive again. The Doctor is big happy because everyone is alive, but then he is big sad because he must murder now. He lets Sutek go, banishing him into the vortex forever. Talk about deja vu. They're back at unit and everyone is vibing. Morris then reveals Ruby's mother. Now guys, for the past 2 months, we've been bigging up this massive reveal. Who is Ruby's mum? Is she a god? Is she a returning villain? Is she a Time Lord? Let's find out, guys. I'm so excited. Oh, she's just some guy. Alright then. The Doctor takes Ruby to go and find her mother and said that they shouldn't meet as she made her choice a long time ago and Ruby should respect that. However, Ruby doesn't listen and goes in anyway. Ruby and her mum reunite and it's well sad. The Doctor looks sad. Ruby then tells the Doctor that she can't travel anymore due to the fact she has a family now. They do emotional goodbye and Ruby cries, Doctor cries, and we cry. Mrs. Flood is now on the roof in Romana's coat, foreshadowing season 2. Ooh. She bids us goodnight and roll credits. This is the first time I've not arrived at one of these reviews being dead happy about what I've just watched. It's not great. It's not great. But I have theories on how it could have been better. I personally think that this should have been a 3-part finale. So part 1, The Legend of Ruby Sunday, staying the exact same, perfect as it is. Then I think part 2 should explore how the universe is dead. You know, we have the whole kind woman thing. Maybe it's expanded on a little bit more. We have the Doctor realizing universe is dead. Everybody dies at the start. Maybe everyone dies at the end of Legend of Ruby Sunday, whatever. It's not really important. The second episode, just focusing on dead universe, and maybe the gang come up with some plans on how to defeat Sutek. They realize, you know, Roger Ap Gwilliam, he brought the DNA sample in, so, you know, we keep that. They go to the chapel, they fight, they do the DNA testing, keep that. And I think the cliffhanger for episode 2 should have been Mel being possessed by Sutek and the screen saying DNA sample, Miss Ruby Sunday, next of kin, and it's like, oh my god, we're about to find out who Ruby's mum is. Oh, Mel's possessed now, what's gonna happen? Wait a week. That should be the end of episode 2 and the 3-part finale. Then I think the whole of episode 3 should be one continuously long battle between the Doctor and Sutek, because the main criticism for this episode, well actually the main criticism is Ruby's mum, but the second main criticism for this episode is how easily Sutek was defeated by just being taken on a walk, and I can sort of understand. As much as I do like the whole, you know, you bring death to death, you bring life, I think that's quite cool, but I do think, yeah, they are right. Sutek was defeated. For how much he was bigged up to be this massive, insane god of death, he was defeated by literally being put on a leash and taken through the time vortex. So I can get where that comes from. So I think the whole episode should have been the Doctor doing small things here and there, clever things, technobabble, clever things that slowly restore life. So I don't think it should just be one big reset button like it was. It should have, throughout the episode, slowly restored life to all the different planets, and then they all come together. All the planets in unison come together with their weapons and destroy Sutek. I think that would have been a way better ending. And that way, yeah, even if the Ruby's mum payoff wasn't good, we had a good Sutek defeat with all the planets coming together. Even Skaro, we could have had a Dalek cameo of the Daleks destroying Sutek. They all used their weaponry to come together and destroy Sutek. I think that would have been a way better episode, better ending to what we got. Also, this would have meant that with Joy to the World included in season 1, which it is, we would have got a 10-episode series, which is what we've all been wanting. Really, that's what Jodie had, and I feel like we should have had that rather than 8 episodes, but it's fine. So I would have preferred that, yeah. And also I think it would have shut the fans up who like to complain about things all the time. Because let's be real, yes, Sutek's a massive god, and he was defeated quite easily, but that's Doctor Who. When does that not happen? Let's talk about The Kind Woman. It was heartwarming when I watched it for the first time. I watched it on midnight release in this very chair. I actually filmed my reaction. Maybe I could find it and stick it in. My reaction to when I found out who Ruby's mum was. I was very disappointed.
It's just a woman. It's just a woman. It's just a woman. Big reveal. Ruby's mum is just a woman.
Yeah, so The Kind Woman, let's go back to that. I can't be the only person who thought that The Kind Woman was Ruby's mum, and Ruby was the baby who passed away. When she realises that her child is dead, that is like really heartbreaking. Like I got really sad at that bit. Like I was actually sat here like tearing up, really sad. When she gives the spoon to the doctor, being like her only valuable thing left because he needs metal, she gave it to him. Shows she's really kind. And I love that. It works. I love you, kind woman, and I wish you nothing but the best. Although Russell really messed up here because if the kind woman was Ruby's mum, people might have kicked off because we've been bigged up to expecting a big return when it's actually this new character that's announced in the finale. I think that would have made so much more sense. Yeah, the whole church thing, he could have come up with a better reason for. But I think if the plot of this episode is the universe is dead, and the kind woman gives the doctor a spoon, which saves the universe and brings her daughter back to life, and that daughter being Ruby, I think is a way better ending than just Ruby's mum being some random girl. Let me know if you agree with me on that, because I might be wrong, and a lot of people might have preferred how it is and also been let down by that. But I think that would have been a sick ending, having this kind woman actually be Ruby's mum. Like, I'm sure we all thought it. I definitely thought it when I watched it for the first time. Okay, something I didn't like about the episode was Sutek's whole motive. Sutek was about to wipe out all of life, and he did, except the Doctor, Ruby, and Mel, because he wanted to know who Ruby's mother was. What? I'm not buying that for a single second. There's no way this massive god of death gives a single damn about who Ruby's mother is. This random blonde girl that he doesn't care about. And people are saying, oh yeah, but it was because he was on the TARDIS and he's really invested in the story of who she is. He can't rest. And maybe, yeah. But he's been on the TARDIS since the Pyramids of Mars back in like the 80s or whenever that was, 70s. So how on earth are we meant to believe that he didn't come out during the River Song mystery? He didn't come out during the Clara mystery? He didn't come out when Rose came back? What do you mean? I think it would have worked a lot better. There's so many things that could have worked better if Russell had written them slightly better. So for example, instead of saying that Sutek had been on the TARDIS since the Pyramids of Mars, why not say Sutek got on the TARDIS in Wild Blue Yonder when the Doctor sprinkled the salt and that opened the what's the word? The void for the nasty stuff to come in. That would have been a much better reason, and that might have made me believe why Sutek came out to find out who Ruby's mum is. That would have made more sense to me. But no, he just has been there for flipping years somehow. Another big flaw I have with this episode is Sutek's actual ending. It's the same as before. Let's just write it down, okay? This massive god, he wasn't a god back then, but he's a god now. This massive evil thing, the worst thing the Doctor has ever faced, was defeated by the Doctor all these years ago by being thrown into the time vortex. The past 90 minutes of Doctor Who has proven that this doesn't work. He got thrown into the time vortex and then clung onto the TARDIS. Throwing Sutek into the time vortex doesn't work as a way to defeat him. So Doctor, how on earth are we going to defeat him this time? You're just going to do the same thing again and throw him in the vortex again? Alright, yeah, makes sense, that one. I just think, like, come on, man. Like, we should have killed Sutek. As much as, yeah, the Doctor has his moment where he's like, I must kill now, this is bad, and then he chops him off and throws him in the time vortex. I think my plot for earlier would have been better. Get every planet to be restored slowly, and they use their energy, their weapons, to kill Sutek, and we actually see a murder from the Doctor. That would have been more impactful, I think, because it would have shown this god is that bad, he needs to be killed. He needs to be killed, otherwise he's going to just cause mass destruction for the rest of time ever. But maybe I'm nitpicking, who knows? Let's talk about reversing the deaths. You know, Russell T Davies, he loves a good reset button. You know, look at The Sound of Drums and The Last of the Time Lords with the John Sim Master and David Tennant. That whole year, Martha's family's being tortured. Earth is dying. The people are being held hostage. And then what does he do at the end? Reverse the whole year. Let's reverse back a year, guys. And nobody remembers anything. Yeah, sound. I'm not a big fan of reset buttons. Okay, no. I am a big fan of reset buttons, but if they're done correctly. This might be me, you know, trying to, what's the word? Munch my own biscuit. Oh, that sounds a bit grim. What's the phrase? Blow my own trumpet. That's it. Munch my own biscuit. That's my new one now. It might be me trying to blow my own trumpet, right? And I'm not trying to do that. But I think, like I said earlier, if it was a 3-part finale, we could have got the Doctor regenerating worlds slowly throughout the final part, and they all come together to destroy Sutekh. I know I bring this up quite a lot in this video. I just think that would have been far more superior than just click my fingers, everyone's back to life now. Everyone's back alive who was dead before. Yeah, nice. Right, here we go. The big one. The one that I've convinced myself for a year that I actually thought was quite a good ending, but now I'm sort of having second thoughts about. Ruby's mum! Ruby Sunday's mum! The really important woman who's not important, but she is important because she's not important. Now, I just want to say, I actually don't mind this, and I think it's a good ending if it wasn't so bigged up. But I think the point is it was bigged up. That's the point Russell was making. It was bigged up to then be someone so ordinary. That's the beauty of it. We've bigged up this massive person for it to just be someone so ordinary, which I can get on board with. But Russell's whole point of she's important because we think she's important. No, Russell. No. We don't think she's important. We're told she's important by you. I love you. I love you and your writing. I do. But saying we think she's important when we don't. The only reason we think she's important is because you've written that it snows when Ruby's thinking of things. There's a hidden song inside of Ruby. She's a wrong creature. I don't know. And like I say, I do get the whole message and I do like it, but I do just think, like, you could have given us an actual reveal, Russell. It might have been better. It might have put the fans at more ease. I don't know. So it is a bit of a letdown. Yeah, you should have done the kind woman. It was staring you in the face the whole time. Now, this is where I actually cannot defend Russell anymore. This point I'm about to make is my breaking point for this whole series, right? The pointing. We know on the Church of Ruby Road, when that opens, Ruby's mum, let me reenact it, okay? I'm Ruby's mum. I'm walking away from the church. I've left my daughter there. I'm walking away from the church. But then, all of a sudden, I turn around and I point towards the Doctor. The Doctor spawns in his box. I point. We see that in the opening shot of the church on Ruby Road, and then we see it again on The Legend of Ruby Sunday. Why is she pointing? What's she pointing at, guys? She was pointing at the lamppost that was next to the TARDIS that says Ruby Road, because that means she's now named the daughter. What? There's so many plot holes. I'll save the best till last, but let's just begin with this. First of all, there was no CCTV pointing at her anywhere, so nobody's witnessed her pointing and calling her Ruby because she's pointing at Ruby Road. So that's bloody stupid, isn't it? Nobody's witnessed her pointing at this sign, so nobody knows besides her. So if Ruby got named Cheryl or something by the adopted mum, then that whole pointing would have had no meaning, no purpose. Second of all, if you want to name your daughter after the road, write a note. You're leaving her at a church. Just write on a piece of paper and go, "Hi, this is my daughter. I'm sorry, I can't look after her. I need you to take her in, but please just do one thing for me. Name her Ruby after the road." Why are you pointing at a sign that no one's witnessed you pointing at? And the third and most important point, there's not even a bloody sign there in the church on Ruby Road. There's no sign there. What's she pointing at? She's pointing at nothing. There's no sign. Sorry, I don't mean to get wound up. But the whole point is she's pointing at this sign to name her daughter after the road, when in the original episode we see the pointing in, there's not a sign that she's pointing to. She's pointing at thin air. Oh, I'm gonna have like a heart attack. Oh, I've just pulled a muscle or something. Just come on, man. It's just, my only hope is we know Ruby's story's not over yet. I'm hoping there's an explanation that her dad is somebody important, that the sign maybe gets explained and explored more, because it just seems so obviously stupid to not have a sign there and then magically have a sign there at the final minute. That doesn't make a good reveal. That just makes people angry. So I'm sorry, RTD. I love you normally and I don't mean to be slagging off your writing, but like, when something is that obvious, just think, I'll scrap that, or I don't know, we'll just edit a sign in on the Christmas special beforehand. I just think, come on, man, come on. However, I will say the scene where Ruby and her mum reunite in the coffee shop did make me cry the first time I watched it. It made me teary the second time I watched it, and it did make me cry last night when writing this script as well. Do you want to quickly touch on just a couple more things? First of all, Susan Foreman. Where is she? She could have fit so perfectly in this episode. When Ruby and her mum reunite, the Doctor's outside the coffee shop. He looks at the floor. He's like, Ruby's got family and I don't. Well, you do, Doctor. You got a granddaughter. You could have gone and seen her at this point. So, you know, it would have been nice to have him go and see Susan. And to not be, how do I put this? To not be too sinister, Susan Foreman is alive still. She was the first ever companion of the first ever Doctor in 1963, being the Doctor's granddaughter. She's still alive in real life. We need her back before she dies. And I don't want to set that sinister, and if she dies soon, it's nothing to do with me. But my point stands, right? We need her alive. We need her back in the show while she's still kicking about, because she's a staple part of Doctor Who. She was the first ever companion. She's the Doctor's granddaughter. She needs to come back. I'm surprised she hasn't come back already. So I don't know. But please get Susan Foreman back, Russell. We need her. We need her. She's also still involved. She was at the premiere for season 1, for Christ's sake. Just, come on, get her back now. It's time. And finally, final thing to touch on, Ruby and the Doctor's final farewell. This made me cry as well. It was very sad seeing these two depart because, you know, as much as they only had 8 episodes, I was invested and I did really, really enjoy their dynamic and the adventures they went on. So to seeing it all just end was very, very sad. Normally, I don't feel emotions in the moment. I normally feel the emotions afterwards. To quote Peter Capaldi as the 12th Doctor, the day you lose someone isn't the worst. It's all the days they stay dead. And that also works for, you know, TV shows. The day I finished this normally when I finish Doctor Who series, the day I finish it, I'm like, oh, that's cool. But then like 2 weeks later, I'm like, oh, it's finished. It's all finished. It doesn't hit me in the moment normally. It normally takes me a few days or weeks to get used to it. But this did. It hit me in the moment. And it felt very RTD1. It felt very 2005 to 2010 Doctor Who. And I'm all a big fan of that. I'm not a big fan of the fact they cut the Doctor saying I love you too. So Ruby says I love you, and then the shot that was kept in was just the Doctor looking at the console, looking all sad, when the original line was he says I love you too, which would have shown great character development and him showing his emotions more. But it's whatever. Nothing major. Nothing major. Anyway, this was definitely the weakest of the series for me, and it was a big letdown of the overarching stories, I feel. But however, it was fun, and that's all that really matters to me, as long as it's a fun episode with good vibes, and it was. I'm going to rank this episode a 3.7, which is probably higher than others would put it. But like I say, like the vibes were there, it's just the plot roundups weren't great, and in the moment it's more annoying because we know we've got to wait another year for Doctor Who to get some more great plot points. But now that Doctor Who season 2 is around the corner, literally a few days away, I'm not too bothered about this anymore, and I can happily watch these episodes without feeling angry at the outcome. Anyway, that's all, folks. Okay, hello, it's me for a little bonus segment at the end. Thank you so much for watching this far, if you have already. Now, I've given my sort of rankings of like what I'd rate it out of 5 of all the episodes, but I think I'm actually going to do like a factual tier list as well, just as a little bit of bonus content at the end for watching this far. I didn't want to just leave you with re-uploaded content, and also just to sort of round off the series as a whole. So let's begin with Space Babies. Now, Space Babies for me, I'm going to rank this personally for me, okay? This is going to pee off a lot of people, but I'm ranking it for me and not in terms of how good an episode is. I'm talking about how much I enjoy it personally. So Space Babies for me goes in A. It does. There's no lie about it. No meme, no scam, no lie. Space Babies goes in A for me. I bloody love it, and I think it is a very underappreciated episode because it's a bit silly and there's a monster made out of bogies. Who cares? I don't. Let's move on. The Devil's Chord, I think Jinx Monsoon is a big up for it. I think Jinx Monsoon played the role very, very well. The role of Maestro was very key to get that role right, due to the fact that, you know, Maestro, they're a god, and it's important to cast gods correctly with people who can act like a god and make you genuinely believe in the character, and Jinx Monsoon did that perfectly. I believed Maestro was a real god of music, and for that, I'm putting it in higher end of A. I prefer The Devil's Chord to Space Babies. Oh, do I? If I had to pick one to watch, I'd pick Space Babies, but I think I prefer Devil's Chord as an episode. I like the thing at the end with John and the other one from the Beatles pressing the buttons on the piano to destroy Maestro. I like that. Boom! Obviously, this is the Moffat episode. This is the one where the Doctor's stuck on a landmine the whole time, and there's Mundy Flynn. I like Mundy, and is it Canto? The guy, yeah, I think it's Canto, the guy who Mundy's got a love interest with. It gives us a good insight to Varada Sethu for the new season as well. I like their little love romance. The kid's bloody annoying, though. The kid is bloody annoying. The plot overall is quite weak, to be honest with you. I like the episode, but I think the hype is very overhyped. So for me, it goes in B. Personally, please don't attack me. This is my personal beliefs. Okay, 73 yards. It's a sticky one because it's good. It is really good, but it's also... I think it's dropped down on my list. I think I used to think this was the best episode of the series and could go in S tier. But I think it probably could go in S tier still. Yeah, whatever. Stick it in S tier. Dot and Bubble goes in S tier. Let me just say something I like about... let me just say something I like about 73 yards. So just, give something I love. I love the plot. It was very Curse of Clyde Langer from Sarah Jane Adventures. And I love that. So, yeah, I think the overall plot is really good. It's very similar to It Follows, the horror film, but I think it's Doctor Who, so it's better. And it's quite creepy, very scary. I watched this episode on my own in the morning of the Saturday, and I got very scared. But yeah, S tier. Dot and Bubble is a newly appreciated episode by me. I never used to appreciate it as much as I do now. I used to think it was alright, but now I love it, and I think it's becoming a big comfort episode for me. For those who don't know me too well, my big comfort episode of Doctor Who is New Earth. And Space Babies and New Earth are very similar. So Space Babies is always my go-to comfort episode of this series. However, I do now think Dot and Bubble is up there as well. Due to my friend Jack Collins, shout out Jack Collins, got me big into Dot and Bubble. And Dot and Bubble, I think I preferred 73 yards at the top spot. However, up next, Rogue. Rogue is by far my favourite episode of the series, going straight to the top of S tier. Because I think it is the perfect Doctor Who episode. If you've watched this video the whole way through, you'll know my thoughts on Rogue, and you'll know that I think it's bloody class. Right, it's beautiful. Beautiful episode with an amazing story, amazing character dynamics, amazing music, amazing villains as well. People think they're goofy, but it's Doctor Who, man. It's Doctor Who, that's what it is. And Rogue to me is the perfect episode, and that's why it's at the top of S tier for me. Now, The Legend of Ruby Sunday also goes up there. Better than is it better than 73 yards? Yes. Is it better than Dot and Bubble? Also yes. Is it better than Rogue? No. So Legend of Ruby Sunday is staying in S tier, but it's behind Rogue, just above Dot and Bubble, because the hype was there. And then Empire of Death, I'm going to stick in B as well. Would it go C? Yes, it would. It goes in C. All right, I love Russell and I love his writing, but for this, I think Empire of Death has got to go in C, personally. But, that's fine. That's fine. So I'll run you quickly through from bottom to top. At the worst episode, 8th of 8th for the series, is Empire of Death. Then, God, this is going to pee off a lot of people. Then, 7th in the series is Boom. 6th is Space Babies. 5 is The Devils Chord. 4 is 73 yards. Yep, 3. So I was checking if I got that right. 3 is Dot and Bubble. 2 is The Legend of Ruby Sunday. And 1 is Rogue. Ladies and jellyfish, boys and girlies, that is my favourite Doctor Who episode of Season 1. That is my Season 1 ranking complete. We open with loads of different places, and the Doctor keeps bursting in and saying, ham and cheese toasty and a pumpkin spice latte. But then we time jump back to the beginning, where the Doctor's all depressed because he's got no friends. Then we meet this guy, Trev, who the Doctor recruits straight away. But Trev then gets game ended, and the Doctor walks into the hotel room of Joy. There's this briefcase that makes you die if you let go of it after touching it. And Joy accidentally touches it. Oh no. This Silurian bloke dies on the bed. It's actually quite sad. How are they going to get out of this? But then the Doctor walks in from the door and says, I can't tell you anything, Doctor. You've just got to live your life now, and then walks out the other side. And then we get this really lovely sequence where the Doctor lives with Anita and works with Anita for a whole year before going back through the door and greeting himself. Doc and Joy are then back in the Time Hotel where they wander through some doors, and the Doctor abuses Joy verbally just to get a reaction out of her. And we find out that Joy's mum died on COVID year and she couldn't see her because of Boris's cheese and wine party. She is annoyed. Then a massive dinosaur gobbles them up, and then they open this safe and there's a massive ball inside, and then Joy becomes a star, and not just any star, she becomes the North Star, the star that Jesus followed, or something along those lines. The Doctor says the name of the title, Joy to the World, and then roll credits. Okay, Joy to the World was an episode that I enjoyed significantly less than the Church on Ruby Road, the other Christmas special. And I didn't think I did at the time. At the time of watching, I was like, that was a really good episode. But then, I went back on rewatch and it just didn't hit the same. It didn't feel too good, in my opinion. I wasn't too big of a fan of the overall concept. The Time Hotel was cool, the bit with Anita was cool, but just the plot was just a bit naff. It was a bit non-existent, really. There was this briefcase, which I guess was cool, but then what? Literally then what? They open this safe and there's a massive star inside and Joy becomes the star. Anyway, I will say I'm a big fan of the Stephen Moffat titles, you know, the cold open, where we see all these different places and the doctors in all of them being like ham and cheese toasty and a pumpkin spice latte. Because when we see that clip before the episode, we're like, this makes no sense. And I like what Stephen Moffat does. He does it in a lot of his episodes. He really plays with time and the structure of the episode. One of my favourite episodes that Stephen Moffat has ever written is The World Enough and Time. And that episode opens with the Doctor and Bill and Missy on a spaceship, and Bill gets shot. Spoilers, Bill gets shot. And we then cut back to the beginning of the episode and we learn how they got there. For 5-10 minutes we learn the process to them getting there, and Bill's like, okay fine, we'll go, but just promise you won't get me killed. And then boom, we cut to Bill, who's been shot, and the Doctor's face is like, oh no, I've let this happen. So yeah, that's that. But yeah, it was a bit different to that, but it was also quite good. You know, we get the Orient Express, we get like Mount Everest or something, we get the Blitz, and we get Joy entering a lonely little hotel with Anita looking a bit cold to start with. I thought Anita looked a bit miserable. But I later grew to love Anita. That's probably my highlight of the episode. But Joy enters her hotel room, and she's there, and then all of a sudden, a Silurian walks through the door, and then the Doctor walks through the door and is like, ham and cheese toast and a pumpkin spice latte, and then the titles roll, which, yeah, that's the cold open. And then they do that thing I mentioned earlier, where after the titles, we go completely back to just the start. We get the build-up to how that happened. And the Doctor is you know, he's got no friends, he's a bit depressed, he's like, oh, I miss Ruby Roo, I miss her. And I'm not gonna lie, first time I watched, I was a bit upset as well, because I did love Ruby. And I do love Ruby now. And I'm a bit gutted she didn't get an ending. But yeah, Doctor meets Trev, and we immediately grow to love Trev. That's something Moffat's always done. I think Russell does characters better, but I think Moffat makes us care about characters quicker. So Trev was in this episode for 10 minutes before he got killed, and immediately everyone online, and myself included, had this attachment to Trev. We loved him, we think he's a nice guy. And I'm not sure how Moffat does it, but he does it in a way where when this character does die, even if it's 8 minutes after we meet him, is really sad. Really, really sad. But anyway, the Doctor notices something's up with the briefcase, so he follows the Silurian into Joy's room. And I actually quite like Joy in this moment. I'm a bit gutted we didn't get enough of Nicola Coughlan, in my opinion. Like, she was bigged up to be the companion for this episode, a bit like how Kylie Minogue was in 2007. But there wasn't a lot of her, and all the stuff that we saw of her in this, we'd already seen of her in teaser trailers and preview clips and things like that you know, I didn't feel like we got enough of her personally. But I do think when we did see her, like this scene here where the Doctor and the Silurian are sort of debating over what's happening with this briefcase and what's going on, Joy's reaction is very humane, very, very funny, because obviously Nicola Coughlan, very famous for Bridgerton, I think it's Bridgerton, but I will always know her as Claire from Derry Girls, and obviously Derry Girls is a comedy, and seeing her sort of be a bit comedic in the character of Joy was very, very funny. I'm a big fan. And then the Silurian dies, and I must admit, this did make me feel something. I was a bit, again, it's one of those things where Moffat makes you care about characters quickly, and I don't know how, because this Silurian has been on screen for 2 minutes, and immediately I am upset. I'm upset that he's dead. And I felt for him, and he started talking about his family and his kids and where he comes from, and it was like, oh, Moff, what you doing to me, dog? And the Doctor's all confused, like, oh, how am I gonna get out of this? And then he comes through again, and he's like, oh, hello. He doesn't do that. He's like, you gotta learn the long way round, which is another subtle hint to Moff's era, I reckon, because he did used to say that a lot. He'd be like, we're doing this, the long way round, you know, I'm going to Gallifrey, the long way round. Amy, you've got to remember, the long way round. So yeah, it was very, very, very Moffat. But then we get my favourite sequence of the entire episode, and that is Anita! Legend that is Anita. And she was class. And we get these lovely, like, sequences of the Doctor working at this hotel with Anita for a whole year. Because he's got to wait a whole year to be able to go back for the door to open for him to go back to the Time Hotel. And yeah, it was really nice seeing him and Anita bond. You know, he's explaining to her, there's a scene where she's like, it just cuts for like a second and she's like moving statues, and it's like obvious they're talking about the weeping angels. There's a bit where I really like this bit where the doctor picks up a plunger. So he's having to plunge a toilet because he works at a hotel, and he's got a plunger, and he looks at it and goes, "Is this loaded?" Which is obviously a hint toward like a nod towards the Daleks, which I loved. I loved it, man. I did love this whole sequence with Anita, and I was gutted that she didn't become a companion yet. But then again, Ncuti's gone now, so it's like, is she ever going to be a companion? Probs not. You know what I mean? Which I'm gutted about. I am gutted about. But she did come back, so... Anyway, again, we've known Anita for 5-10 minutes, and we already care about her, because when the doctor has to leave her to go to the Time Hotel again, it's very emotional. It's very emotional, the doctor saying goodbye to her. I do have a little nitpick with this episode that it is a lot of just, we meet someone, they die, or they go. We meet someone else, they die, or they go. We meet someone else, they go, or they die. We meet someone else, they go, or they die. Like, you know what I mean? It's just very much like we're just meeting people and then they're getting binned off. It's done greatly, but it just is like, is that the whole episode? This bit also makes no sense. The doctor's trapped to that one hotel. That's just how it works. He's trapped to this hotel. That's why he can't leave. He works with Anita in the hotel. But for some reason he can somehow walk to New York to get through the new door, which makes complete no sense at all. Anyway, he comes back to get Joy, and they open this box, and there's a star inside. Yay! I actually can't quite remember, but there's something to do with Trev, and I do love Trev. Trev's a good guy. I like Trev. But yeah, Joy then becomes a star. She's the star of the show. Big fan of Nicola's performance here. She's very, very good. She's a good... I was about to say she's a good girl. Jesus Christ. I will say I did like the triumphant moment. And looking back now, it's even sadder, because I know what happens at the end. Stay tuned for that. But I found the triumphant moment... Triumph is a good emotion for me. Or like a good... Like, it gets me in the feels when I see, like, a triumphant moment. Oh my god, this is... Yeah. And when Joy is the star of Bethlehem and the doctor shouts up joy to the world, it really does make me like, oh, that's really nice. Like, that is a really nice ending. There were some people complaining, saying that... There were two complaints. A being it's a bit disrespectful to Christianity, which I'm not a Christian. I don't see how it can be offensive, but then again, I'm not a Christian. I just think it's the star. You know, the star wasn't put there by God, or was it? Like, I don't know. Correct me. But from what I'm aware, the star was just there anyway. So if it's just joy anyway, I don't think it adds anything to it. But prove me wrong if I'm wrong. And the other complaint was we didn't need it to say Bethlehem at the end. But we did, because it said throughout the whole episode, wherever you went, it would pop up on screen and say Mount Everest, 1805. Well, probably not 1805, but it would say the location and the date. And it said Bethlehem, 0. And people were like, oh, that was it's too obvious. They've told us. I got it. But they didn't just put it there at the end randomly. It was a thing throughout the whole episode. Come on, did you watch the same episode as me? But yeah, there you go. Roll credits. End of the episode. I didn't mind it. It was more of no, it wasn't. I was about to say it's more of an adventure than the church on Ruby Road, but it wasn't. It was more timey-wimey. Was it? Because the church on Ruby Road's better, I must admit. I didn't think so when it came out. When this came out, I was like, this is miles better than Ruby Road, but no, changed my mind. I much prefer Ruby Road. I'm going to give Joy to the World a 3 out of 5, which is not too bad, not too shabby. That's about a 6-7 out of 10. So do with that what you will. Thank you very much for watching. Have a blessed day. I love you all to bits. And yeah, I'm going to go get some food now. So see you in a grizzle. Goodbye. On to the robot revolution. We open 17 years ago where Belinda's boyfriend has bought her a star. But Belinda doesn't seem too chuffed, and the pair kiss really awkwardly. Jump to the present day now, and we're inside the hospital where Belinda works, and the doctor is spying on her. The doctor is trying to find someone's name via their home address. However, the woman at the desk cannot give away this information, so the doctor shuts the power off. Classic doc. We're now in bed with Belinda in the middle of the night where the room starts to shake. She goes to investigate, and some massive red robots come storming in. The robots confirm Belinda's name and ask her to come with them. They then kill a cat as a threat if she refuses. They want her to come with them back to their home, the star of Miss Belinda Chandra. They take Belinda to their spaceship in the garden and oh my god, it's Mrs. Flood, guys, it's Mrs. Flood, it's Anita Dobson, it's Brian May's wife, what is she doing here? Oh my god, it's Mrs. Flood. Anyway, the Doctor comes running out screaming, Belinda! We're now in a TARDIS chase scene, and here we go. We start the overarching story of this series. Ladies and jellyfish, let me introduce you to the glitches in time. And that's all we know right now. Belinda says that the robots should go and get Alan, who's the man from the beginning, as he caused all this by buying the star, and it has nothing to do with her. Belinda arrives and is being escorted through the planet. She is told to sit on the throne as their one true queen. And we notice that the Doctor is standing in the staff queue. Belinda sits down on the throne and the robots say that she's going to have a wedding. And the robots reveal that Belinda is going to be converted into a machine to live forever as their queen. The rhyming's back. The robots say that their designated historian will now talk, and the Doctor arrives to the scene. Now the Doctor we saw in the garden screaming Belinda was actually 6 months ago for him. He's been living here for 6 months. He tells Belinda, in code, that the robots are faulty and cannot hear every 9th word. He then tells the rest of the people to rebel against the robots, and a massive fight breaks out. The other person here, who was later revealed to be called Sasha, tells Belinda that she can trust the Doctor as in just 6 months they have learned to trust him. She then says to the Doctor, save Belinda and then take me to the stars. Now I'm writing this script as I'm watching the episode, and I bet you all of my money that this person dies at some point in this episode. Okay, never mind, they die literally 20 seconds later. This wasn't even a planned joke, by the way. I wrote that as I was watching and then saw the death. The only predictable thing I saw coming. The Doctor is visibly upset by Sasha's death, but hey, he doesn't cry. He stays strong in the moment like the Doctor should. The Doctor and gang press a big button and get teleported to the Undercity. And for f***'s sake, he's crying again. And more overarching stories, guys. Mundy Flynn starts popping up in the Doctor's head. Belinda cannot believe the Doctor has 2 hearts. And Doc reveals that he was told about Belinda by someone, but he can't say who. This sounds like another overarching story to me, guys. The Doctor reveals that the glitches in time are due to the star diploma, and the fact that there are multiples of the same copy due to the robots going into the future. There is a massacre upstairs in the overworld, and the robots come and find the gang hiding downstairs. Belinda orders the robots to leave these people alone and just take her. And just like that, Belinda goes to sacrifice herself. And then it's revealed that the almighty robot is Alan, the guy who bought Belle the star at the beginning. The robots went back to get him when Belinda asked, and they took him here and have kept him for 10 long years. We find out that Alan probably isn't a nice person, as he likes the power. And we then find out that Belinda ended it with Alan because he was a control freak when he proposed to her on that night. If Belinda holds the diploma, it all ends. But Doc gets the robot Hoover to polish up the diploma, and Belinda takes it and puts them together because she'd seen in a film that this makes a massive explosion. The Doctor pulls her out of the explosion, and they reveal that Alan is now a little sperm in an egg on the floor, and the robot Hoover comes and sucks him up. So yeah, Alan. The robots are now free and give Doc his TARDIS back. Somehow Belinda knows the name of the TARDIS. I'm not sure how, if this is mentioned earlier, but I can't remember now. It's very early in the morning. If not, this will be another overarching storyline. The Doctor still has questions though, like how the robots got the diploma in the future. This sounds like another overarching storyline. Belinda says that he can solve the mystery after he's taken her home. But the Doctor says she doesn't need to go home yet. He also reveals that he's met Mundy, who is just Belinda's family descendant. So to all the people on Twitter, middle finger to you. He says he will take Belinda home, but the god of coincidences didn't like that. So they cannot go back to Earth. They cannot get back to May 24th, which is the date that the season finale begins, by the way, so it's all going down then. The TARDIS is growling like it did last year. The TARDIS disappears and we see a floating, beat-up load of Earth objects, including Belinda's star diploma and a calendar with the 24th of May on it. Ooh! And roll credits. Wow. 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 First things first, right? Ignore the loads of white stuff on my face, right? It's the light from outside beaming through alongside my big lighting here. There's a lot of lights, right? I'm filming this in the day. Normally I do these at night. So filming them in the day during broad daylight, my face is very bright. Bear with. But let's talk about the actual episode. Let's start with the first episode setup you sort of have to do at the beginning of every series. So Space Babies was very in your face. When you watch Space Babies, the first sort of scene with the Doctor and Ruby was very much, "Hi Ruby, let me monologue. I'm the Doctor. I come from Gallifrey. Although I don't really come from Gallifrey, I don't really know where I'm from. Speaking of, this is the TARDIS, a massive thing. It comes from my planet Gallifrey. Speaking of Gallifreyans, we've got the Rani, the Bishop, the Doctor. We all pick titles, sort of things like that. I've had many companions, and I travel through time and space, and I'm like 3,000 years old, but I've actually lived for billions and billions of years. I'm gonna like traveling with you, but not much as I like traveling with Rose Tyler. Oh, and yeah, I also used to be a woman who was really boring and traveled with a load of boring people and had really boring stories for some reason. Anyway, yeah, enough of me slagging all that off. Yeah, this episode did not feel like that. It wasn't a monologue. The Doctor name dropped Gallifrey at some, did he? No, he name dropped he was a Time Lord. I don't think he's name dropped Gallifrey just yet, but he it's better to name drop things throughout the episode rather than monologue at the start. And I get that can kind of be frustrating when writing, because I find that because I write scripts as well, not like I don't actually write scripts for proper TV shows, but I'd hope to one day. For now, I'm doing test scripts, and it is long when you know all these characters have all these different traits. It would be a lot simpler to go, this is da da da, he does da da da, and he also has a mum who does da da da, and he's in the story because da da da. But you have to actually weave it in, and that's part of being a proper writer, which I'm trying to get to terms with. But yeah, it sort of blended it all up into one big smoothie, and then poured the smoothie throughout the timeline of this episode, and I'd much prefer that. Let's talk about Sasha. Remember Sasha, the woman who the Doctor had grown very fond with, not in a relationship way. I'm sure it's a very platonic relationship that they had, but she was sort of like an off-screen companion, a bit similar to Anita from the Christmas special just gone. And I find that I actually like an off-screen bond with a character in Doctor Who. You know, we rarely see it, but I like it because it makes me believe that the Doctor is real, even though, yeah, obviously he's not real, I know that, but my point is, it's nice to see him get up to adventures when they're not on screen, because it makes me believe that the Doctor still has a life outside of the series. When I was younger, I thought every episode of Doctor Who was broadcasted as it happened. So basically I was like, well, why do companions keep travelling with the Doctor when they keep nearly dying every episode? And it's because we don't see the good bits, because that wouldn't make an entertaining episode. So I'm imagining there's lots of good bits as well, which I'm assuming happened with Sasha, and the Doctor promised to take Sasha to the stars once he got out of this. I do think maybe her death was a bit cheap. But then again, it's real. So, I mean, yeah, she could have died sacrificing herself at the end, which I thought would happen when I was writing this. I thought, okay, she'll die at the end or something, just missing out, and the Doctor might shed a tear then. But no, it was actually like instantly afterwards, which is probably more realistic and I think quite better, but who knows? He's got to stop crying though, man. And I get he's been with her for 6 months and it would be sad and you probably would cry. But like Russell, man, the feedback you got was to stop making him cry. And I know you wrote this beforehand, but it was just a tiny scene where he had a tear coming down his face, and I don't mind that, but I think because of the feedback he got last season, he could have cut that bit and it wouldn't have made that much difference to the episode. Okay, let's talk about Manny. If you don't know Manny, he's the guy who I didn't really speak much about in my synopsis, but he very much dislikes Belinda because Belinda got Sasha killed, even though she didn't ask to be here. She didn't ask to be the queen. Manny's got this really toxic vibe towards her the whole episode, and it really made me not like him very much. I'm talking like Lindy Pepper Bean level of like hatred. Okay, the big one, Mrs. Flood. We knew this would happen. I mean, a lot of people haven't seen like a lot of the leaks and stuff, but I'd seen a few leaks over on Instagram, Twitter, just on the internet, and this was one I'd seen, and I sort of wish I hadn't seen it. I wanted the surprise in the episode, but yeah, Mrs. Flood now lives next door to Belinda. This raises an ultimate question with Mrs. Flood. Is there one Mrs. Flood who's moved house, or is there multiple Mrs. Flood that is somehow revealed to be living next to all of the Doctor's companions throughout time? I don't know. She does break the fourth wall again. She looks at the camera and goes, "You ain't seen nothing," and then walks off. Her accent keeps changing as well. At the end of the Church on Ruby Road, she was very Anita Dobson posh, like, "Sorry to say that the Doctor's story ends in absolute terror." And now she's gone back to like the Church on Ruby Road and she was like, "Alright, Abdul, Merry Christmas, you ain't never seen a TARDIS before, have ya?" But we have got word from Russell that she is in every episode this series, so I look forward to seeing her. It's very funny, I've just finished my season 1 analysis and Susan Twist pops up all the time and I go, "Oh my god, it's Susan Twist, it's Susan Twist," and now I get to do it again with Mrs. Flood. It's quite a nice little feature I like having. Now, a theory I've come up with, it's not really a theory, it's just a question that nobody seems to be asking. Mrs. Flood, not Miss Flood, Mrs. Flood. So my question is, that nobody else seems to be asking, who's Mr. Flood? Trying to think in my head, Mr. Water, Mr. Aquaman, is Aquaman her husband? I'm trying to think of, correlations. If you have any theories on Mrs. Flood, leave them below. Up till now, I thought she might be the Rani, but then Doctor Who posted on April Fool's Day that she was the Rani, and I don't think they would announce that if it was true. People think, yeah, double bluff, but I just don't think from a creative point that doesn't make sense to me, and I really don't think she's the Rani anymore. I hope she's a new character, because you can't really go wrong with new characters. I mean, someone will always complain, "Oh, you've bigged Mrs. Flood up to be a returning character and she's not." But like, I feel like you'd get more backlash if you made her someone like River Song and it wasn't that great. I feel like it's a safer bet to make her a new character. And that's what I think she is. I think she's a new character. Is she evil or a villain? We don't know. I thought she might be safe. She might be good. Hang on, I just said, is she evil or a villain? I meant, is she good or a villain? A goodie or a baddie? Let's say a goodie or baddie. Is she a goodie or baddie? I thought she might be a goodie the whole of last series, but now I'm not sure. Now, something I noticed at the end, they're very heavy on the Miss Belinda Chandra. Miss. Mrs. Flood, as I've just said, is very Mrs. So are they connected somehow? Maybe we'll find out. My hand is so white. I'm so sorry. It's that. I've not got blinding curtains anymore. I've not got light cancelling curtains anymore. So you're just gonna have to deal with it. I'm sorry. Okay, the glitches in time. Let's speak about these. Now, knowing RTD, knowing Russell, we're not gonna get any more information until the finale on the 24th of May, I think it is. We'll get hints of it every episode. Shatters in time. We'll get hints of the, you know, ooh, there are forces beyond this universe and stuff like that. But I don't think we're going to get any actual information until, yeah, the finale now, probably. And that's how I like it, by the way. It looks like I'm slagging it off in my synopsis. I keep going, oh, another overarching story. But I like it. I love the overarching stories. They're my favourite bit of every series. It gets me hyped. Monday. Now, I've written this on my list whilst, because obviously I want to get this out ASAP. I've been writing this as I was watching the episode. So I've written Monday, let's hope they don't go overkill. I don't think this is another Impossible Girl story arc. I think the whole Monday stuff is to do with the glitches in time. We shouldn't panic, and I don't think Monday and Belinda are the same person. This was confirmed. Well, it was sort of confirmed at the end of the episode. We don't fully know yet. But at the end of the episode, the doctor basically says, yeah, this is Monday. I met her. She's a descendant of yours, like 51 centuries in the future or something. Now, I don't know if Russell's put that in so we can put it in the trailer so people go, oh, another Impossible Girl Clara story arc, and then just to prove them wrong. Or if it maybe does have more of a meaning. We'll find out. Belinda. I really like her. She's very nice. She has great conflict with the doctor, and she has the ability to be very firm with him, and she's not afraid to sort of stand up to him. Some quotes I've got, some standout quotes from Belinda. There's always a doctor standing back while the nurse does all the hard work. Now, people say that Russell can be very preachy with his writing, but do you not just think he's written that as the perspective of this character, rather than him trying to implement his wokeness into Doctor Who? Like, people need to realise that he's writing characters. Yeah, he writes it, but it's not all his beliefs. She says, alright then, I'm called the nurse, when the doctor says he's called the doctor. I don't need you to fight my battles. That's when this knob, what's his name? Bloody Marty or whatever his name. What's his name? Manny, that's it, Manny. Yeah, this knob Manny basically says that she killed Sasha. When the doctor goes, no, she didn't, it's not her fault. She goes, yeah, I'll fight my own battles. And I like that about her. Ruby would not have done that. Ruby would have started crying probably. And my two personal favourite quotes, the doctor says timey-wimey, and Belinda goes, timey-wimey, am I 6? And when the robots say to Belinda, you've got to marry this robot king, she goes, who am I going to marry, a spark plug? Speaking of Belinda, there's a mini scene at the end when she puts the two scrolls together, and there's like a sort of a pause through her timeline, and we see loads of different faces, and my theory is that these are the missing people from the story in the engine. Don't know, but we'll see. Now, I don't know if it's a different person, or if they tried to make Belinda look old in one of these pictures here. I'll see if I can find it. I'm not sure. If they've tried to make Belinda look older, then they've done a better job than they did with Ruby in 73 yards for this 1 second clip. They've done a better job in this 1 second clip than the whole of 73 yards. Continuity error. The robots can't hear every 9th word, right? But people are talking all the time. So what if they lose track of the 9th word? Is it every 9th word in a sentence, or is it every 9th word spoken? Overall, is it really that deep? No. By the way, this is a straight up iCarly ripoff, you know, every 4th word, that's an iCarly reference. It's essentially what's happened here. So, Russell, I know you're a big fan of Nick. Got my eye on you. The Alan reveal. It caught me very off guard. Now, I don't know if any of you know Ellie Littlechild from Who Culture. You probably do if you watch me. You'll probably know of Who Culture. Ellie Littlechild. That's her real name, by the way. Not just me calling her a child. She went to the premiere when it happened in Leicester Square. And she said before, because she'd seen the episode before it came out, she said that the plot was sort of to be expected, and she saw it coming. This twist, I think she was on about. I didn't at all. This caught me completely off guard, and I'm very glad it did, because it was a good reveal. I felt very, very happy and very satisfied with it. The whole, it's not AI, it's Al, was actually very clever, and I respect it. Very good. Well done, Russell. Pat on the back. And well done to the guy who played Alan as well, because I hate you, buddy. And if you play a hateable character on Doctor Who and I end up hating you, you're doing it well. Look at Lindy, look at Roger Ap-Gwilliam, two people from season 1 who I just cannot stand to look at now because of their characters, and that is good. So overall, I love this episode. The plot, the twist, the character dynamics, the effects, the storyline, the dialogue, everything. I'm going to give The Robot Revolution a 4.5 out of 5. Truly great opener. On to Lux.
We open in an old cinema where it's packed and everyone's watching a documentary about atom bombs. We then see this bloke licking a spoon. He then picks up a new film and puts it in the machine. It's titled Mr. Ring-a-Ding Goes to Town. Some moonlight soaks into the spoon and bounces off it onto the projector. That moonlight makes Mr. Ring-a-Ding come to life. We then pick up where we left off last week. The doctor's asking Belinda about her family, and she says that her mum's a violinist and her dad does something else, I can't remember. But anyway, we find out that they're actually dead, and she really wants to see them again. This is definitely setting up a trickster plot, and I'm all for it. Anyway, the doctor makes a vortex indicator, or he calls it a vindicator, and it will help them land on Earth, because obviously they can't get back to Earth. That's where we left last week. He casts it out and they land in 1952. Now this is where Belinda gets tempted. She wants to stay, obviously you would. So the pair get all dressed up in a spitting image scene of what happened last year. The pair step outside and they are now in Miami, but they notice that the cinema is all chained up. They notice some flowers laid next to the door where someone has gone missing. The Vindicator makes a noise and they can now head back to 2025. But because it's the Doctor, he wants to stay and investigate that abandoned cinema. But before that, they head into a diner for a coffee. When inside the diner, it's revealed that 15 people went missing in that cinema that night. And so Doc and Belinda speak to the mum of one of the boys that went missing. She says that she thought they stopped looking, but then someone delivered that police box earlier, so now she has hope. So the Doctor feels responsible for sorting the whole mystery out. The diner worker reveals that the guy who owns the cinema is still in there, and he plays the films to himself every single night. So the Doctor and Belinda break inside. Doc and Belinda are trying to get the attention of Mr. Pie. We can see him signalling for them to go away, but they don't listen. Anyway, then Ring-a-Ding pops up on the stage and they all go to investigate. We find out that Mr. Ring-a-Ding is made completely out of light, even though he has a shadow. Belinda keeps asking questions and Mr. Ring-a-Ding keeps responding with, "Don't make me laugh." And Mr. Ring-a-Ding then does the creepy arpeggio laugh from the giggle. And the letters fall off of the Harvest Bringer, which then make it Harbinger. It's revealed that Mr. Ring-a-Ding is Lux, the god of light. Reg plays one of the films, and Mr. Ring-a-Ding has to complete his little jingle thing he does. Reg then reveals to the Doctor that he had a girl once, and then the girl went to cross the road, and well, you can guess what happened. But Ring-a-Ding brought her back. By playing the film, she then came back to life. Belinda then finds the 15 missing people, all printed on the film tape. Ring-a-Ding then knocks on the door in a very empty childlike way, saying, "Let me in." Or Charlie D'Amelio, you can take it as you will. Ring-a-Ding comes in and turns the Doctor and Belinda into a cartoon. The Doctor finds out the more sad you get, the more three-dimensional you get, so he starts trauma dumping on Belinda. They return back to normal and start breaking the frame to get out of the picture. A policeman then rocks up alongside the mum they were speaking to in the diner. She is completely switched up now and is full-on racist mode. The officer points a gun at Belinda and the Doctor, and you can't help feel a little bit sad. But then we find out it's a fake reality and they're still in the film. They then realise to get out they need to push the screen. They push the screen and they end up in some die-hard super fan Doctor Who fans' room. It's the ultimate fourth wall break. Something is happening with reality and we need to find out what is going on because this is awesome. One of the people in the room says that they knew this would happen because it had leaked online. Hashtag RIP Doctor Who. I'm watching the episode as I'm recording these bits. What is happening? This is awesome. The Doctor asks the superfans what their favourite adventure is, and they all straight away just say blink, 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 blink every time. This is Russell's way of digging the fans for just constantly loving the old episodes and not loving the new things. It's then revealed that the fans are not real, but the Doctor and Belinda are. And here he goes, he's bloody crying again. Anyway, one of the fans decides to pull the film down and they're back with a white screen. They decide to let the heat from the projector burn through the film, and then they're back in reality. The Doctor then gets tied up by the film tape and dragged up the stairs. He positions him directly in front of the projector and lets the light from the projector pass through the Doctor's body, casting onto Lux, building him a physical body. Might sound confusing, but just bear with. The Doctor tells Belinda subtly that it's now daylight time, so she empties the film tape from all of the reels and is ready to blow them up to let the light come through and destroy Mr. Ring-a-Ding. Because the one thing he never does is go outside because it will burn him. The light touches Ring-a-Ding and takes him up to the stars where he then evaporates. The 15 missing people return home, and Belinda sort of likes the Doctor now. And they head off into the box, and oh my god, it's Mrs. Flood, it's Mrs. Flood! And we cue the credits. But then we come out of the credits, and we see that the people are still alive. The fans, they're still alive. And then we cue the credits again. So let's just start overall with the vibes. I mean, they captured the 50s vibes of a cinema very well. Especially just, even from the opening shot, you can tell this is meant to be a 1950s cinema. And they really did do it well. You know, it just looks like someone's AI enhanced an old cinema video. Like, it just does look like that. So yeah, I was immediately immersed into it. It wasn't like one of those things where it looks really tacky and you've got to sort of make believe that you're there. Mr. Ring-a-Ding looks incredible as well. Just from that opening sequence, we get to see him in his actual cartoon form, and he just
does look real. I went somewhere once, and I can't remember where, but I went to like an old cinema. I think it was probably styled 50s, maybe 60s, or something like that. And I saw a cartoon that looked like Ring-a-Ding. He looked completely like Ring-a-Ding. Russell is so good at creation. He's created this cartoon that looks exactly like a real cartoon would look back then. And I got such big Roger Rabbit vibes from Ring-a-Ding the whole way through this episode. Like when he sat there and he was doing like the whole, like, you can't see my foot, but he was doing the whole like, ooh, I got nothing to hide, stuff like that. And I thought, you know, it looks exactly like him. I also like how Mr. Ring-a-Ding isn't actually evil to start with, and it's Lux, the god of light, that actually bounces off the spoon into the projector and causes Ring-a-Ding, possesses him to be evil. I like the fact that originally Mr. Ring-a-Ding is a nice guy. Now, did anybody else hear Amy's theme? Now, I might be going mad, but I heard a few notes, right? And I was like, I recognise that, but what is it? And I went back and listened. I was like, is it Martha's theme? Is it a previous Doctor's theme? Is it something along those lines? But no, it was definitely Amy's theme, and I definitely heard it. And you definitely heard it as well when Belinda was explaining about her parents. Speaking about Belinda's parents, right, this is a perfect setup for a trickster story. If you missed it in my little synopsis or you haven't seen the episode, by the way, watch the episode because you need to watch it to get what I'm saying. Belinda's parents are dead. We find this out at the beginning of the episode where she says her mum's a violinist and her dad does something else, I can't remember. But we find out that they are dead. Now, I wasn't expecting this at all. I was expecting them to be alive, we'd meet them at some point, but no, they are completely dead. And this is exactly what happened to Sarah Jane, and the trickster took advantage of that and offered her the chance to swap. I'm really hoping we get a trickster story because he's been teased for a long time and he has not been around for ages, so I just want to see him. So please, 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 bring the trickster back, man. He's so good. The Vindicator, or the visual indicator, or virtual indicator, something like that. It's the big stick thing we've seen that is apparently in every episode this series, which I'm all up for. We've seen it in like leaked shots and things, and it is quite cool. It does its job. Its job is to, I can't remember exactly. I've just finished watching the episode, but it like sets a pathway to Earth basically, and that's how they end up in Miami. So they're just a bit off, but yeah, that's that. The Vindicator. It looks quite cool. It's got a cool name. It looks a bit like the Sonic staff, or was it the Sonic? Let's talk about the outfits. A bit like the Devils Chord. How like Ruby and the Doctor just settled into the 60s. Is it the 60s or 70s vibes? They did the same thing in this episode, pretty much shot for shot, which makes me think that maybe reality's being played with. Yeah, it was literally shot for shot. But the outfits, the outfit department team are really good because they have completely nailed 50s outfits here. And they look, I mean, Belinda, let's use their real names, Varida and Ncuti look incredible in these outfits. And I'm not the one to normally point that out. I never really notice things about people, but they looked incredible. And it really added to the episode because I had faith that these existed. You know what I mean? I had faith that this is real. So let's talk about racial segregation. It's a big part of this episode because obviously they're in the 1950s and our lead actors are both non-white, as it's described. If that's offensive, let me know and I'll stop saying it, but I don't know what better ways there are to say it. And in the diner, we see the man who works at the diner basically say he doesn't mind breaking the rules to talk to them and speak to them because technically they shouldn't be allowed in there. But yeah, I like this addition, and the mum whose son went missing, Tommy. It's nice because it shows a different side to racism back then. Now, obviously, I've never been affected by racism like properly. I'm not a racist person, and that's not because of the times. You know what I mean? Like, I don't dislike people because of something as simple as their skin colour, like. And I'd like to think that people like me existed back then as well, and I like that this sort of shows off that. And people might think maybe that takes away from the big deal that racism was back then, but we've had episodes like Rosa and even Dot and Bubble, even though Dot and Bubble is set in the future. We've seen the Doctor get racially abused. I like the fact that now we are seeing that there are some people who we could still have faith in back then. It wasn't every single person was a massive racist. There were a lot, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it was really good back then. I'm just saying I like the fact they've shown that some people were actually willing to break the rules just to have conversation with these people. These completely innocent people who should not be segregated for any reason at all. I like the fact that Belinda says that the Doctor is Scooby-Doo and he replies saying, "No, honey, I'm Velma." I find that quite funny. And later on, actually, did you catch it? I'm just reading my notes. The Doctor called Belinda Fred, which I thought was quite funny as well. You probably did catch it. It's not very subtle. It was just literally in the episode. Let's talk about Mr. Pye, Reginald Pye, who is a real person I've Googled, but I don't know if it's based off of him or not. But I recognise the name, so maybe it is or maybe it's not. I'm not too sure. But I like how he's not evil. I theorise that maybe he's the evil one and Mr. Ring-a-Ding is just the front man for this whole thing. Pye lost his wife and he had a film of his wife, and Ring-a-Ding was able to bring his wife back to life. This is a lot of rhyming. He was able to bring his wife back to life through just the film, which I liked. Big thumbs up from me. I like he's just a normal guy whose life has been taken over by Lux. His life's been taken over by Lux, and because he doesn't want to run away from Lux because Lux shows him his girlfriend, that's an important part of writing. You've got to have a reason as to why a character doesn't do something that isn't just they don't want to or they're not up for it. You know what I mean? And his reason is that he doesn't want to run away from Lux because Lux is bringing life to his dead wife, girlfriend. It's not really said what she is. The Doctor at one point, Mr. Ring-a-Ding starts doing his jingle again, you know, I'm Mr. Ring-a-Ding, and the Doctor goes, cut, and he stops. And then he looks down, he's like, who am I saying cut to? This is an overarching story, right? So, there's no glitch in time in this episode, which makes me think maybe I got the glitch in time bit wrong, and maybe that's not part of the overarching story of this series. But there is definitely more going on with reality, and it does touch on it a little bit later in the episode, which I will get to. But who's he saying cut to? And why is it working? And is reality being played with? And what is going on, guys? There is a theory from the lovely Tharies and many others on this platform who say that the Doctor is trapped in a TV show, which he is, obviously, we've seen on here, and he comes to life, he realises that he's in a TV show, a bit like Red Dwarf when they come back to Earth and realise that they are in Earth. But this sort of does happen in this episode, so maybe I'm thinking it's not an overarching story, it's just a one-off story, which is this. There's a point where the film stops playing in the background, so it stops playing on the screen, and that means that Ring-a-Ding is now free to move, and he's at the door saying, please let me in. That is like spitting image of the empty child, you know, are you my mummy? The tape stops playing, and then he's at the door saying, let me in, and it's like, okay, this is a clear throwback, and I'm all for it. As we know, I'm a big fan of The Empty Child and the Doctor's Answers, one of my favourite episodes of all time. It's in my top 3, I think, up there with World Enough in Time and The Part in Other Ways. They're my top 3. Okay, so the Doctor explains Gallifrey to Belinda in this. At the start, he mentions where he's from. He mentions he's from Gallifrey, and Belinda's like, oh, let's go there. Very similar to how Martha did it. And he's like, oh, not today. But then later in the episode, he realises he needs to get sad in order to become more three-dimensional. So then he starts explaining Gallifrey. And oh my god, oh my word. He does it in a way that isn't trauma dumping to an extent. It is, but it's not like at the start of Space Babies when Ruby walks in and the Doctor's like, right, I'm the Doctor, I come from here, I do this, my name's this, but I don't know where I come from. Oh yeah, this is my mum, but she's not really my mum. Anyway, I come from this planet, I lived here for a long time, I've travelled with loads of people, da 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 da. There's none of that. It's just he needs to get sad, so he explains things that make him the most sad, which is he doesn't know where he's from and his people. He grew up with the dead. I don't know what that was. Okay, let's talk about the police bit. There's a bit where the Doctor and Belinda are still in the film, and they bring the film down, and the policeman comes in. He comes in, and he's like, put your hands up, and then he's like, you're in a wide area. It's not real. When I was watching it, I got really sad at this bit, because I thought we were going to get some, like, dark turn to the story. But luckily, it was just a little switcheroo, fakeroo type thing. And, yeah, I'm glad about that, because I like... This episode is very dark, obviously, but it's also got a lighter tone, because it's about light. But I do like it, and I do like that bit not being real, because the woman switched up as well. The woman was like, I knew he was up to something, but like, I don't know, it made me a bit sad, but it's not real, so it's fine. The Doctor Who fan bit, where he breaks through the TV and he's in the fan's house, is a really good way of Russell connecting with us, the viewers, by putting us in the episode. Even though, you know, overall it's meant to be, oh, they're not real, but the Doctor is real. We are real, the Doctor's not real. But Russell made some subtle digs at us, like saying how we're all annoying, and that all our favourite episodes are Blink. We're not willing to give the new things a try, but I'm hoping this episode can change some things. I like the whole hashtag cancel Doctor Who. That was very, very funny. Just overall, I think it was class. The ultimate fourth wall break, as I'd like to call it. So when the Doctor and Belinda go into the film, it feels very much like they're in the Toymaker's corridors, you know, and they're just sort of walking through all the different bits. That, to me, feels exactly like when the Toymaker, when the Donna and the 14th Doctor are walking through the Toymaker's sort of, like corridors. I don't know how to explain it. They go through all the doors. Reminds me a lot of that, so, yeah. The arpeggio was a nice touch as well. Very similar to Maestro, both episode 2 as well. What's going on with 2s? And let's talk about Mr. Pie finally letting go of his old girl. He sets fire to everything. He saves Belinda's life as well. He tells Belinda to get out. And he sacrifices himself and dies with his wife. No, he dies to go and find his wife, which is very nice. He's the true hero of this episode. I got to the end and I thought, Mrs. Flood's not been here. We were told that she was meant to be here, and then she pops up at the end and I'm like, oh, hey Anita, how you doing, love? And that's it. That's the episode. Oh yeah, the people came back. The 15 people, I forgot to write that down. The 15 people came back at the end, which reminded me a lot of what's the second part to Silence in the Library? Forest of the Dead. It reminds me of Forest of the Dead when all the people come back at the end after they've all been saved to the computer. Okay, hello, it's me again. Now at this point, like I said in this video, I was away. so I just wanted to wrap up the video like as quick as possible because I was in someone else's house, so it just felt a bit off. But yeah, I'm here now to give you my scoring, so I forgot to give you a score on this episode. I did give it a scoring on the podcast, but I thought it'd be better just to jump in now and tell you now that my rating for this episode was a 4.8, which is incredible still. Out of 5, by the way. I always rank out of 5. Everyone does out of 10. I feel like 10 is too big of a, from 0 to 10 is too big. 0 to 5, perfect. 4.8 out of 5 for me. Let me know what you thought of the whole series in general in the comments. And yeah, on to The Well. We kick off where we left off last time with Belinda and the Doctor trying to get home. But they can't do it, and Belinda suggests that Earth might be broken. They eventually land 500,000 years in the future. They change clothes and join these lot as they fall into a pit. The pair land and Belinda sees her first new planet. The Doctor then gets friendly with the gang but then reveals that the Vindicator is done. They can return home, but in traditional Doctor Who fashion, they're stuck for at least 5 hours. The space gang reveal that they're here to retrieve one last life form, stuck inside an old mining base. They keep searching and find loads of dead bodies around the base. We do, however, find a survivor sitting on a box. She reveals that the other crew went mad. Belinda offers to help her and the Doctor goes to the engine room. On arrival, they discover a well that goes 5 miles deep beneath the planet's crust. Belinda and Mo are talking, but then there's a jump scare. Belinda thinks she's seen something. The Doctor and the other gang are looking at some CCTV footage of the final moments of the crew, as they're all warning about something from the well. Belinda and the rest of the investigators start to see the thing again. The Doctor breaks all the clues down and realises that he is in fact on a planet from his past. Midnight. The Doctor then enters the big room where one of the investigators is dead and Alice says that there is something behind her. If you go behind the thing behind her, you die. The knobby guy who wants to kill Alice raises himself from second in command to first. He then circles Alice, leading her to turn around, and then the monster starts killing off the gang. This leader woman, chief person, tells Alice to turn back around and then kills off the ego Don. The Doctor reveals that we cannot take Alice. She has to stay because of the entity on her back. The Doctor addresses the creature and it's revealed that the creature knows his name, and the reason Alice survived is because she could not hear it. Alice is deaf, by the way. The Doctor realises that the exit is behind the entity. The head woman starts firing the pipes where mercury comes flooding out of it. Mercury is reflective and reflects the monster's view of itself. The monster seeing itself forces it to let Alice free. They all run to the airlock, but it can only hold 6 people at a time. 6 of them head off, leaving the Doctor, Belinda, Mo and Chief behind to catch the next one. However, there's a boom. The lift clears, but the Doctor says they cannot risk it. He thinks it's here. Belinda then reveals that the entity is on her back. The Chief reveals that if they could just shoot the entity, then it will travel to her and the rest could leave. She tries this and misses. Belinda is dead. Mo tries to bring her back to life via Belinda's own guidance. Meanwhile, the Chief realizes the thing is on her back, so throws herself down the well. The Doctor assures Belinda that she is fine. Mo is speaking to the top dog and oh my god, it's Mrs. Flood, guys, it's Mrs. Flood, it's Mrs. Flood. Mo is speaking to Val, where Val notices something behind Mo. And roll credits. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, it's happened. It's finally happened. It's finally happened and it wasn't terrible. The hood is coming down. The sonic shades are going on because, guys, this was incredible. First of all, let's just start off slow. Let's start off slow with the TARDIS translation. Again, I keep comparing things this series to last series. Last series, in Space Babies, the Doctor just monologued the whole time. Ruby, no, he's not Northern. Ruby, I'm a Time Lord. I come from da-da-da. I do this, I do this, I do that. I come from here. I do this. The TARDIS, it translates. We go everywhere. This, the Doctor subtly dropped in that the TARDIS translates, and it feels right. It feels better than just dumping everything. And I say this every single week of this series so far, but it's something I'm noticing. It's something that I do really like and I think is good. And Brittany was playing as well as they were changing clothes, so you know, that's always an up. Now they exit the TARDIS and they're on this like ship where they're all about to jump down and save the person in the well. Now, they didn't seem to care that the Doctor was there. They obviously cared when they reached the bottom, but when they first exited the TARDIS and the TARDIS just appeared, they just didn't care. Maybe it's the thingy field. I've forgotten what it's called now. I always say it. The protection field, perception filter, that's it. Now the Doctor and the Captain or Chief, I'm not actually sure of her name, but she was great in this episode. Right, I'll get onto her in a little bit. The cold look the Doctor gave her when she said hope is irrelevant. This is actually something that made me not like her, and I would have liked if at the end when she sacrificed this, well, she did sacrifice herself, she'd have said something like hope is always good or something like that, and that would have circled it back round. Because this phrase here made me really not like her as a person, which I I take back now. But again, like I say, we'll get onto that later. Now, this is interesting. When they're discovering all the dead bodies on the base, the doctor says, he picks up one of the dead bodies, well, not picks up, but looks at the head of one of the dead bodies and goes, broke his neck. Now, this immediately for me goes, weeping angels. They've been speculated to be in this episode, like most things have, because Russell has kept this a bit quiet, obviously for obvious reasons. So we've been speculating, you know, obviously Midnight Entity, Flood, Vashanarada, and to be fair, like, some people said the Weeping Angels. I didn't see it, but after this comment, I was like, oh god. He said broke his neck, and then after like a 3-second pause, he says, broke his everything. So I think that was Russell's way of sort of teasing us a little bit that it could be angels, but it's not. Okay, this is the first proper standout moment of the episode for me. So the Doctor and gang have found Alice. Yeah, Alice. Now, Alice is a deaf person. Okay, and the thing that I've always wondered about deaf people in Doctor Who is the TARDIS could not translate deaf. It cannot translate sign language. It's not possible. Unless somehow it is. They could probably make it possible. Somehow their hands move for just the deaf person to see. But I like the fact that the Doctor has gone out of his way to learn sign language. It just includes more people, and that's always good in Doctor Who, and just good in life in general. You know, the one language that the TARDIS cannot translate is probably sign language, so it's nice to know that the Doctor went out of his way to learn to do it. By the way, just before anyone comes at me and says, it's the TARDIS, the TARDIS translates sign language. It doesn't, because Belinda can't do it. Belinda cannot do it. She specifically says she can't do it in this episode. So I like the fact the Doctor's gone out of his way to do that. Now let's talk about Alice, right? She was very, very good. I think I've seen on it, like on posts and things and press releases, that she is the first deaf actor to be in Doctor Who ever, which is great. Great step forward. Love that. I think she was very good at what she did. She played the role very, very well, and I totally believed this situation. I like the fact there's a twist on it, right? People might not like the fact that, oh, you get a deaf person in and then make the whole plot based around the fact they're deaf, but I think it's more inclusion rather than including it for the sake of including it. Let me know what you think of that in the comments, and let me know what you think of the episode overall in the comments as well. Now, I filmed my reaction to this episode, and as soon as this Alice person appeared on my screen, I had some things to say. If you want to see my full reaction, I might post it at some point. I don't know. Did I just say I could already see Doctor Who Twitter and like just toxic places for the show just blowing up at the fact there's a deaf person in this episode. Oh, bloody hell, my Doctor Who are bloody bringing in deaf people. Bloody hell, why? Like, it makes it so much harder for me to watch and enjoy the episode when there's all this sign language going on. God, man. Grow up, dog. My reaction to the Midnight Entity was very cool. Oh my god.
It's called Midnight.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Now, Alice's position on the ship was chef, and she says a thing in the episode where she says, I didn't even cook. I just opened a protein meal and added some salt. Is this a dig at gym lads? I don't know. I hope it is, because that would be quite funny. I would find that very, very funny from Russell if he did that. Okay, let's talk a bit more about the overarching story. We did not have a lot of overarching story in Lux, but in this, there's a lot of it. So these people that we're with are technically humans. I think they're from a sister planet of Earth, and the Doctor's like, oh, you're a sister planet of Earth, you must know about Earth. And they go, no, what's Earth? Your tests are weird. We don't know what Earth isn't real. But what's happening to Earth, guys? What's happening? Russell is so good at what he does. Like, he's so good at it. It makes me, I just want to skip ahead to May 24th and see Wagwan. Something that not concerned me, but made me feel a bit like, what? This episode is when Belinda goes to heal Alice. Right, why is she doing that? Why is she healing Alice? We've literally learned over the past 5 minutes that Belinda knows nothing about this medicine and knows nothing about these people. So why is she doing it? Surely they have a medic on site for this rescue mission. I don't know. She pulls it off though. Fair play, Belle. And here we are, the moment. The big, big moment. The Midnight Entity. I cannot believe that it's back. Like, seriously? There were so many hints to it, but knowing Russell, he also loves a red herring, and I didn't know if it could happen or not. Like, I just thought maybe it would ruin it, but he's done it perfectly. Now, what I don't like is in my reaction, I pointed this out as well. You can actually see the entity at one point. Like, if you pause it, like one of the jump scare bits at the start, if you pause it, you can see like a black ball. And I didn't like that very much. I feel like that sort of took away from it a tiny bit. But it's not noticeable unless you pause, but I don't think they should have added that. Now, I watched Midnight back last night in preparation, because I thought, just in case it happens, I might as well watch Midnight again. I love the episode anyway. It's definitely in my top 5 episodes probably, and it's such an iconic monster in the Whoniverse that definitely deserves another sequel. Well, a sequel. But like I say, that's showing the black thing, and also the fact that we know it's sort of invisible, I think does take away from the sort of eeriness, because our brains are always going to be scarier than what's shown to us. I think maybe if it was like, unless it is and I missed it, I think maybe if it was like the entity has eaten something or done something to disguise itself and make itself invisible so no one could see it. I don't know if that's what happened. If that did happen, then I take everything back, and this was great. But I think if it didn't happen, that should have happened, and that would have made us feel like we aren't just seeing an invisible creature. You know, when we hear the banging outside the shuttle ship, whatever it's called, the Crusader 50 in midnight, when we hear the banging outside, immediately our brains go, well, is this like a Lazarus experiment creature? Is it an invisible creature? Is it a cat? You know, what is this creature? We don't know. And our brains will always wonder what it was. Whereas in this, I feel like we've seen it's invisible. It sort of maybe takes a bit away. Not too sure though. Let's talk about the chief. I call her the chief, the leader. I don't know her name. I don't know if we don't know her name on purpose or if it's like, you know, the whole, we didn't know the hostess name. I think we did know her name, I just missed it, so apologies, but I really liked her. To start the episode off, I didn't like her after the whole, you know, hope is irrelevant thing. I thought, right, toss you, you're an obed, don't like you. But that sacrifice at the end, what an incredible, she does her duty. I love officers in Doctor Who. Now, I don't like guns, and neither does the Doctor, so when there's always someone who's got a gun, I'm like, oh great, you got a gun. But, whacked you. I like Doctor Who soldiers and officers that stick to their duty and sacrifice themselves, because it shows that overall they're not terrible people, it's just the life they've gone down. And finally, the ending. Actually there's Mrs. Flood as well, but you know, there's not really much to say about her. I don't think is she a god? I mean, she talks about the Vindicator. What's going on with the Vindicator? I don't know. If you want to hear us talk about more about Mrs. Flood, I've got a podcast coming out tomorrow or Monday with my good friend Jack Collins, where we'll sit down and talk about this episode. So make sure you tune into that as well. But let's talk about the ending. It ended on a cliffhanger again. We assume that the entity dies with the chief when she throws herself down the well. We are then proven wrong because the entity is now on Mo's back, which is good because it makes us realise that the chief sacrificed herself for nothing. And it also makes us realise that the entity just can't die and the entity's still out there and it's on Mo, someone we care about. So, Midnight Third Call, whoever it's called, don't know. Will it happen at some point? I hope not. I think let's leave it now, Russell. Let's leave it. Don't get too power hungry, please. So yeah, overall, I really loved this episode. Very, very much. It gave the Midnight Entity the perfect sequel, you know, without having to spoil its origin or proper intention. It's just pure horror. So I'm going to give The Well a 4.6 out of 5. Truly great episode. And on to Lucky Day. We open with fireworks as the TARDIS materialises in 2007. Belinda and the Doctor come out of it and Doc finds 50p on the floor. They then meet a young boy called Conrad, and Ncuti gives Conrad the 50p and he runs off to show his mum. But his mum hates 50p, so bashes him round the head. We now cut to Conrad 18 years later talking about the time he saw the police box on his podcast. And surprise, Ruby's a special guest. Conrad is talking on his podcast and says that he saw a blue box a second time last year. We flash back and he gets splooged on by an auton, then creepily spies on the Doctor and Ruby, where Ruby gets an antidote for the alien goop. He then takes a photo of Ruby entering the TARDIS and then posts her online like some missing person. So she's pretty much forced to come on the podcast. Conrad admits to her that he thinks Unit is fake, and him and Ruby go for a romantic quickie. Coffee. Ruby says that the splooge creature has come back after a year because Conrad didn't take the antidote that she took. So Ruby gives him some and he confesses his love. They then go for dinner. Bloody hell, Pete, you love a good love story, don't you? Carla's back. Woo! Cherry's back. Woo! They're on a date a few weeks later and they kiss. Louise, Cherry and Carla are at the table and reveal that Ruby and Conrad are going to a village. And they're all at a pub now, but the lights are flickering. Ruby rings Kate and Kate says that there are no actual faults in the area. And she checks and the creatures are locked away. The lights fully go off and there's a screaming from outside. Conrad reveals that he did not take the antidote that he was meant to. And Ruby goes for some fresh air. Then Conrad joins her, and they catch a glimpse of the creature, but fear not, Unit are here. They fire at the creatures and find out that it's all a hoax. Conrad then pulls a lance and mugs Ruby off to her face and to the Instagram Live, revealing that he's the big boss of the hoax. He's on Facebook Live, destroying the reputation of Unit. Conrad gets bailed in court and leaks the addresses of all Unit employees, so they all move into the Unit Tower building. But there's a mole inside, and they let Conrad through, and Conrad comes in with a gun. He then insults the Brigadier. Too far. Kate then opened the Shriek's door, and because Conrad didn't take the antidote, he gets mauled by them. But then Ruby saves him, but then he gets mauled by them again. Sadly, he'll live. We see him in prison as we hear a warp. He's now inside the TARDIS. The Doctor grills him, but Conrad's still a massive knobhead. But then the guard arrives. Oh my god, it's Mrs. Fuck! And she lets Conrad out of his cell. And roll credits. Okay then. Okay, let's talk about this. Ignore the fact it's Rudolph season. I don't know why. Just allow it, man. Just allow it to be there. I'm going to put on my shades because I'm cool. The first thing I want to start off by saying is, how is Belinda not tired or hungry or need to go to the toilet? She's been traveling for days straight now. Yeah, I suppose there might have been like 30 seconds in between episodes, but majority of the time these episodes pick up off the back of each other. Like, they're very much continuous. We're halfway through the series now and she's not yet had a sandwich or gone for a wee or slept, you know what I mean? These are all natural human instincts, so what's going on there, guys? I also love how 2007 is like a good flashback year now, when like 2007 was when Doctor Who was at nearly its peak, you know what I mean? So it's cool that they can go back to that now. I like that, you know, because when I used to watch Doctor Who in 2007, well, I didn't watch it then, but when I was watching it like 2011, we'd see flashbacks to like the 80s or the 70s or the 60s, and I'm like, well, there are people watching who lived in those times, but I'm not one of them. But now I am one of them. Now, was there autons in that scene or not? Because I'm not gonna lie, I've been convincing myself over the past few weeks that there were going to be autons in this episode, just for a little glimpse. I did mention it in my synopsis as a little joke, but I can't tell if there was. There was a bit where I looked and I was like, well, are these mannequins moving or not? I'm not sure, but I would have loved if there were autons, just as a little hint towards the 20 years of New Who, which I feel like would have been easy to put in, especially in this episode where there's mannequins everywhere. So I was a bit let down that there weren't autons, but then again, that's my own fault for thinking that, so I can't really blame the people who wrote it and the people who made this for not putting autons in. But I do think it would have been a nice little nod to New Who, as obviously the autons were the first monster back when Doctor Who came back in 2005. So it would have been nice, but we don't think we got it, unless we did and I'm wrong, so prove me wrong in the comments if you think that. Something else I saw online was that when Conrad is taking a picture of Ruby, it's behind the wall, he's sneaking behind the wall, that is the same filming location as The Empty Child, when, you know, the child's like, "Mummy," to Rose, it's that same location, which is cool. I love when Doctor Who reuses locations, because I can look and go, ooh, that. I actually saw this a while back and forgot, so it was cool that I realised today. That could have been a cool cameo as well for the 20th anniversary. You know, Conrad takes the picture of Ruby, and then he just hears, "Mummy," and he's like, what? A little flaw. Yes, I suppose it's the same sort of thing as the spacesuits last week. Like, how did the Doctor and Belinda know what spacesuits to get into? This is quite similar. How did Ruby just have a spare antidote lying around for this weird creature gunk? Like, how did she just have one? Obviously, the caveat to this point, or the answer to this question, is Unit. She got one from Unit. But I don't think she has, because when she rang Kate, it seemed like Kate was like surprised at the call. So who knows? Maybe she just kept one, or just maybe it's because the writer wrote it in and didn't think of a way around it. Another thing I love is when Ruby is on the podcast with Conrad. Conrad like confronts her about aliens and stuff, and she's like, "Well, we all know aliens are real," and I love that. Because I hate when Doctor Who has a massive alien invasion, right, on mainly London, big alien invasion on London, and then the next week when it's all solved, everyone's like, "Aliens? Pfft, they ain't real." And we just have to pretend that the population don't know aliens exist. Like, how many times have the Daleks taken over? Too many. So I'm glad that they acknowledge that, but how long before some other writer decides to undo it, and then we're stuck with, "Ooh, aliens aren't real." You know what I mean? Also, something that annoyed me, I do a podcast myself, and the thing about this, what annoys me, right? I'm recording this in the morning. There's a window there, and that window, because it's the morning, is very bright on my face. So I have a whole lighting pole here, which I normally light up behind me. That actually looks quite better, actually. I might keep it like that. It's annoying that this lighting always like makes me look too white, right? I'm big on lighting. When it comes to filming my podcast, which I do, there's a lot of lighting involved. But why on earth on this Lucky Day podcast are they filming with the lighting facing that way? What sort of logical sense does that make? You don't have the lighting facing... That's stupid. That's like me getting my lighting pole here and just having it come into the shot. Like that. That's like that. Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. Messed it up now. Messed it up. But yeah, I just find it mad why the lighting is facing, like, poking out a specific way. Like, what? But a big up from me. Kate and Colonel Sexy together. Yes, please. We sort of knew it would happen because in the Empire of Death, we saw it sort of hinted, you know, they held each other's hand, and I was like, oh, supposed to, and now they're actually together. Assuming so. They're still keeping it a secret from Ruby. Now, a downside I do have to this episode is because there's no B plot. If you don't know what a B plot is, I think I've mentioned this before. You have an A plot, which for this episode is units a hoax, aliens aren't real. And then you have a B plot, which could be the Doctor and Belinda doing something, trying to get back to Earth, but they can't for some reason. There's no B plot in this episode. It's very much 73 yards, straight on, story continuing. It makes it feel quite slow at certain points. For those who don't know, I write scripts as well, and I do write Doctor Who scripts, not for the actual show, just for my own pleasure, which sounds a bit odd. And I've written one, and the one I've wrote has 2 plots. It has an A plot and a B plot. If you want to read it, there is a video on my channel where I tell you how you can read it, so go find that. But the other script I'm writing at the minute is very different, and it is sort of like this, continuing on and on and on. And I finished the first draft, and I went, this feels like it's too slow to you know what I mean? Like, it felt like it was dragging a bit. Like, I'll get onto it in a minute, but the whole alien fight scene at the end, it just dragged. So I've gone back and I've done a second draft, and I've added in different bits to sort of add to the storyline, but they're at different rooms, different scenes, even if they all contribute to the same story. I'd have loved more unit when Ruby's away, and then eventually they come together, but the whole pretty much first half an hour of this episode has no B plot. It's just continued story, which sometimes work, but I just feel like it was dragging at certain points. However, I do love the scene where Unit get exposed on the Facebook Live. I love how sad it is for Ruby. It makes you really feel connected to her, because we already feel connected to Ruby from last series, but you look at her, she's really upset about all this stuff going on, and you can only help but feel for her, and I do like the way that made us connect with her. I think that was very, very good. Trinity Wells is back. I tell you what, the smile that I got and the shout that I let out when I saw Trinity Wells on my screen again. Yes. And if you're a little punk out there and you don't know Trinity Wells, she was the big news anchor in America on, was it Fox News or CNN News? There was some sort of news thing back in the 2000s era. And every time there was an invasion, it was Trinity Wells was on CNN News or something, and now she's got her own show. Yes, I know she was in The Giggle, whatever, but The Giggle was nearly 2 years ago now. We're seeing Trinity again, which is good. I love Trinity Wells. More of Trinity Wells, please. And I loved the Brigadier reference as well, because he doesn't get talked about enough, or maybe he does. I suppose he was mentioned in The Legend of Ruby Sunday last year, and obviously there was the whole Cyberman salute thing from Death in Heaven. But like, when I was younger, not so much at the minute. I tell you what, I'd love to get back into it, but I find it more difficult now I've grown up. But when I was younger, I was a big classic Who fan, and I loved John Pertwee. He was my favourite out of all of them. And my favourite episodes were the ones with the Brigadier in them. I just love him as a character, and I think he makes me believe that character exists, which is a big part for me, because my brain's not very indulging in things that I see. I sort of can always tell this is a TV show, which is probably why I struggled to get into Classic Who now, because it feels more like you have to have an imagination to watch it, because the sets are wobbly, because it's in 4:3, some of it's in black and white, it's quite slow, you know what I mean, stuff like that. But I'd love to get back into it. I might start watching the Pertwee era all over again. Now, I like the clever payoff of, obviously, the fact he didn't take the antidote is the reason why he died, but don't you think it did go on for too long? I know I've dug into this already, so I won't go too deep into it, but it just felt like it was dragging. There was a lot of, guys, stop it, and then there's a monster going, meh, but it's that for like 5 minutes, and I'm like, guys, come on, we could cut this down, cut it down. But it was a clever payoff. I'm not sure about the full ending, because nothing's really changed. They've sort of just all ended up in the same situation that they were originally. Like, oh, Unit's a hoax. Well, it's not, and we find out it's not, which we already knew, and that's it. And yes, I know Conrad's in prison, but we didn't know of Conrad before this, so nothing's changed for us as the viewer. But I did like how they didn't let Conrad die, because that's what Doctor Who's all about. There's no killing. I mean, there is, and it's very easy. I did think when Kate was like, well, I'm glad the Doctor's not here because he'd stop me doing this. I thought she was going to kill him. And I'm like, I like when Doctor Who goes dark, but we've had a lot of that recently, that for new viewers, it just sort of seems normal that Doctor Who's about killing bad people. When people who, like me, have watched since 2005, and even from, like I said, the Pertwee era, we know it's not about that. It's not about killing people, it's about letting people live, even if they've done bad, because we want them to change. We don't want them to die. So I like that we sort of stuck to that. And I like I like the fact that Ruby was the one to do it. She was the one to save him, because she did love him. It is sad, she did love him. And this is 2 weeks in a row now of me predicting things. I predicted that Conrad would not, didn't properly like Ruby, which came about. So And the Doctor's anger at the end when he's shouting at Conrad, it shows a side to Ncuti's Doctor that we haven't seen properly yet. Like, I get he was screaming at Sutekh, but it's to be expected. This is anger on an actual human, which is very Tennant. I find, like, Matt Smith did it a few times, but Tennant did have anger with actual humans for problems, for things they've done. So that gave me big Tennant vibes. And it's revealed that Conrad is the man who told the Doctor about Belinda. If you remember back in the Robot Revolution, we find out the Doctor's like, well, somebody told me to watch out for you, so I came looking for you. And we were theorising, who could it be? Is it Mrs. Flood? Is it the Doctor himself? But no, it's Conrad who said it. I like a little mini surprise reveal. And Mrs. Flood is the governor, eh? Who's the governor? Now, yes, she's probably just talking about the fact that she's the governor of the prison. Yeah, whatever. Or governess. What did she say? Yeah, well, she said governor. I did some research, and the last governor that was in Who was in The End of Time, and the governor was protecting Harold Saxon. So, is Mrs. Flood protecting the Master? Who knows? Probably not. Let's be real. The Master's not here, but who knows? Overall, this episode was very split for me. I mean, the overall story was good, but it felt like the pacing was completely different to the other episodes. The other episodes I've been going, well, we need more. We need more to this to make this episode longer. Whereas this episode, I was like, make it shorter because there were so many bits that dragged on. But maybe that's a little nitpick of me. Overall, I think it was a very good episode. It was definitely above average. So I'm going to give Lucky Day a 4 out of 5. That's it. It's my lowest rank this series, but 4 out of 5 it is. On to the story and the engine. We open with this guy telling us a story about how he survived a village fire because the Doctor came along and saved him. A green light shows up, validating his story, but then it goes red and everyone starts freaking out, and there's this terrible intro transition. I don't like this. The Doctor says to Belinda that they can boost the Vindicator's signal by going to Lagos, Nigeria. Whilst wandering around, Doc finds a sign that says turn back, and then there are loads of missing people signs. He arrives at Omo's palace, which is the barbershop from earlier. He realises that everyone inside the barbershop are the people from the missing people posters. Every time someone new comes through the door, the TARDIS goes all red and all alarmy. Abby comes in, and the Doctor says that he recognises her, but he cannot remember why. But it's obvious that she knows him and doesn't like him very much. We now find out that whoever is getting a trim has to tell a good story, so the Doctor decides to tell one. Oh my god, it's Mrs. Flood! He finishes his story and the light goes green. Belinda leaves the TARDIS and gets in trouble for dropping some stuff on the floor, blah blah blah, and the Doctor goes off at Omo for putting him at risk. He then opens the barbershop door and they all go flying into the abyss, but it's okay because he closes it again. Belinda arrives, and the barber reveals himself to be a load of different gods of stories. But Doc and Belle start laughing at him. They're proper laughing. Doc proves him wrong, and he finally admits that he's the one who gave the gods power. The Doctor then finds out that Abby was the daughter of Anansi, and that he once had to marry her after losing a bet. They're reliving the memory and oh my god, flashbacks, PTSD. The barber says that he's going to cut all the gods from the web, and the Doctor says no, because it will harm humans, they need gods to live. Abby then goes to tell a story, and the Doctor and Belinda go for a run. And they arrive at the story engine. The pair start destroying the story engine, and then the Doctor says that his body's like a barbershop. I really don't understand this bit. His face just starts appearing on loads of screens as well. I'm a bit confused. Anyway, the barbershop door opens and they all go running out, and they're all friends. But who was the mystery child that Belinda saw earlier? Ooh, we don't know. And roll credits, guys. Okay, this is gonna be odd because I really dislike this episode. I really don't like it. Because, well, I don't dislike it. I just don't care for it. You know what I mean? In a series where we've had banger after banger after banger, I don't think this is a banger. I just want to get it out there straight away and say that it is nothing to do with the fact that it's set in Nigeria and that there's a lot of black people. Because I know the internet, right, they like to paint things like they do. My favourite thing about this episode was the fact it was set in Nigeria and, you know, the whole, I've got it written here, the setting. I love the setting. So when the Doctor's walking around Nigeria and he's seeing all the people and he feels at home, that was my best bit. Then after that, it just became a podcast. It felt like a podcast. They were just sat in a barbershop the whole time, talking, and that was it. And I just felt a bit at the end like they talked for 40 minutes and then, hey, let's run down the corridor and smash up a machine. But hang on, I'm the Doctor. I've got loads of faces and yeah, right, bye. that was it. And I'm a bit let down. I must admit, I'm a bit let down. Now, obviously, my favourite series of Doctor Who is Series 10, and Series 10 had the Eaters of Light, which is one of the worst episodes I've ever seen. So there's obviously, you can't always expect great episodes, and just because this one episode has come about doesn't mean I automatically hate the series. It's just, this episode could have done so much with the premise of missing people. There's a barber shop, you have to tell stories to feed Anansi the spider god, to traverse, and that makes the engine go to get them somewhere, but it's never explained what happens if you don't tell a good story. It's never explained what happens, or like where they're trying to go. I just think it was wasted potential, and I think the reason I'm so disappointed is because I knew a lot of this premise. I knew there was Anansi. I knew this barber guy was somewhat evil. I just, in my head, had a better story than what we came out with. And all this footage of Anansi we'd already seen in trailers and things, and I just think that ruins it a tiny bit, because there was no reveal, there was no confrontation. Anansi didn't even really need to be there. Now, this review's going up a little bit later than normal because I've actually watched it twice. That's right, because I watched it the first time and was so confused and didn't really get it and was worried that I'd be missing something. I was like, well, I'm going to watch it again to try and gather it. I watched it again and I still don't properly understand. I don't understand why we're meant to care. I don't care about these characters at all. Omo seems like a nice guy, and again, just big wasted potential because I really feel like him and the Doctor could have had something better going on. I didn't like it too much. I've got deeper reasons which I'll get onto now, but if you have reasons, I'm going to say these reasons, if you have what's the word, like opposites, if you have answers to my questions, leave them below, because I'm all for getting proved wrong. If my issues with this episode are resolved and I'm just a bit thick and didn't realise, feel free to call me out, because I want to enjoy it, but I've seen it twice and I didn't enjoy it either times. But I do have written down that I really did like the setting of the episode. So, 2019 was one of the best years going. I love 2019, one of my best years of my life. But the episode felt very static. It felt very similar, but I will say the barbershop looked cool. I've never been to Nigeria. I've never been to a Nigerian barbershop, so I don't know if they captured it realistically, but I think it looks cool for camera. So that's cool. The only issue with it being set in one place, which it was really, I suppose there were a few, there's probably 5-10 minutes that weren't in the barbershop, but majority was in the barbershop. And I think the issue with it being in one place is it can impact the pacing, and I think it did here. It really impacted the moving throughout the episode. It just felt very, guys, we've arrived here, let's talk for half an hour, and then I'm gonna run down this corridor, and then boom, and then save the day. You know what I mean? It just felt like a big dump, like someone just dumped a load of information on us, and that's it. Let's talk about the Doctor and Omo. I felt like I feel such a negative Nancy saying all this stuff. I just felt it was quite rushed. Again, like I said, it had great potential, but like the Doctor at the start of the episode is like, and I like this, he's like, this is my first time being black, that he remembers, obviously. And he feels accepted in Nigeria, because in some places in the world, like we've seen in Lux and Dot and Bubble, he's rejected for his colour, but in Nigeria he's accepted, and I like that. That's a really good idea. But then 5 minutes later he's like, I thought I was, well, he's not American, but he was like, I thought I was accepted here, but no, I'm rejected. And I feel like it happened quite quickly, and all for what? Like, he went on a massive rant at Mo and was like, don't ever talk to me again. Why? Like, you can understand there's something bad happening here. But you've befriended people that have killed people and stayed with them. Like, Omo didn't do anything on that level. He just put you in a chair and was like, you've got to tell a story, otherwise we're all going to die. So I don't know why, it just felt very not doctory. Like when he was put in the barber chair and the barber put the I forgot like what it's called, the thing that goes around here to stop the hair, and it like stuck to him. It wasn't, the Doctor would have gone, oh, I know this type of sheet, it's from da-da-da, and it does da-da-da. But he was like, no, let me go. And it just felt not very doctory. Like, I don't know, you can tell it, and no offence to the guy who wrote it, but you can tell it's not written by someone who's written Doctor Who before. For me, I've enjoyed Chibnall episodes better than this, which is a shame. It really is a shame to say. The barber was very underwhelming. He was like, I'm a Nancy, the god of spiders. I'm da-da-da, the god of da-da-da. And then the Doctor was like, no, you're not, mate. And he was like, no. And I was like, oh, maybe there's a big reveal coming. I initially wrote on my notes, it was underwhelming, but it's fine because who's he going to be? And then we find out he's the guy who's set it all up or something. Like it just I don't know. I feel very disappointed. Very disappointed with this episode. But on the plus side, Jo Martin. It was great seeing Jo Martin back. I saw leaks online that she was meant to be in this series, but I didn't think it would happen. I didn't think we'd see Jo Martin, but we did. She was there, Jo Martin. Did you see her? Did you catch her? You should have. I cheered. I did a little cheer when I saw Jo Martin. If you don't know Jo Martin, she was from the 13th Doctor era. And she was the only good thing to come out of that era, in my opinion. Her acting as the Doctor was very, very good. And it was good to see her back, and she sort of teased that maybe her story will get revealed more later down the line, which we know this series, the Doctor's origin, gets explored more, which I'm not a big fan of, but whatever. But yeah, I like that, and it was good to see Jo back, even if it was for about 3 seconds. The ending, I'm a little bit confused about, like how the Doctor appeared on all the screens. Like, I don't know, it just felt a bit rough. I really feel like a downer. I feel really like a downer. I don't mean to be. I'm very sorry if you enjoyed this episode. Like, I don't want to say it's not for me, because on paper it is for me. This is something that I would love. This, I just feel like it was very. I'm just let down. I just feel let down, and I don't like being like this. I hate being negative about Doctor Who. I love it. Even throughout, Ruby's mum was nobody and she was just pointing at a street sign. Even throughout that, I tried to be a bit positive. I'm not even angry. Like with that, like a year on, I was quite angry that Ruby's mum was no one. With this, I'm not even angry. I'm just a bit like let down. I'm just a bit like, I just feel a bit disappointed. So I don't know. Let's just hope next week can redeem it. Again, I know I hate to be a downer, but more stuff. Nancy was very disappointing, very underwhelming. We'd seen in the trailers, Nancy's going to be in Doctor Who, guys, and then it gets to it, and Nancy barely gets a name drop and doesn't get any screen time at all outside of the trailers. There could have been so much used with it. There could have been the barber, right? My friend Jack Collins will do the podcast with. Barber, Barbinger. We could have done something like that, and that would have been a cool twist. And Nancy, and then Nancy's like, I'm a Nancy, the god of stories, and you must submit good stories. And the Doctor's like, well, what if I don't? Oh, well, if you don't, then this will happen. But there was nothing like that. I watched it with my mum, and I said to my mum, like, the cold open should have been somebody telling a bad story and then getting, like, ejected or killed or something. Because there was no threat of what happens if you don't tell a good enough story, It just, I don't know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And like, I knew Anansi beforehand because I'd seen the trailers, I'd done my own research, but my mum didn't know who Anansi was. And even after the episode, it wasn't really explained who Anansi was and what the whole plan was with Anansi. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, what are the chances as well that like every episode this series has been the Doctor and Belinda, on their way home. What are the chances that everywhere they land, they find trouble? Like, what are the chances of that? But, the final thing I want to touch on is who is the child? Obviously, is that going to be one of those things that's just never explained, or is it important to the plot? My guess is that it's the timeless child, aka the Doctor. I had to do a little, my mum, we were watching it, and my mum she hasn't seen the 13th Doctor era, so she didn't know who the fugitive Doctor was. She didn't know who Jo Martin was. I was just like, oh, it's Jo Martin. I had to explain to her, it's Jo Martin. Sorry, that's my thoughts. I've not got a lot of good to say, and I don't like being negative. If you're new here, I'm not a negative channel. I'm actually normally quite positive about Doctor Who, even through its dark times. But this, not a big fan. Very sorry. Is his name sorry, I need to Google. I think it's Inwer Ellams is how you pronounce it. I'm sure he's a nice guy. I've just seen an article here from Radio Times saying that Inwer Ellams got advice from former showrunner Chris Chibnall, which probably explains this. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm sure he's a nice guy, and he had a lot of promise here, but weren't very good. Sorry. Overall, I can respect it, but it's not my favourite at all. It's not that good. I'm gonna give the story and the engine a 2.5 out of 5, which is actually alright. That's 5 out of 10, 50%. Maybe that's too high. I might lower it. On better news, on to the Interstellar Song Contest. We open with Rylan getting brought back to life to present the 803rd Interstellar Song Contest. Doc and Belinda arrive and they cannot help but just say yes to the journey. Oh my god, it's Mrs. Flo! She's very happy about the Vindicator being in its final link. These two dons say that Belinda and the Doctor are sitting in their seats, so the security guard activates phase 1. Then Kid enters the main gallery. Kid hijacks the gallery and starts playing the dress rehearsal. Then Liz Lizardon from Liztown and Lizcadia starts performing, but Kid releases the air shield and everyone goes bloody flying in the air. Belinda cries, and then she meets Cora, who reveals that no one is coming. Susan! 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 And the Doctor confetti cannons back into the arena. Doc reveals that the floating people aren't dead, they're frozen. Kid and the Helions are planning on playing a signal through the TV that will kill all 3 trillion people watching. Oh look, it's Graham Norton. Cora reveals that she was in fact a Helion too and was forced to remove her horns. The Delta Wave is about to hit 100%, but then the Doctor arrives and he destroys the Delta Wave. He then orders for Rylan to be brought back to life with Gary's beam, and Gary then beams 100,000 people back into the arena. Cora finally performs her song, the Doctor and Belinda arrive on May 24th, and the TARDIS caves in. Mrs. Flood then reveals herself to be the Rani, she bigenerates, and roll credits. I'm actually out of breath. I'm recording this at 10:31, about an hour and a half after I've seen the episode, because I just needed to process everything that was going on inside that episode. It is mental. Before we get to the big reveals and theories, let's just talk overall plot. I think it was a very clever concept, you know, having a concert, I mean, let alone the Eurovision Song Contest, but having that and having somebody want to come along and ruin it for reasons that are completely okay. Like, you know, Kid was discriminated against because of his race. I think you can call it a race, can't you? Yeah, species. So he wanted to get back at the contest because the only thing that their planet's useful for is harvesting the poppy. By the way, Poppy honey. That's exactly what the Doctor calls Captain Poppy from Space Babies in Space Babies. Poppy goes, "Am I wrong?" And the Doctor goes, "Oh, Poppy honey." But anyway, Juno Dawson wrote this amazingly. I hadn't seen any of her writing before, and I'd heard that there were some controversies around it, but who cares, man? It was a great episode of Doctor Who. Let's just enjoy it. Let's just enjoy it for what it is, and I really did enjoy it. Let's talk about Rylan as well. I loved Rylan. I loved his performance in this episode as the wonderful Rylan. He plays himself, and I knew he was going to be, what's the word? It's not cryogenically frozen, is it? Or something along those lines. But he was frozen. He was himself. You know, it wasn't a future descendant of Rylan. It actually was Rylan, and the teeth joke at the start was very funny, and the joke he cracks at the end where Belinda's like, "You've been brought back to life," and he's like, "Oh, story of my life." However, initially I did have an issue with this episode, which I think at the end got redeemed. It was Kid's introduction felt very forced to me, you know, the way he just introduced himself as soon as he entered the gallery. You know, if I'm breaking in somewhere, you know, an attempt to hijack a big event, and they go, "Who are you?" I'm not going to go, "Well, I'm Sam, I live here, I'm from this place, and I've come here to do this." You'd just keep you calm, you'd point guns and go, "Stop it, don't do anything or I'm going to shoot you," stuff like that. Not that I'd do that, but that's just, you know, you wouldn't just explain who you are. And as the episode went on, I just felt Kid was a bit forced, you know. "Oh, I'm only doing what you expect me to do." Toss off. But this did get redeemed at the end, because when Cora was singing her song, Kid looked like he was very upset with his actions, and he looked like he'd learned a lesson today. Obviously, the Doctor tortured him, which I wasn't a big fan of, but I wasn't a big fan of it, but I was a big fan of it being in the episode. But obviously, I don't agree with what the Doctor was doing. But Kid, at the start and throughout, I didn't like him very much, but at the end, it makes me view as, if I watch this episode again, it will make me view his character in a different light, because it was redeeming at the end. Belinda crying was very good. I like the fact that I think this is the first time we've seen her cry. She got close to tears when the Midnight Entity was on her back, but I believe this is the first time we've seen her crying, which is cool. So, yeah. And I love Belinda as a character so much. Like, as a companion, she is so good. Like, the way she called out the Doctor at the end is exactly what we need, in terms of a Doctor Who companion. We need somebody who can call out the Doctor when they go too far. Like Donna, that's one of the main reasons why people love Donna, is because, you know, she wasn't all lovey-dovey, bezzy mates like the Doctor and Ruby. It was like, you know, you've done something wrong, you need to fix this, you've done something, like, I don't like this, stop it now. And I really was a big fan of the hard light glove from the hologram that the Doctor was using to repeatedly punch Kid. As much as I wasn't a fan of the punching, I was a fan of the hard light glove. And I did like it, yeah, very, very much. And I also just want to throw in my last thing before we get to the big stuff. The beams, you know, the bringing people back to life from ice with the beams was very, very good. This is an ultimate step up from last week, in my opinion. I love this episode so much. Okay, the big one, the first big one. Susan, actual Susan Foreman is in this episode.
Go back.
Oh my god! What? Wait! Oh my god! 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 Oh my god, I could cry! What the Oh my god, I could cry. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. If you watch my podcast or you've watched this channel for the year it's been going, you know I'm a big advocate for getting Susan back in Doctor Who because she was the first ever companion and she's still alive. You know, it's the perfect thing. I always said at the end of Empire of Death, Doctor should have seen Ruby and her mum get it, like, you know, hugging and going, oh, I want that. And then he goes and finds Susan. That would have been so good. But I cannot dwell on that anymore because she is in this episode. She cameos and she's like, stop, Doctor. Grandfather, come get me. Oh, God. It actually makes me sad just thinking about it. Oh, God. I love it so much. I love it so much. I'm so happy she's back. I was a massive Classic Who fan when I was younger. And, like, as much as Susan wasn't, like, a great companion, she started it all. And hearing the words grandfather is just... Oh god, it's so... it makes me feel so good inside. Let's talk about the Rani. The Rani is also back. This is something that, again, if you've seen my podcast, you'll know. I really didn't think this would happen, you know. It's very predictable. But it was predictable, so therefore unpredictable. Because in my head, I thought there's no way Russell will do it. It's so predictable. But he did it, and you know what? I'm not mad. I was a little bit... Here's my reaction. Let me show you my reaction.
Lethal for a time, lady.
It's not the Rani, is it? Is that the Rani?
The name is the Rani. Yes, ma'am.
You can see I'm not as like, what? No, what? Because it just felt like everybody guessed this within the first week of Mrs. Flood. When she was announced, or not announced, but when she was revealed to be something maybe a bit more, on 2020, what am I on about? In the 2023 Christmas special, you know, at like 6 p.m. on Christmas Day 2023, Mrs. Flood, we all went, okay, she's somebody. Within an hour, there were videos on the internet saying she's the Rani. So to me, it just sort of felt like we'd already known that. But it's not about the reveal. It's about how the character acts in the new episode. So all we've got to do is look forward to Wish Wealth. I mean, there's no trailer, so my trailer breakdown this week is going to be very, very odd. I'm yet to see Unleashed. I'm sure there's a trailer in there. But yeah, the reveal wasn't as wow that I thought it would be. But it is also... like I've just said, not about the reveal. You know, we had the reveal of Susan, which made me go, whoa! So this, I'm okay for this to just be, the Rani's back. Let's see what badass thing the Rani's doing this week. I also have theories, alright? So, you know Sacha Dhawan, or I think that's how you say his name. The master from Jodie's run. There was theories that he came before Missy, which I really am a big fan of, because Missy ended perfectly in The Doctor Falls. I've got a theory that the master the Toymaker faced was Missy. And this episode, this next 2 episodes, the Unholy Trinity, which we know are happening, is going to be Mrs. Flood, the Rani, and Missy. Those are going to be the Unholy Trinity. And I think in the end, you know, this is going to take place for Missy before the Doctor Falls, before Series 10, which, you know, that was 8 years ago, so I don't know if Michelle Gomez has aged. I don't really know what she looks like now. She was at the premiere, which is another reason why I think this is going to happen, because she was at the premiere, and you know, Susan Foreman was at the 60th premiere, and she wasn't in it. Yeah, but Joe Martin was at the premiere, and Joe Martin was in it, so... And Susan technically is in it this time. You know, Susan, Carol Ann Ford knew she was going to be in it when the 60th was happening, I'm sure. So... I think Michelle Gomez, keep an eye on her. And I'd love if at the end, you know, the Doctor says something like, Missy, you're gonna you're about to face something incredible, and then Series 10 takes place. If you know me, you know Series 10 is my favourite piece of television I've ever seen in my entire life. Series 10 of Doctor Who, I could ramble for days about how good it is, why I love it, and I feel like not enough people have seen it. It was sort of when people started to dip out of Doctor Who, which I don't get why, because in my opinion it's the best written series of Doctor Who we've ever had. So if you haven't seen Series 10, go and watch Series 10. And also, if you haven't seen the Rani before, go and watch Time in the Rani in Series 24. One of my favourite classic Doctor Who stories ever. So I am glad the Rani's back. I know it sounds like I'm being ungrateful. I'm really glad. I just thought in my head when we found out that she was going to be in this episode, the Interstellar Song Contest, and when Russell was like, don't spoil who the winner is, I thought maybe Mrs. Flood would be an act, and she would come out and she'd start singing like, anyone can fall in love, and then she'd be like, I'm Mrs. Flood, and then she'd reveal, but it didn't happen. Look, it's fine. I'm not disappointed because we've got Susan, and I do like the Rani, and I'm glad the Rani's back. It sounds like I'm being a bit ungrateful. I'm not, I promise you. I'm really excited for this, and yeah, I'm very, very excited. Let me know your theories on Mrs. Flood, the Rani, the lot in the comments below, please. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, reveals aside, I love this episode, and I really do think it's going to go down in the history books as one that I come back and rewatch quite often. Probably. I can see myself, like when I was a kid, I used to love Series 4, and I'd rewatch Turn Left, and I'd see, you know, the Rose reveal, and it would be going into the finale, and I'd think, oh yeah, cool, let me watch that again to get the hype, and I could see myself doing this again. And I hope there's a new generation of kids who have that with Doctor Who as well. I really feel like it's dying out, but I have faith that there's a new generation out there that love this show as much as I did when I was younger. On to Wish World! We open 160 years away where the Rani nicks this baby off the family and the baby turns the whole family into weird creatures. The Doctor and Belinda then wake up as a married couple, and everyone's favourite character, Poppy from Space Babies, enters, and Conrad is pulling a Saxon on the telly. Conrad starts reading a chapter of a Doctor Who book in the actual episode. Ruby then rocks up at the door and says that they're living in a simulation. Now look, it's Mel. The Doctor arrives at Unit where he works. Oh my god, it's Susan Twist! The Doctor says that Colonel Sexy looks, well, sexy, and he gets told off. Poppy's aunties arrive, and Belinda starts to doubt this fake world, so the cups start smashing. The Rani then arrives at Wish World Tower. Mrs. Flood delivers a sandwich to Conrad as they admire the child. Ruby goes and meets the disabled lot as they make a pact to take down Conrad. The Doctor's chilling watching telly when Rogue comes on and says tables don't do that. Belinda then snitches on him and they both get taken away. They both enter Wish World and meet the Rani. The Rani cracks the Doctor and he remembers. The Rani reveals that the baby is God of Wishes, and that the lost one is coming, and the lost one is Omega. The Doctor falls, to be continued, roll credits. Okay, so what an episode that was. That was it was very, whoa, like there was a lot to take in that one, and I liked seeing Wish World, because we'd seen Wish World, obviously, like I mentioned earlier, in Lie of the Land. This very much felt like Lie of the Land 2. If you haven't seen Lie of the Land from Series 10, basically they're these monks, and Bill, the companion, hands over the world to the monks by mistake. Well, she does it on purpose, but she has to. The Doctor's blind. It's a long story. She hands over the world to the monks, and if someone doubts, then like a SWAT team turns over their house and takes them away. The monks take over the world. If someone doubts that the world was different before, they get taken away. So it is very, very similar. And I do have to say, I think I do prefer the Lie of the Land. And in the Lie of the Land, the Doctor is faking out everyone. He's like, he knows it's not real, but he's like pretending he doesn't know. I thought that would be the same for this, but it's not. So it is slightly different. And I must admit, the set design looks amazing with the bones and, you know, the big dinosaurs. Why are there big dinosaurs? Don't know. You know what I mean? There's so many things that are unanswered. The only reason I can say that that's not a bad thing is because this is a part 1 of a part 2. So coming next week, we will find out the answers to all these questions. But like, why is the Rani doing this? Why is the Rani taking Conrad and made this world? Okay, sure, Omega can come through, but why does she want Omega to come through, you know? Speaking of Omega, I just know for a fact that Confused Adipose is going mad right now. He's been begging for Omega to come back for the longest time. So yeah, that's cool. I'm glad that Omega's back alongside this baby being the God of Wishes, because, hear me out, right? So the God of Wishes thing, the baby thing, they posted that knowing full well everyone would go, that's Ruby, and the Rani's Ruby's mum. We did that. I did that especially. I really thought that would happen. So I was originally a bit let down that it wasn't Ruby. But it's the God of Wishes. It could be Ruby still. Who knows? All hell could break loose next week. And next week it doesn't even air in the morning, it airs at night time. So, anyway, irrelevant. I like that the baby isn't like some mad god pantheon member that we've heard of before, and it's just a new one, God of Wishes, as a baby. But then I thought, Russell's been bigging this up, like, that's not very exciting, but then Omega, so it does make sense. I'm very, very excited. We saw a little glimpse of Susan again. I think it's just a clip from last week, but the only reason I put this here is because I think this pretty much confirms she's going to be in the finale, which is good. I was doubting it, but I think this confirms it. And of course, my boy Rogue showed up, which is exciting. I love Jonathan Groff, and I was a big fan of Rogue last year. It was my favourite episode from Series 14, Rogue. So it was good to see Rogue again. I hope we get to see a little glimpse of him at the end, maybe. There's a lot going on, but maybe. And Belinda's betrayal was heartbreaking. When she had to snitch on the doctor, and like seeing her, because she didn't want to, but she was doing it to protect Poppy, and then the whole Poppy's not real, and she got really upset. I felt for Belinda. I did. She's my girl, man. I felt for her. I really do think Belinda I prefer to Ruby 100%. But not to say I don't love Ruby. I do love Ruby, but Belinda, You've won my heart. I like the Rani, like, breaking the doctor, making him remember when she's, like, dancing with him, and she's like, we danced like this once upon a time. Do you remember? Everyone said we were married. Do you remember those speculations? And that Russell said we play on the doctor's relationship with the Rani. Is that it? Or are they brother and sister? Or are they both? That'd be quite weird, but they could be both. Time Lords and that, they're pretty weird folk. I'm also a big fan of the... I know I said it in my synopsis, and when I was writing it, I was like, this sounds a bit odd, but the disabled people... Well, the disabled people's fine. What did I write? Disabled lot, which is what Conrad referred to them as. I think the fact that, we've seen in Lucky Day that he's not a very nice man, and he doesn't like disabled people, to see them then be shunned away in this makes total sense, and I'm a big fan of the continuity in that. Obviously, I don't believe that as well. I don't want that to happen, but I like the fact that it happened in the episode, and the episode stayed consistent with what had happened before. One of my it'll be my golden moment on this week's podcast with Jack Collins is when the Rani said to Belinda, your husband's an alien and so am I. I just found it quite funny, it made me laugh. She's like, I love saying this bit. I must say Archie Panjabi absolutely killed it as the Rani. I totally believed her. This could have been Kate, I'm so sorry I forgot her name, Kate somebody, who played, Kate, is it Kate O'Mara? I don't know, sorry. She played the original Rani back in the 70s and 80s, or 80s, and I'm a big fan of the Rani as a character. I think her stories very much get swept under the rug. I think she's very, very good. And people tend to say the stories aren't very great, but I like them, man. Time in the Rani's a banger. However, a downside I have to this episode, there's very much a lot of telling and not showing. You know what I mean? Very Chibnall. There wasn't a lot. It was just like, let's go to this room and chat, then this room and chat, then this room and chat, and this room and chat. And there's a lot of that this series, which, isn't terrible, but I just think the Rani, literally, the final 10 minutes is the Rani going, Doctor, I'm the Rani, and this is Mrs. Flood, but also the Rani, and Omega is back, and this is Conrad, and this is the God of Wishes, and this is the Wishwell clock, and it's almost May 24th. This is Belinda. Poppy's not real. You know what I mean? It just felt like, could have woven it into the story a bit more, maybe have Poppy disappear in Belinda's arms, like in Good Man Goes to War, or maybe Belinda did disappear, but not in front of the Doctor, so, I don't know, or maybe at the end take Belinda and the Doctor out, and just throw Belinda off, and Belinda's like, no, and the Doctor's like, Belinda, and then that's it. I don't know, but, an up, what my Who culture. A thing I liked about this episode the most was Murray Gold's music scores. He is great with it when he does his whole, I did it in my my trailer breakdown, the whole Rani's theme, where it's like, that one, it sounds sick, man. Murray Gold, man, he kills the music every single time. He's a gem of a bloke, Murray Gold, top guy. But Omega's back. That's obviously a bonus. I love seeing Omega. He's not been around for a very, very, very long time. Like I say, Confused Adipose is going to be going mad. I am upset that it's not the Trickster. I really, really had my hopes up for the Trickster. I just feel like it all felt like it fitted in so well, but it's not Trickster, it's Omega, which if you saw the leaks on Twitter, which I managed to avoid until last night, I sort of saw it coming, but I did have hope for Trickster also. I had hope for Trickster last year, even when I saw a picture of Sutek the dog. I don't know. Look, I'm still looking forward to this series finale. Like, it is looking incredible. Very, very excited. Very, very excited. Something I picked up on the end, the doctor goes, but don't you see, I am Poppy's dad. This is real. Something like that, something along those lines. What's that about? What do you mean? What do you mean Poppy's real? She's not real, is she? Don't make this canon. Poppy the space baby, go back to the space baby ship. She just cameoed in this, right? She's not important, right? Right? And like I said at the start, I'm upset that baby Ruby wasn't the baby, but that's me speculating. But it's also down to them knobs who posted that picture. What else are we meant to believe? Her dad's still important. Her dad's still important. I've been saying this all the time. Her dad is important. I know he is. I know he is. Anyway, I actually really did like this episode. Like I said, it was just a lot of sitting down and talking, but it's more talking and like more explanatory than the story in the engine. I'm gonna give Wish World a 4.6 out of 5 for me. Very, very liked it very, very much. On to the reality war. We open with the Doctor falling. But look, it's Anita, he's saved. Anita keeps the Time Hotel doors open into Wish World, which lets reality bleed through. The Doctor and Belinda actually have a child together. Doc and Ruby reunite. Aww. The Rani and Mel reunite. Aww. The Doctor sticks Belinda and Poppy in a box because it makes total sense for the story and is not because it's a rewrite. The Doctor sky segues to the Bone Palace where he finds the creature that definitely isn't Omega. Rani gets eaten, another Rani runs away. Wow, the Doctor is stuck. How is he going to get out of this? Oh, remember that device that helps them get back to Earth? Well, that's a laser now. Ruby's about to be shot, but she wishes for Conrad to be happy, so he disappears. Doc gives the wish baby to Carla because she's a good mum. And the new parents, Doc and Belinda, are getting used to their baby, but then she fades out of existence and no one remembers her besides Ruby. Ruby gives a whole, Doctor, she's not real, but that doesn't matter. You save everyone no matter what. I'm Ruby from Tameside. And so he goes off to fix the crack by using his regen energy. Guys, I'm really loving this episode. Oh, why are you here? We just got rid of you. What are you doing? Jokes aside, I quite liked her in this episode. The world is set back to normal. Poppy is Belinda's daughter and she is 100% human now. Ncuti waves to Joy and then dies. Oh look, it's the big bad wolf. And roll credits. I am just absolutely amazed and shocked. I cannot believe what I've just watched. Like, I'm genuinely in shock. So much has happened. We said, spoilers by the way, spoilers going ahead. We said goodbye to Ncuti. We reunited with Anita. We didn't see Susan. The Doctor and Ruby reunite. Omega was there for a little bit. The 13th Doctor was there. Billie Piper. Where there's tears, there's hope. I'm so happy. I think this really hit. It really did. First of all, I'm just going to say something out of the blue that I just really didn't like. I didn't like how Omega was... Oh, big Omega. We're bringing Omega back. And then Omega came back for about 30 seconds and then just got shot by a Vindicator and oh no, dead. He looks really cool though. I will admit, Omega looks really, really cool. I didn't think they'd be able to nail him, but they did nail him. He looked very, very good. But he was destroyed way too easily. But the Rani is still out there. Mrs. Flood as the Rani is still out there. And the boss. Alright, Anita said to the Doctor, they said hello by the way. Who did? The boss. So, what's going on there? Is it another Time Lord? You know, the boss is quite a Time Lordy name, but it won't be Ncuti facing the boss. And that makes me so sad. It makes me so sad that he's gone. Say what you like about Ncuti Gatwa, but he has been an incredible Doctor, and I honestly have loved every second that he's been on the screen, and he has definitely gone too early, and I'm really upset about that. Something else I really, really disliked about the episode, where is Susan? I was waiting for Susan the whole time. When he landed in the garden, I was like, oh my god, it's going to be Susan's garden. Then, or when he went to regenerate and he was like, I don't want to do this alone, I was like, Susan's going to come in. There was no Susan. What do you mean there was no Susan? Enough of the negative though. I'm just going to, I haven't even made notes. Like, I couldn't even make notes when I was watching it. I was so invested. I was eating my popcorn. I was watching it. I'm just amazed. So, opening with, we learn that Wish World is a Groundhog Day that constantly lives the same world over and over again, so it gets thinner and thinner. This is important, the thinner and thinner bit. The Doctor's falling, and then he gets caught by Anita. It was really cool seeing Anita back. There were theories that Mrs. Flood is Anita. This explains why Moffat had to read the finale script, which, you know, now makes a lot more sense than it did last week. yeah, Anita was brilliant. She's always been brilliant. I loved Anita in Joy to the World. I mean, Joy got a little cameo at the end, the big star. That was nice. But yeah, Anita's back, and she is up the duff, which I don't think was relevant. I'm not really sure why they mentioned that. I don't know. I'm assuming the actor's probably up the duff in real life, and they had to fit it in somehow, maybe. And when Anita opens the doors to the time hotel, which lets reality bleed through, that's a really cool concept, I thought. Like, the reality bleeding through the time hotel. Really, really cool. Really, really cool. I think it's definitely a way. That's one of Russell's smarter ways of ending a finale, or getting his way out of a cliffhanger. Look at, for example, Rise of the Cybermen and Age of Steel with David Tennant. Right, that episode ends with the Doctor being cornered by Cybermen and going, "No, don't kill me," and then the Cybermen goes, "Delete," and then that's the end. And then in the first 3 seconds of the next episode, the Doctor just brings out like the Sonic or the little crystal thing from the TARDIS, and it just kills them all. And it's just like, oh great, we waited a whole week for that. Essentially in this, Anita saved him, whatever. But the way they got out of the whole situation being that if you keep that door open, reality bleeds through. So cool. So cool. And Anita was the perfect person to do this. And she was like, I've been looking for you. All these years I've been looking for you. So cool. And so, it gets you there, man. It gets you there. Because he left her. He did. He left her. And everyone said we wanted to see more of her. Although she did just keep saying, I'm just hotel staff. Which is a bit odd. Hello, unit. The reality's bleeding through. Oh, look. Rose is back because Conrad couldn't even comprehend the thought of a trans person in his head. So, Rose never existed. So Rosalita, whatever he calls her, is back. And I liked it. But my favourite part of the whole episode, this is going to seem so stupid to anyone who doesn't get it. My favourite part of this whole episode was when the Doctor introduces Unit to Belinda and Poppy, and Murray Gold plays the amazing Where There's Tears There's Hope, which is my favourite song in all of Doctor Who, my favourite piece of music that's ever been made, and it never got released. Murray Gold is like one of the only few songs, it was in the Series 10 soundtrack, it just never got released. I learned to play it on piano. I can play it now. I'm going to play it for you on piano now. Right, you ready? It goes on, but I'll leave you there. Oh god, I just pressed all the keys. But when I heard that, oh my god, it was such a weird feeling because it's one of those things you just never ever expect to hear again ever. And oh man, I love that piece of music so much. I don't know what it is about it. I don't know what it is, but oh man, it was so good. That's my golden moment. Like, I just love it. I seem so stupid to anyone who has no idea what's going on. I love that piece of music. You got to understand, Series 10 is my favourite. I love Capaldi. I love his wise words, and that was when he was dying, that song played, and it was really, really cool. And then the Rani comes along and she confronts Mel again and is like, oh, we meet again. I hate that line, right? I write scripts myself. I never ever write the line, we meet again. I think it is the most cringy line ever, but it comes from Mel, so I can accept it. But yeah, Mel's like, oh, we meet again, Rani, whatever. And the Rani does a lot of exposition again. I didn't mind it. There was a lot, obviously, I just want to put this in. I watched the episode about 40 minutes ago, and this was at the start, so it's been about an hour and 50 minutes, nearly 2 hours since the episode started. And I just want to say, if I don't remember everything, I'm sorry, but this is just I need to get this review out now. But she mentions about the blast from the Timeless Children, and that somehow has something to do with regeneration, bi-generation, whatever. I'm not a big fan. Like, Archie Punjabi does nothing against Archie Punjabi, but the actual Rani character in this, I wasn't a big fan of, which I think you're meant to feel. And I'm glad she got eaten by Omega later on, and I'm glad that Mrs. Flood is still out there. It gives us an ongoing villain that we could maybe come back to in a few years, if we last that long, because the ending says otherwise to me. But I don't know. Anyway, look, I'm going to stay positive for now. So the Rani and Mel, they're confronting each other, and I think it is quite cool, the tension, even though Mel does sort of remember the Rani. I mean, you think about me every night before you go to bed. The Rani isn't that bad. After everything that Mel faced with the 6th and 7th Doctor, the Rani isn't that bad. She's just sort of a woman who just has a plan with science and then kills a few people along the way. Like, after everything they've faced, she's not that bad. I must say I really was losing it during this episode when we found out that Poppy is real, and when the Doctor kept saying, this is mine and Belinda's daughter, Poppy, I kept thinking, what, like, don't make this, I've just whacked the mouse, but don't make this canon. This cannot be, like, Poppy is, she can't be a Time Lord. Like this, I don't want the Doctor to have a child with this companion that they're platonically friends with. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The Doctor and Belinda were purely just friends, and I didn't like the fact they had this kid. And luckily, it did get retconned in an amazing way. I think the retcon for this was incredible. And this whole week, we've been thinking, what's inside the vault on floor -10? And it turns out Belinda and Poppy are in there. Unit and the Doctor, they put Belinda and Poppy, well, they were just going to put Poppy in, but they put Belinda and Poppy in the vault, and Ruby kissed the wish baby and wished for Conrad to be happy, which then erased him from time and erased the wish world, bringing it all crashing back down. And if this was just a normal episode, this would be the climax. However, this is where they go and check the vault and find Belinda in the vault. But also Poppy's there as well. I like the way they did that. They made us think it was just Belinda, but Poppy was there as well. And then we're in the TARDIS and everyone's like, ooh, Belinda, love. No, that's Mrs. Flood. But they're in the TARDIS and it's Ruby and the Doctor and Belinda and they're like, oh, Poppy, she's going to be great. And then the heartbreaking scene where Belinda keeps passing the Doctor and the Doctor, they pass back and forth. Is it Poppy's little, like, is it like a cardie sort of thing? And it keeps getting thinner and thinner. And that's the memory fading out, getting thinner and thinner. And then we look and Poppy is gone. And Belinda doesn't remember. The Doctor pretends he doesn't remember, but he does remember. And Ruby somehow remembers. Like, I'm guessing it's to do with 73 yards. And I'm guessing it's not going to be explained, but maybe in future series it'll be explained. And Ruby's like, you guys are all mad, you don't remember Poppy. Poppy, the Doctor and Belinda's daughter. Poppy, you don't remember her. And it's really great that she changes his mind and goes, you don't leave anyone. You saved me when I went out of existence. You saved Belinda when she went out of existence. You don't leave anyone. And that is such great. And also, I forgot to mention earlier, with Conrad forgetting everything, not forgetting everything, getting like wish to be happy. That is such great character development from Ruby, because I don't think Series 1 Ruby would have done that. And I also think the Doctor has rubbed off on her a bit and has made her be more, this is something I feel Doctor Who's been lacking. The Doctor has always been, we don't side. We don't side with people. We don't go, you're bad, you're good. We give everyone the best possible opportunity, the best possible outcome at the end. And he needed that knocking in from Ruby. It's like a not paradox loop, like a bootstrap paradox. The Doctor makes Ruby feel this way, and then Ruby makes the Doctor feel this way. It comes full circle, and I really did like that. I was a bit annoyed we're not bringing Poppy back. Please don't bring Poppy back. I really hope Poppy gets forgotten, and it was a nice little thing for us, the audience, but it's not canon. She's not a Time Lord. What does that mean? And that did happen in the end. Obviously, Poppy is now just Belinda's daughter, which we'll get to. The Doctor's in the TARDIS. Oh, hang on, yeah, before all this, I want to touch on Omega just quickly. Omega's there. Hi, Omega. Not a great design, in my opinion, for old fans. For new fans, it looks very, very cool, but for old fans, I was really hoping we'd see him with the mask, which we didn't. And he was destroyed very easily. I think that was sort of a good explanation of he's very weak because he's become his own, like, ancient god in his head, because he's so old now, he is very frail, which I like. He was destroyed very, very easily. I would have liked if he'd have escaped, but he didn't. I don't know who voiced him. I didn't check at the end. But you did a good job if you're watching this, which you're not. The Doctor gives a little baby Des, who's the wish baby, to Carla and says like, oh, this baby needed a mother. Who's the best mother I could think of? And it was Carla. And I thought that was really, really special. And I feel like it does really praise foster parents a lot, because they do, like, as much as it sounds quite horrible, raising a kid that isn't your own sounds like it could be a struggle, but Carla's done it hundreds of times, well, not hundreds, but she's done it loads of times, and she's raised Miss Ruby Sunday to be this lovely person, and it really, I like the fact that they took baby Des to Carla. I think it's really good, and Cherry, obviously, I'm forgetting Cherry was there as well, good old Cherry Sunday, and I do feel like this is the end of them now, which I thought last year, but I did know they were going to be in this series. Now, I think this might be the end of the Sundays, and that makes me sad, because I really like the Sundays, they were great, they're really great. Just touching on something earlier as well, the Rani, Mrs. Flood revealing herself to Ruby and Belinda. I was really annoyed we were robbed of that last week, but we got it this week, and I'm really happy with that, because I've been missing that. I've been missing, the big reveal, the big shock, so I'm glad that happened. This episode has made me treat the last episode and the end of the Interstellar Song Contest way better than I'd treated it already. Now I can respect that's a really good setup for it. I'm very happy. Anyway, Ruby goes, Doctor, you don't leave anyone behind. This isn't what you do. And the Doctor's like, right, I need to put all this regeneration energy into the time vortex, and it'll bring back Poppy, bring back the real world. Oh yeah, that was it. There's a crack in time. And the Doctor's like, oh, because remember in the first episode when Belinda's like, go get Alan, and it's like, what's this? It comes full circle. That crack was caused by something. I don't really remember. I can't really lie. I've just watched the episode. But the Doctor uses the regeneration energy to fill that, bring life back to what it normally is. And it's revealed Belinda has always been wanting to get home to see Poppy. She wants to get home to see Poppy. That's what May the 24th has always been. It's about her getting home to her daughter. And we find this out in the most amazing way. And the Doctor speaks to Poppy. Something I didn't like. Poppy, I can't have kids. You can have kids. You literally say to Donna, I've been a father before. You also say, I've got a granddaughter called Susan, which you do. We've seen her. So, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, that was another thing I didn't like about the Rani. She was like, Time Lords, we can't reproduce. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Otherwise, how are you a race? How does that work? Yeah, I don't know. But the ending was amazing. I loved it. I do think Ncuti's regeneration could have been better, though. He didn't really have much of a speech, and he just sort of went. Oh, and Jodie was there. Forgot to mention that. Jodie Whittaker, the 13th Doctor, showed up. Now, my mum hasn't really seen the 13th Doctor era. I think she's seen a few episodes when it started. And she's very much on the thing of, Jodie's a great actor. Jodie in Doctor Who is terrible. I'll stand by that to this day. However, I think after her era, she's taken a lot of the criticism on her shoulders. I mean, fair play, because everybody hates on her. So she's got to be very strong, and she's still smiley, and she still treats Doctor Who when she talks about it in such a great way, and I really do respect that, and I have no problem with Jodie. The 13th Doctor, I want to smash her head into a wall with a brick. She is so unlikable, so contradictive, and so annoying, but in this episode, she's very much the Doctor. I believe that's the Doctor. Why is she always out of breath? That's something that annoys. She's always out of breath, Jodie Whittaker. She's always like, guys, right, we've landed in this new spaceship, and I don't know what we're gonna do. And it's just like, shut up. She wasn't out of breath this time. Anyway, yeah, weird little cameo. The Doctor saves the day. Belinda's at home. He doesn't say bye to Ruby, which upsets me a bit, because, Ruby Sunday is literally your first companion in this body. So, should have said bye. He didn't. He's like, I'm regenerating, but never alone. Opens the door, and then it's Joy, the star. And I think that's quite a nice touch. Because Joy to the World, I'm not going to lie, didn't like very much. Wasn't a big fan of the episode. But after this episode, again, I can go back now and watch Joy to the World and think, this is much more. I like this a lot more. And then the moment comes. Gatwa regenerates. And it's a big beam of regeneration. It's a massive one. It's not just the normal standalone yellow LED strips coming out of the arms and the head and the legs. It was the full blast. Is it showing off the Disney budget? Yeah, probably. But also, he did suck all of his regeneration energy into this vortex, so it does make sense. And then we get the big one. Billie Piper. Billie Piper is the next Doctor. I don't know. Look, on the one hand, I'm really, really happy. It's so lovely to see Billie back in Doctor Who after, get this, 12 years? She was in the 50th as the moment. But forgetting that, is Billie Piper's first time in Doctor Who in 16 years. 16 years. People doing their GCSEs right now weren't born when Billie Piper was last in Doctor Who. So on one hand, it's really lovely to see her back in the show. On the other hand, and this is the one I'm sort of playing with a bit more, and the boat I'm in more, we need to move forward. Like, we're just sticking with the same old cast. Oh, by the way, a quote I did like when Ncuti was like, oh, it's you. I'm glad you're not the other guy. He always shows up. That was really funny. But going back to it, it just feels like we're stuck in this loop of Russell T Davies, bringing back people. And it made sense for Tennant. A lot of people said that David Tennant shouldn't have come back for the 60th, but my argument was it was the 60th. The 60th anniversary of this great show, which has brought up kids for generations. Let's bring David Tennant back. Sure. This is just an average Saturday night in the middle of May in 2025. Why is Billie Piper back? Why is Billie Piper back? On the other hand, she's not playing Rose, she's not playing the moment, she's playing the Doctor. So I'd like to see where this takes her. My only thing about this that I'm thinking is, right, A, she's back. Does this mean there's a Christmas special that Russell knows about that's being filmed or has been filmed and we haven't been told? Please. Or B, is it going to be a fake out regeneration? It's going to cut to the start of the next episode and it's going to be like, oh, I'm this body? What? And it phases and it's a new Doctor and it's just a little comedic thing. Or maybe she's in a comic relief. I tell you what, no, I like that. That's my theory from going on now. Billie Piper is the Doctor for a comic relief special. And then she regenerates again, and then it's going to be the next Doctor. That's my theory. Please let that be true. I'd be happy with that. Although it would mess up the lore a little bit. Maybe I wouldn't. I don't know. It should have just faded to black, man. Well, I don't like this. I'm sorry. I'm not a big fan of Billie Piper as the Doctor. Nothing against her. Just she's known for being Rose and the moment. Don't make her the Doctor. But they've done it. So we'll have to just wait and see what happens. My final thing on this is going to be talking about the war between the land and the sea. Just quickly. The Sea Devils are my favourite classic villain. What have they done to the Sea Devils? Look at them. They're fish. They're sexy fish. Just a woman. It's just whacked you. It's just a woman in like a fish mask. You know, that's not a sea devil. It's not a sea devil. I must admit, I'm not as hyped for the war between the land and the sea because of this sea devil BS. Maybe I'll grow to it. I don't know. But anyway, that's been my Season 2 ranking. If you're watching this in the full video, I will do a little tier list next. If you're just watching this on its own, thank you for being with me on this journey. My channel has grown massively in the past 8 weeks of Doctor Who. I went from being on 320 subscribers on the 12th of April with the Robot Revolution to now on the 31st of May being on 750. That's incredible. That is really, really great, and I've loved doing this 5 videos a week for the past 8 weeks. It's not completely over yet. I've still got a podcast coming out tomorrow, well, it'll probably be Monday, with Jack Collins, where we talk about our final thoughts on this series, and I've got a video coming out next Saturday where all of the Season 2 episodes will be bundled into one long video. It's looking to be about 2 hours, and now that Ncuti's gone, the week after, there'll be a long 4-hour video of every Ncuti episode ranked. So look forward to that. If I can be bothered to edit it. It might be a bit later. I need a little bit of a break. I've been going absolutely ham on this channel. So just let me have a few days to eat some toast, rest a little bit, and we'll return bigger and better than ever. But anyway, I'm talking about it in a few weeks. For now, thank you very much for watching. I'm going to rate the Reality War a 9 out of 10, which I never do. 4 out of 5. That seems less. 4.7 out of 5. 4.7 out of 5 for the Reality War. Very, very, very good episode of a very, very, very good series. It was better than Empire of Death, and I'm happy. I'm very sad that Ncuti's gone though. Rest in peace, my king. The 15th Doctor will always be one of my favourites. Sad times. But let me know what you thought of the episode in the comments below. If you want to leave a like and subscribe again, it means the absolute world. You can leave a super thanks. You can, get shouted out in the next video, whenever that may be. But thank you so much for watching. Have a good night's rest now. You've earned it. You've earned it. And yeah, goodbye. Farewell. Bah. Turn this light off. It's bloody boiling. Okay, it's that time of the video essay again, where we come together at the end for the final ranking. Now, the good thing about this, right, is every single episode that I've ranked so far in the series has been off my initial reaction. You know, it's always been straight after I've watched the episode, I straight away give it a review, give it a ranking within the hour after I've watched it. Whereas now, I've sat on all of these for at least a week now, and I can finally give my full proper ranking without being blinded by the new stuff. So, let's just begin straight away with the Robot Revolution, which is, I actually think is a very good episode. It got very, very slept on. I'm not gonna lie, it got very, very slept on. People were saying that it wasn't a great opener. People were saying that Space Babies is better. Maybe I agree, because as you know, I'm not a big Space Babies hater. I quite like Space Babies. I think it's a very good opener and it does its job very, very well. It was just the CGI babies. If they'd have changed them, the whole thing would be remembered differently. But yeah, Space Babies I loved. This isn't Space Babies, this is the Robot Revolution. I don't know which one I prefer. I don't think they need to be compared. I know they're both series openers, but I don't think they need to be compared. And for this, again, this did its job. It introduced us to Belinda, who was very, very strong in this episode. I think this was probably Varida's strongest performance in the whole series, which was her first episode. Yeah, where to rank it? I mean, S tier, I don't think it can go there. I don't think it can go in S tier. I just don't think I can do that with a straight face. It's not the worst of the series. We'll find out what my worst. Well, you probably know if you've just watched the whole thing. But yeah, the Robot Revolution, I'll put it in B. Is B too low? No, I'll put it in B. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. I don't hate it. I don't not hate it. I just like it. And I think it did its job. and I cannot believe it was 9 weeks ago already. Like, it flies by. But yeah, the Robot Revolution going straight in at number B, which is a letter, not number. Then we bring in this bad boy, Lux. Now, if you know this channel and you've watched this video, you know for a fact that Lux is my favourite episode of the series. I think it is the strongest, most catchy, most I've felt immersed in a Doctor Who episode in a long time. Lux is going straight into S tier. There is no other option in my head of where Lux needs to go. Like, it is the perfect Doctor Who episode in this modern day. I think they did it amazingly. It was written so well by Russell. Ncuti was great. Varada was great. The other actors in it were great. You know, the woman who's looking for Tommy Lee, her son, the diner worker, forgotten his name. Just so many. Reg Pie was great, and not to mention, of course, the wonderful Alan Cumming, who voiced Mr. Ring-a-Ding, and that catchy song, I'm Mr. Ring-a-Ding, I make your heart bells sing. Like, that is Doctor Who, and that is what, if I was a kid, would have made me watch more, you know. It would have made me want to watch more, seeing something like that. And I'm glad that we're sort of aiming this towards new kids, but also I'm still enjoying it, and I know many people enjoyed Lux as well. Lux, my friends, is going in S tier without a doubt, without even a second guess. The next one's controversial, right? The Well. As an episode, I think it is probably another S tier. Now, my only issue with this is it's a Midnight sequel, which at the time I loved. However, I don't think it did good justice to Midnight. It didn't take away, it doesn't make me hate Midnight now, and it doesn't make me hate this episode anymore. I just don't like it. I think this episode could have been something amazing on its own. We didn't need the Midnight connection. You know, we didn't need it. We could have run with this creepy creature that we don't know what it is that stays on people's backs. But no, instead we got Midnight, which again, it's not terrible. It's just, would I have chosen to do that? No. But in saying that, it is still a great episode, so I'm going to put it in S tier. It took me a little bit of thinking there, but I liked it. I did like it. It was scary as well. That was something that we don't get enough of in Doctor Who these days. I was genuinely terrified. So the episode came out, I watched it in the morning, whatever. But then that night, or the night after, I was editing like a video I did on the channel. It was called like, did they ruin the Midnight Entity or something like that? And I was editing it and I was watching back clips of the episode to get it for this video. And I was genuinely getting scared. I was getting scared by this weird creature like 2 a.m. So if it can scare me, it's great. I loved it. Very horrific episode. Now, halfway through the series, we have Lucky Day, which is a very tricky one for me. When I first watched it, I didn't like it. Then I watched it again, and I really liked it. Now I sort of think it's okay. I don't really have an opinion on it. I mean, it set up the finale, and I suppose it was good. The Shriek were quite interesting creatures. I mean, Mrs. Flood really intrigued me in this episode, from the little we saw her at the end. Conrad is a very weird character. It's a unique episode. I think the reason I didn't like it to start with is because I felt it was very, very similar to Love and Monsters. And I prefer Love and Monsters, personally. But I don't think it's bad. Do I think it's better than the Robot Revolution? I think it's on par with the Robot Revolution, so I'm going to put it there, in B. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying for now. Personally, where I would stick Series 2's episodes. Now this is probably my most controversial. The Story in the Engine. Without even a thought, going straight into D. I really, really disliked this episode. I think it took what Doctor Who is, completely threw it out the window, and we were just expected to be told everything. You know, there wasn't an adventure. With Doctor Who, I like an adventure, and this is why I say my favourite thing about this episode, I'm not racist, my favourite thing was the Lagos, Nigeria, the community. The setting itself just looked great. The barbershop looked great, and that's part of the adventure. But then it was just, sit down, let this barber guy talk. And I must say, Sean Ferrick, I love Sean Ferrick. He thinks this episode is one of the greatest Doctor Who episodes of all time. And I just cannot wrap my head around how anybody could even begin to think that. it was so dull to me. And I'm very sorry, Inuit Elms. I'm sure you're a great writer. And to be fair, you're right, your dialogue and your story was really, really good. It just didn't feel like Doctor Who to me. So yeah, I'm sorry. Like, again, nothing against you. I'm sure you're really great. But as an episode of Doctor Who, and in terms of this series, which has overall been really strong, I'm afraid the story in the engine is going straight down into the D tier. Unfortunately, it pains me to say, but what's done is done. That's not even the right phrase that I was going for. Right, the Interstellar Song Contest. Now, it's odd because my initial reaction to this I actually really liked. Then with this one, I rewatched it again, and people online made it all about the politics of like Israel-Palestine and like the actual Eurovision politics, which I can get why, but like I just think we need to treat it as a Doctor Who episode. So just because it might side with a side of the war you're not a fan of, or it just discusses the war which you're not a fan of, I think we need to just treat it as an adventure, which is how I always treat my Doctor Who episodes when I rank them. As an adventure, this episode straight away goes in A for me. Like, I've moved it. This episode straight away goes in A. Because it's not, it's not S tier, it's not a Lux, it's not as quirky and camp. Well, it is camp actually, but it's not as quirky and funny and have memories in my head that will last forever when someone mentions Doctor Who, like Lux does, and it's not as horrifically bone-chilling vibes that The Well is. But it is very good, and Juno Dawson did a very, very good job with it. And of course the Rani reveal, that's another reason why it's not going in S. Was not a fan of how they did the Rani reveal. I wish the Rani would have revealed herself on the stage. Although, to be fair, in the reality war, we do get to see the Doctor's initial reaction, or Belinda's initial reaction to Mrs. Flood, which is what I always wanted to see. That was what I was really annoyed we were robbed of at the end of this episode and at the end of Wish World, but whatever, it's not bad at all. The next episode, Wish World, going straight in A as well. I think it was very, very... Now I can watch it back and appreciate it more. When it came out, I was very split. I liked the idea. It felt very Lie of the Land. I liked the idea. But in terms of actual episode, I wasn't... It was part 1, so it was hard to measure it, because a lot of part 1s get let down by part 2s. But this, I feel like if I rewatch Wish World now, I am way more hyped, because I know what happens. Do you get me? Do you get what I'm trying to say? That's my point. Now I know what happens, I can go back, rewatch this and think, you know what, bloody hell, that was a good episode of Doctor Who. So it's going in the A tier for now. And next up, the Reality War, which is going to sit next to it in A. I don't think that's bad to say. A lot of people online really dislike this episode. I'm still not too sure what the ending is. In my head, the ending is crack in time, Poppy gets faded out, then the Doctor regens it, so Poppy gets brought back in. But other people are saying that the Doctor changes reality, so now Belinda's a mum. I saw it as Belinda was a mum the whole time, and we didn't see it because of this crack. The way I'm doing it is going in A. If it's the other way around, it might be dropped down to B. But yeah, I like the episode. I mean, Ncuti's regeneration was just beautiful. Where there's tears, there's hope. Beautiful song. Beautiful, beautiful song. Just whack the table. But yeah, great episode in my opinion. 13 was there. Who else returned? I'm missing something. I mean, Omega was a bit of a letdown. That's why it's not going in S, but great episode. Great episode. And that is the whole of Series 1. Season 2. Didn't even get the right number. So I'll read you through. Right at the bottom, we've got the story and the engine, written by Inuit Elms. Then in the B tier, we've got the Robot Revolution and Lucky Day, the Robot Revolution, written by Russell T Davies, and Lucky Day, written by Pete McTighe. Then in A tier, we've got the Interstellar Song Contest, written by Juno Dawson, and Wish World and the Reality War, written by Russell T Davies. Then, right at the very top, in the S tier, we've got Lux, written by Russell T Davies, and The Well, written by Russell T Davies, and Sharma Angel Warfall, I think her name is, something like that. Very sorry, love, I've forgotten your name. But yeah, there you go. That is my full tier list for the Season 2. And there you are. You have made it to the end. You are a trooper. If you've watched that whole thing, you are an absolute legend, and I really, really appreciate you. If you've skipped to the end, you're a fraud, but I still love you anyway. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here through this journey. Ncuti gatwa, I miss you already, and it's only been like a week. But yeah, I love you to bits, Ncuti. You're not watching, but I'm going to miss you. And let me know in the comments if you're going to miss Ncuti, because I'm already crying. And if you could leave a like and subscribe with the notification bell on. This channel is not over here. There is more coming, I promise you. Yeah, this has taken me a long time to do. But yeah, we're here now. I'm going to bid you farewell. If you want to leave a super thanks in the comments, it gives me a bit of money, helps me out. But you don't have to. Like, literally, it's completely up to you. I do this because I love it. But I also love money. So yeah, thank you very much for watching. Have a great rest of your day. I love you all. And I'll see you very soon. Goodbye.